Shout out to the Mama Chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of her voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Bim's apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, ma, your boy done made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we who they think they better than. Ain't no comparison to the so-called black or African American. You can drop the African, keep the American. When we say Aborigine, it make they world in. I'm going in the same dirt my ancestors buried in. I come from a god and a goddess, so what that make me? Not even Basquiat can trace me. Not even Van Gogh can paint me. The MC in me is the God MC, equals the God in me. I'm focused in, let my mind be free. You too blind to see. The Jews I give is real, it's been real. These ain't shots, they missiles. All you gonna hear is the whistle. Lyrically, this an execution. My verses start revolutions from my people seeking restitution. Since the beginning, fuck evolution. Or maybe my reality is all a dream. I put it together like I was sewing seams. So it seems this is that audio dopamine. Go against the regime, we put you where nobody can hear you scream. And sing you to meet your Elohim. My nigga, this is savage mode. It's something that you can't decode. It started with a spark and I'ma let it explode. I was given the cheat codes that'll let me dump and reload and go through them waves like a fucking torpedo. You dealt the cards of life, I just cut them diamonds with the ace of spades. Y'all scatter like roaches when they facing raid, or vampires when they facing blade. I'm trying to get next to Shireen like I'm getting played. You still stuck as a mental slave. You still stuck in that mental cage. While I'm making easy money, pipping holes in style. This my coming to age. Crowd roaring when I'm coming on stage. And when I'm done, they gonna be cheering my name. Drake Cobbs, and nah, I ain't quit my day job. I spit bars. I really rap on my day off. That's real shit. Just give you some tools you can build with. Aim high even if you still miss. Just keep going. It's a climb to the top. And I'ma keep flowing. Down Lake Shore, I'm Chicagoan. Yeah. You niggas is playing checkers, we playing chess. And nigga, this is checkmate. Dre be the big dog and you just a little bait. You out of Africa and we ain't got the same traits. I'm a God being and we ain't got the same fate. My granny died February 18th and I was born on the same date. The chosen one, the ancestors' chosen son. They gave me the golden gun. One shot, that's a hole in one. From the pyramid of the sun to Poverty Point. I don't think you niggas is getting the point. We still here. Who said they made the Aboriginals disappear? Your information's lagging in the rear. All you do is teach fear. We copper-colored with woolly hair. Am I speaking clear? So fuck the nonsense. When I rap, I touch your consciousness. From within is when you get your self-confidence. Let's bring it back to dominance. Ain't no confining us. Gonna bring that wild Indian out of us. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. We still here.
Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. I hope you all are doing great tonight. Hope y'all doing great. Well, it's morning now, I'm guessing. So it's after midnight, October the 12th. Peace to everybody. Peace to the chat. Okay, let's get into some stuff real quick. But I don't really got too much, you know what I'm saying, too much commentary on nothing for real. But I do got a little bit of stuff I want to kind of go back over real quick and just kind of remind the people of who we are. You know, we've been having these useless arguments and useless discussions around too with people who don't care about what we're trying to convey. And, you know, at this stage, I'm tired of arguing with hoes. Like, I've done enough research. And I'm going to continue to do it. I guess you can never do enough research, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like as far as us being confident in what we are saying, we have every position and every right to be very confident in what we are talking about when we are discussing our ancestry and who we are in this land. And I think that, you know, it's just going to take some people some time to catch up. That's it, and that's all. And like, it's not my job to catch you up, you know what I'm saying? But of course, I want to be able to speak knowledge into you and wisdom into you and life into you and say, hey, like, you know, your ancestry is not encompassed of just some slave narrative. Like, I think what people miss is that we are so much more and so much bigger than what they try to portray us off to be. All these talks around DNA, little weirdo want to keep asking the same questions that we're already answering. Like, yeah, it's just really weird work. And I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, it is what it is. Just like I was getting on this lady. Have y'all ever heard of Threads? Put them one in the chat. If y'all got an Instagram and y'all heard of the Threads or whatever, like, it goes up on the Threads. And I'll just say this. I found it very interesting. There's always this little, every time I see somebody posting about, you know, their indigenous heritage, they're posting pictures of Black indigenous Indians, or so-called Black, rather, so-called Black indigenous Indians and things like that. Oh, your grandmother's lying. She's lying about this. If you believe your grandmother, you're dumb. I don't understand how every other culture in this world listens to their elders, but then when it comes to us, all of a sudden, it's inappropriate for us to listen to our elders because we got to listen to what the whitewashed K through 12 academia told us about who the fuck we are, right? Making yourself look a fool, coming up there with a fake ass, inauthentic African hat on, looking crazy. Crazy as hell. So I just cannot, you know what I'm saying? Like, people so obsessed. They so obsessed that with a slave narrative, you know what I'm saying? They obsessed with being slaves from Africa with no proof. You'll even go as far as to lie about your people. That's just sick. And when we saying DNA can't tell you your race or where you from, that's exactly what the fuck we mean. Ain't nobody trying to make you feel sad or upset because we said the DNA test is cap. Have you lost your mind? And we're going to forever say it's cap. We're going to forever say that. And we're going to forever stand on that. At least I am. I don't know about everybody else, but I'm going to stand 10 toes on everything that I say to anybody about any type of topic, subject, whatever is going on. Like, if you coming in there on some fuck shit, trust and believe you're going to get corrected. And that just is what it is. But check this out. I thought this was interesting.
15,000 years, there's a new discovery that's changing what we think we know about how the Americas were settled.
So there's this team at Florida State University that discovered stone tools alongside mastodon bones. That means they found the oldest known site of human life in the southeastern U.S. Consider that. Think about it for just a second. We're joined now by Florida State University Assistant Professor Jesse Holligan. Professor Holligan, good morning to you.
Good morning to you guys.
So put into just layman's waking up Saturday morning, eating my Wheaties terms, what this means, the discovery of these tools.
So these bones and artifacts show that people were in Florida 1,500 years earlier than a lot of people accept the Americas were colonized. And more importantly, a lot of us were taught that the Americas were colonized by some folks coming through an ice-free corridor from Alaska through Canada into North and South America around 13,500 years ago. That's what most high school textbooks say. That ice-free corridor wasn't open until 14,000 years ago. This site is 500 years older than that, and in Florida, which is by any stretch of the imagination, kitty corner across the continent from Alaska. So it means that we really have to re-examine how and when the Americas were colonized.
So this is on its face fascinating, but when I look at the pictures and the images here, it's underwater.
Yes.
Some underwater sinkhole. Is that what we're looking at here?
Yes, it's a sinkhole in the bottom of the Osceola River. The people weren't, however, scuba diving 14,500 years ago. This was a site that would have been an isolated pond about 130 miles from the coast at the time people were here 14,500 years ago, because sea levels were almost 300 feet lower then, and Florida was nearly twice as big.
Okay, so we're just learning of this morning. As a non-archaeologist, I'm excited about this, but tell me, having discovered this, what you felt, what went through your mind when you realized the implications of this discovery.
Oh, it was so exciting. Though, to be fair, we were building on research done by a number of archaeologists in the 80s and 90s who had already done some excavations at the sinkhole. They found a tusk with human-made, they said, cut marks, but it wasn't widely accepted by the archaeological community. So we were actually there to reevaluate their claims. And so finding the stone knife that we discovered really showed that they had been correct. The stone knife, there's absolutely no way that could be made by nature. Whereas some people had proposed that the marks on the cuts could have been caused by elephants. And by elephants, I mean mastodons stomping around on the tusk later on. And our knife showed that there's no way that wasn't done by people. So it wasn't that we lucked into this layer. We were really building on some previous research. But that being said, I don't think any of us slept the night that we found the biface. Everybody was very, very, very excited. And it's been so rewarding to get to work in that sink and find these things.
Well, I imagine you all were very excited. Assistant professor at University of Florida State University. Let me get that right. Florida State University, because you can't mess those two up. Can't conflate those. Professor Jessie Holligan, thanks so much for sharing the information, the discovery, and the excitement with us this morning.
Thanks for having me.
Sure.
Yeah, I always find it interesting what they want to show. You know, like, it's always interesting what they want to show. Like, they don't ever want to show the real shit. They'll show some things, but they won't show the real shit. I love showing this video. I ain't showed it in the brick. Let's just show it again for the sake of showing this video.
Very wrong. Very few moments in my career have ever brought me to this.
This is, oh, man.
It happened at the International African American Museum in Charleston, South Carolina, which opens this month. 6 centuries of history packed into 150,000 square feet at the historic Gadsden's Wharf.
Above 40% of all enslaved Africans would have come in through Gadsden.
And it's so funny that they always start at who would have came in, who would have did this, who would have did that. But this man's history that they show here had nothing to do with that. Nothing. And it's sad that we have to continue to debunk the slave trade. It's ridiculous.
Gadsden's Wharf, we've been referred to as the ground zero of importation of enslaved people into the United States.
Dr. Tanya Matthews is the museum's president and CEO. Space of solemnity or celebration?
Yes, I refuse to choose.
Tribal art and contemporary fashion, relics of protest and reports of resistance.
It's this infusion of trauma and joy constantly that we like to talk about.
That came into this
And this was the day of the long-awaited reveal. The expert genealogist here spent months tracing my lineage. And this was the day of the long-awaited reveal.
Make sure you got a box of Kleenex by you and sit there and enjoy.
That's the museum's top genealogist, Dr. Shelley Murphy, on the laptop. She's joining us from the University of Virginia.
This is a tree, just a snapshot of your tree, and I'm following your maternal line.
Wow. That's a lot just seeing the tree.
You see that box? Well, that represents David Venny, my great-grandfather's great-grandfather. He lived in coastal Richmond County, Virginia, on a farm with his wife Judy and their 18 children. And in 1871, he filed this claim to be reimbursed for livestock and supplies requisitioned by Union troops during the Civil War.
Another thing that is significant is that he owned the land that he's on, and it was 23 acres.
Where did a man in the 1870s, so soon after the end of slavery, get the money to buy 23 acres?
Absolutely. And the thing of it is, I would even question, he said he was freeborn.
Well, for some answers, we have to go back more than 300 years to my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother, Mary. She arrived on a ship in Northumberland County, Virginia in 1712, before America was America. Her granddaughter, my 8 times great-grandmother, Bess, was with her. That's according to this centuries-old deposition that Dr. Murphy's team uncovered. Why a deposition? We'll learn that a little later.
And Bess at the time was about 13 years old. Witnesses apparently said they looked like they were Indians.
Researchers believe that Mary and Bess were actually Matabani, like these people of that region of Virginia called the Northern Neck.
We're not sure where they came from, but Thomas Smith of Richmond County did enslave one of Bess's children, and that was Sarah.
And it's Sarah, my 7 times great-grandmother, who changes the trajectory of her children and all her descendants who followed.
There was a law back in 1705 that declared that all children that are enslaved or free, their condition would be based on whatever their mother was.
Remember, Sarah and Bess arrived free people.
So Sarah has a lawsuit that's filed saying, we're free.
This is the actual lawsuit filed by Sarah, suing for her freedom and for the freedom of her descendants. And that deposition, it was from a witness who saw Mary and Bess arrive decades earlier.
So in 1791, the court agreed with Sarah and her children, the grandchildren, and all of those relatives who were descendants of Mary and Bess are going to be free.
That my ancestors filed and sued for their freedom. It is remarkable.
We're not done.
We're not done. We're not done. Okay. We're not done. Let me get a Kleenex, doctor.
I told you to have a box there.
All right.
But not all of Sarah's family was free. Before the court's decision, Sarah's enslavers illegally sold her daughter, Rachel, and then Rachel was sold again. And for the next 20 years, unaware of the court's ruling, Rachel and her children remained in bondage. When she learned of the decision in 1807, more than a quarter century after her mother's groundbreaking lawsuit for freedom, Rachel filed this lawsuit against her enslaver, claiming that she was the daughter of a free woman, and therefore she and her children should also be free.
And guess what? The witnesses and things all came through, and they were awarded their freedom. So, what do you think?
This is, oh man, to be an enslaved woman, suing a slave master, to do it twice in one bloodline is just remarkable.
Your line started out enslaved and became free to up until where you're at right now.
It became free because
So I actually gonna say they started out enslaved when they just made it clear that when they got there, they were all free. They came there free as free people. And then they were put into some form of bondage.
Because those women fought for it.
I'm going to tell you what, Victor, the women in your family is unbelievable.
It fills in a lot of gray, a lot of blank space. There was nothing there. There was an assumption. Now there are names, relatives, and places and stories. It certainly fills in more of the story of my family's place in this country. I am so grateful to the people at that museum. They spent months researching my lineage, and they've given me this book. This has the documents, copies of the documents and maps and death records and military records. This is not what I expected.
It is remarkable.
It is not what I
To
expected.
ask you, what was your mom's reaction?
Oh, man. At my mother's reaction, first, I had explained it a couple of times, right? Because no.
Yeah, I always liked that story. I think it was just really, really great. And I think that if the research is really, really done thoroughly, then we'd be able to find, more connections than what we are led to believe to find. I think that the whole trick and the whole bias behind it is to make sure that we stay connected to a slave narrative. Now, I'm going to show a couple of these. We all familiar with it. And every time I pull out these facts to these dummies, they can't seem to comprehend it or understand it. And act as if, oh, well, you don't want to be this, you don't want to be that. Excuse me, I want to know the truth about who I am. And I'm not going to hold on to no African lie at all. The fuck? Miss me with it.
Willingly migrated to the United States.
Hold up.
In the decade between 1990 and 2000 was larger than the total number of Africans shipped directly to the United States over the course of the entire transatlantic slave trade. Here's an amazing fact.
There we go.
The number of sub-Saharan Africans who willingly migrated to the United States in the decade between 1990 and 2000 was larger than the total number of Africans shipped directly to the United States over the course of the entire transatlantic slave trade.
So I don't understand how we supposed to turn around and believe all our people came from Africa when more Africans came in 1990. But then you want to get up here and argue and debate about having African ancestors. You don't even know them. Your people are from America. I don't understand it. Like, it's just really, really, I do understand it because I know like the level of indoctrination that is upon our people, that they can't see anything beyond what they learned through the K through 12 academia. But it's really sick. When the receipts come out about Native Americans being from Siberia, those are the receipts that are not accepted. All they know is whatever tribal situation they got going on. But people don't understand that the 5 civilized tribes sold out. And if you think for 1 second that them Asian Mongoloids was enslaving our people, you got another thing coming.
And we gave her a DNA test. Basically, the next day, she went to South Africa to announce that she was opening her what became the Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy. She was in an auditorium like 75,000 people or something, and she announced that she just had the test and that she was Zulu. It broke on CNN. I was sitting in my living room minding my own business and said, Oprah Winfrey's a Zulu. So I called Rick Kittles and I said, Rick, did you tell Oprah she was a Zulu? He goes, no, man, she made that up herself. It's a true story. It's a true story. I would lie to make you laugh, but I'm telling you a true story. I said, Rick, are you in your lab? He said, yeah. I said, is anybody there? He said, no. I said, when the results come in, make her Zulu, man. I said, you back there making it up anyway. Nobody believe you could take some spit and figure out a tribe? What, are you crazy? So anyway, when Oprah was finally in the first series, and we gave her a DNA test, basically the next day she went to South Africa to announce that she was opening what became the Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy.
Look at that. DNA test got y'all out here. Got y'all out here opening up schools. Like, what? They got Oprah opening up schools, family. I've been checking y'all for a while. One piece of advice I'll give is whenever debating, remember, debate from a defensive standpoint. Always have a solid answer for whatever you're presenting. Thank you. I don't understand how they sit over here and they like, come on now. Come on now. You can't show them anything. You can't show them anything because anything that you show them, it wouldn't matter. It doesn't matter. And that's what I realized. You can't show them. You can't tell them because they're going to believe what they want to believe. That's the reality of this. And I think it's beautiful that we are in a position now that we know the truth. And I just think that it's so hard for people to accept. And it's just, you know what I'm saying? Like me now, I just told myself I'm not getting warped up in what people, you know what I'm saying? Like people who just want to intentionally be disingenuous. I'm not going to waste my time. Like when we speak about our language being English, they act like they can't comprehend or understand that. Like the English that the settlers came over here with, that Middle English, you can't read that. How do you think the English language was perfected? Y'all are missing it. Y'all are missing it. All right, y'all, hang on. Because I do got a little bit of literature I want to read. Do I have it already up here? Yeah, I do have it up here. But first,
and determine where in Africa our forebears were from. Among those using the test to trace their family's past, Spike Lee, Oprah Winfrey, and actor Isaiah Washington, one of the stars of Grey's Anatomy.
Brother Washington, your mitochondrial DNA is quite common among the Mende and Temne people in Sierra Leone.
Trace their ancestry back to Africa, a history totally lost to them.
If you think about young African Americans growing up thinking that the history started with slavery, I mean, how do you think that impacts their psyche? We went through slavery. We didn't start with slavery.
To Vi Higginson, the prospect of tracing even a tiny fraction of her ancestry back to Africa was enthralling. 60 Minutes sent her DNA to African Ancestry, as well as to several other genetic genealogy companies, to see what they could tell us about Vi's maternal lineage.
I'm sitting on the edge of my seat.
Kittle's company sent Vi what they call a certificate of ancestry.
Oh my God.
It says that you share maternal genetic ancestry with people from the Mende tribe in Sierra Leone. Do you know anything about Sierra Leone or the Mende people?
No.
Nothing.
People have been waiting a lifetime for something like this. Now, this is just a tiny bit of information now.
But they take it as huge.
Right, because it's cracking open the door that was closed for centuries.
There's a place in Africa you could say that I'm from. A tribe. I am thrilled. It puts a name, a place, a location, a people. It opens up such possibilities.
But the problem is, Sierra Leone wasn't the only answer Vi got. A company called Relative Genetics found a match to a single person in the Wobi tribe in the Ivory Coast.
Different?
Different.
Now, I got all excited about that, and this is different. Now, how could that happen?
Then a third company, Trace Genetics. Your particular sequence matches sequences reported among multiple Mendenka individuals in Senegal. What's up with this? And Family Tree DNA, the company that linked Vi with Marion in the first place, came up with a whole list of matches. This goes on and on. My goodness. So what do we know about Vi's ancestry? The DNA does indicate that she has distant relatives in the Mende tribe, but she also has relatives in all those other tribes. So no one can say for sure where Vi's maternal ancestor actually came from. When I handed Vi the certificate, she got extremely emotional about it. She wept, and it meant so very much.
People want to believe.
They want to believe they've gotten an answer.
And it's not fair of us to let them believe that we're giving them certain answers, because scientifically, we just can't.
Hank Greeley is concerned that the science isn't really there yet for you to be giving them the name of a tribe.
I think for most companies, I would be concerned too.
But what about your own company?
We have
He
the
didn't
largest,
exclude you. He included you.
but we have the largest set of sequences from Africa, and so with that, we're able to provide some level of probability in terms of frequency.
But he would say that even though you have the largest database, it's still small on the scope of things.
As I said, I share those concerns
About yourself.
our DNA.
And that's the rub. This business of genetic genealogy is fraught with limitations. For one thing, it can only provide information about a tiny fraction of our ancestry. Because we get half our DNA from our mothers and half from our fathers, almost all of our DNA gets shuffled and remixed every generation, making it impossible to trace what comes from whom. There are just 2 bits of DNA that remain pure: the Y chromosome, which passes directly from father to son, and something called mitochondrial DNA, which passes unchanged from mother to child. Hank Greeley, a law professor at Stanford University, has studied this new field. He worries that people don't realize just how many ancestors they actually have.
8 generations ago, both you and I had 256 great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents.
Wait, you're saying that if you go back 8 generations, we have 256 great-great-great-grandparents?
Yes, it doubles every generation. So you've got 2 parents, you have 4 grandparents, you have 8 great-grandparents, 16 great-great-grandparents, and it adds up fast. It adds up so fast, in fact, that if you go back 20 generations, you've got over 1 million grandparents.
1,048,576 to be exact. And in each generation, DNA testing can provide information about only 2 of them.
So you could be Peruvian on your mother's 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 side, Japanese on your father's 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 side, Swedish on everything else.
And you'll never know.
And you'll never know the Swedish from the Y chromosome or the mitochondrial DNA.
Now, you've looked at several of these companies that are doing these tests.
Yes.
Do you think that they explain what you just explained to us?
No, I don't think any of them does as good a job of pointing out the limitations. But, businesses often don't go around telling you how weak their product is.
We don't oversell. I mean, we just say, look, we provide a service. If you're interested in exploring a tiny bit of your DNA and trace its ancestry, we can do that.
When you say it's a tiny little amount,
It's less than 0.1%.
and that's pretty teeny.
Yeah, but for people who know nothing about any of them, I think it's very important.
So that shit made me laugh, DJ ZPE. Soon as but anyway, so let's continue on, right? So we've been having these conversations on the Sice Room for a long time. I would say like a month ago, we had some conversation around this. I should have already looked it up because we were still talking about some other topics, and then somehow we got onto the slave boats. Let me see. Hold up.
Bro, they don't let nobody finish anything, bro. As soon as I say something, they say, "Oh, you talking about a whole bunch of mumbo jumbo going left field." Because the thing about it, I'm telling you why I'm not getting the test the way that y'all did it, because it's not accurate. You could do it on a horse and they could give you DNA that they gave you. And then the thing about it, ancestry.
I'm just listening for the rest of the night, y'all. Y'all could keep cooking.
Exactly.
So he's challenging the validity of the test, though.
Yeah, exactly.
The test is fake.
God. The
I
test
got
is
it.
fake.
Like this.
And the DNA got
The
linked.
ships is fake.
The test, everything is fake.
Slow down.
Yeah, she always been running her mouth. Don't know nothing.
So now he's testing the validity of the test. What is your rebuttal to show that the test has validity in it? Just so we can have a conversation.
No, because I want them to answer my question about how can you be from two?
And obviously, there's ways that they can compare DNA, in their systems or whatever. But like I said, me and multiple family members have conducted these DNA tests on our.
And they think because they conducted
the DNA
results. We have to deal with because they think that they folks conducted a DNA test that is accurate. It's not accurate. It don't matter what you say, bro. It don't matter, big bro.
And see, so I just personally think that everything in this world is bullshit. People that be fake woke,
I don't know, guys.
everything is
I won't be
bullshit,
100.
and I don't
I'm just
think
saying.
that.
All right.
Like,
I'm just saying. Just be 100. So
Fake
y'all
woke is
telling
the
me
same.
I swab myself right now, put that shit in the envelope, send it to some people in the lab. They do a test. They determine something. They send it back to me. That is what I should go
You know
off
what she talking about?
Between doing you go off for swabbing
just
or an
asking.
HIV test or an STD test. So what are we really talking about?
And then you're comparing an HIV test or a swab. That's not the same thing. I'm telling y'all, this how retarded this shit been these last.
That's true.
That's true. Piss me off, bruh.
That lets me know y'all didn't even do any research on something before you get your DNA.
Why can't we?
you just fake woke.
You do no research before you get your DNA.
No, you just fake woke.
You ain't give no. You just fake African. What you talking
about? You just fake African. What is you talking about? Y'all, this was crazy.
Ain't nobody here say I was woke. Ain't nobody here say I was woke. I just know who I am, and I know that my ancestors come here on a boat as a slave.
So check this out. I could bring two females around you that's African. Look, and you will never know they African. They very fair skinned, and until they open their mouth and start talking, you hear their accent. You would never know. You would never know they African.
And I don't like when they say that because somebody fair skinned, look like this, look like that. If you got that extra bone in your head, I know you from Africa. The fuck out of here. I'm not playing. I just wanted y'all to see a little bit of this because when the conversation comes up, you have so many people fighting for this type of science, this pseudo science, this science that changed your identity, who you are as a person, your people. And we're okay with that without any prior knowledge about anything. And shout out to Ace because he actually just sent me like this long list of bibliographies, man, about a lot of different information, young. And I'm excited to go through it, to check out the books, to read the stuff, and whatever I find and deem, appropriate for their lives and stuff. I'm gonna bring it up here and let y'all, get into it, and we're gonna bask into some, into some information, into some stuff. It's some stuff I want to go over about my area as well that I'm preparing, and I'm excited to bring that to y'all as well. So there is some things coming up, but it's just kind of funny that we continue to go through this shit with people because they don't understand how indoctrinated the history is. and how crazy it's been these last, what, 5-6 years, some of us longer than that, 10-12 years. You know, you guys have came into the truth to figure out what it was. And we got to continue to fight with our people because they want to be perpetual African slaves. This bitch probably went and changed it to a dashiki. Probably didn't have that on at first, but went and changed into that shit.
Goes back to my.
I'm just trying to tell you.
That goes back to my point of colonization. That's why they fair skinned and they African. Goes back to my point of colonization.
It is okay. When you say people look African, I was just,
please,
I was just speaking. No, somebody.
Peace.
Hold on one second. Somebody. Somebody. No, listen to this.
Please,
somebody on here said somebody looked like they was African, and I just wanted to say it's not about the look, because you can be next to someone that's African and not know. And I'm saying again, I'm a proof seeker, so I could bring somebody to the wall that's an African, you wouldn't know that they're African.
Yeah, because he was ignorant trying to say that shit.
What do African look like?
I didn't never say nothing. I never said nothing about appearance.
That was
he said
African. Somebody said I was fake.
I'm just saying, though, we just gonna walk up and just like, you're not gonna know that a person is African.
I am proud
African. That's the ignorance of us.
I never said that. I never
Guys, slow down. Can we slow down? Can we slow down?
Uptown Africa.
Do we know people are Russian? Do we know people are Spanish, Dominican?
Yes.
For some Dominicans, we don't, because some Dominicans look like us.
Because of what I just mentioned earlier about the Haitians and the Dominicans. That goes back to my point again.
That's fine. That's fine. But I'm just answering his question. When we look at Dominicans, no. For all of the other things you said, some people, I guess. But for Black people, I think that, and we look so different across the board. You can look at some of us and you don't know what.
No, you can't.
But is it a clear determination between Russian, Japanese person?
And look at how pretty Didi is.
But who?
Didi is so pretty, and he want to sit over there and talk about, oh, me and her look like Africans. Why? Because we're brown skinned. Oh, I asked her to prove she was African, and then she went, oh, let's find that one. And she went and pulled up this African cousin. She swore was her cousin, Sachi. Hold on, let me see if I had streamed that one on here. Is this the one? Let me see if this is the same live stream that she did this on. Then I'm gonna have to go back and find out. Hold up. Is this the same one? Let's see. No, this is not the one where she brought the African cousin up. Let me see if I can find that one.
What you saying? I said,
I
let's
don't
use
think you
a
can
Puerto
look at
Rican
an Asian person. You can't look at an Asian person and I'm like, oh, they Japanese. Oh, they Korean.
But see, I can look at an Asian person and tell if they Korean, if they Japanese, or if they Chinese. I can, and you can't tell the difference. If you really look at them, there are distinct differences between those three subgroups of Asians. I had to school somebody and tell them that the Bharat people, the Hindustan people, they are Asians. They don't look like your Chinese and Japanese Asians that much or that close in proximity, but they are under the same subgroup of Asians collectively. And I think what happens is that being so-called Black push you under this umbrella with everybody that you are African, that you are Caribbean. If all of y'all are brown in complexion or whatever, that all of y'all come from Africa, and that's where y'all people come from. And I'm telling you, our people got a lot to learn. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that it's not smart people that pull up on this ice room, but at the same time, nah, Mo. Like, I'm not going to tolerate that. That immigrant talk, none of that. I'm not about to tolerate that. Hold up. Let me see. Is this the one she brought the African? This the one. Now, I'm trying. Let me see, y'all. Hold up. Is this the one she brought the African cousin or nah? And see, Wild Savage, you don't even remember. We've been talking to these things for weeks.
These motherfuckers think anyway. They just make it look good. So I feel like it's more so about how you carry yourself, and if you consistent with it, motherfuckers feel like it's like that's like you can look at the nigga like Mr. Watch Me Work.
They don't believe it happened. I mean, Marcus, they don't believe it happened.
Name one. The Egypt, bro.
Beautiful. She gotta stop with that African stuff, though. She gotta stop.
Go eat better.
What type of boat?
Cargo. Please though.
Nigga get the same. You don't remember?
Was it Aloe?
You name tipping. It don't matter who it is. But go ahead.
Samai, Bird. It was Samai.
Yeah, like you do a lot of name tipping on this show.
But who cares? Like in school. Different neighborhoods. Please though.
Let's see about his leather. But yeah.
I'm sorry. I keep hearing these
when
tweets.
she brought the damn
Operating ships. Like, you know what I'm saying? These boats wasn't that damn big, you know, like insane. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know where it's at. She brought the. I don't think I streamed it. I have to go look on this side.
You know what I'm saying? These boats wasn't that damn big, you know, like insane.
How did they survive that voyage?
Right.
Period.
Like,
yeah,
that shit is crazy. Niggas,
Insane.
regular niggas today can't survive that voyage.
Right.
They don't give a fuck who you are. And,
So you mean to tell me
social media
thousands
desensitized
of-
us. Nigga, you should be smarter. Nigga, your ass, we can't go right now and go survive that shit.
Right. So you think thousands of
Fuck outta here.
chains
Niggas can barely sail from Florida to
Yeah.
Virginia and it not be dangerous.
Right.
So yeah.
You on open waters where you never know when the motherfucking when the wave gonna hit you hard with the tide
And
gonna change and
I would never be hip to this shit, man. If it
I
wasn't
think
for my
it's ignorant.
fucking.
I think
What's
it's
ignorant?
ignorant.
What's ignorant?
Cause you gotta think like if you never travel, you gonna always have like a certain.
There's always these people that want to. If you never traveled, did you travel by boat? You catching a flight and traveling by boat ain't the same shit. And traveling by the means in which they said so-called Africans was dropped off in America, baby, you cannot say anything. That's what I say. Like every time somebody try to teach somebody something, they act like they can't comprehend. It's the cognitive dissonance. Google the 4 types of Homo sapiens by Carl Leonis. He divided people by skin tone. I was getting on somebody about that today. Not that specifically, but about caste systems, about what's the guy named y'all that did the skulls? The fuck is his name? Damn, why can't I get the man name out right now? With the 4 skulls, and he did all of this, and this skull is Asian, and this skull is African or Ethiopian, this skull is this. I said all of that is caste systems. Now they looking at your skull and they saying, oh, that's a nigga. Who was that? Not Rafanis. Thank you, Draco. Blumenbach. Thank you. I couldn't get it together. I remember doing a show on that a long time ago, maybe like over a year ago. And Sachi, I gotta give it to you, Sachi, because you even came up there trying to be as polite as you could. And then after that, it took off, okay? Like they gotta understand what pseudoscience is and what scientific racism is. You think that for 1 second, and that's why I wanted Trey to show that whole documentary on the DNA video on Vox, because they said that a lot of the DNA tests are triggered by science, by pseudoscience and scientific racism. Come on now. I don't understand why we gotta keep going through this. Arguing with dummies, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I hate to call them dummies, but they not as smart as they think they is. Like, and it just is what it is. So let's go here. So this came out back in 2018, this particular article. Like, let's read it together and maybe we all can understand together, because see, I don't look at you guys. I don't look at myself as your teacher or a teacher or trying to teach y'all. No, I'm a master student. I'm always learning. And that's how I see it. Once I see you playing, I just cut you out and leave now. Facts. Because, you know, Wichicom was, I can't remember what it was Smoke Show last night trying to make it seem like we was ganging up on Shawty. I was like, ganging up is crazy. I was like, did you not, you know what I'm saying? What? Did you not hear what was being said? Like, what? Mouth was running. Like they knew something. Couldn't tell them nothing. Like when bitches that just graduated from college don't know what the Civil Rights Act is all about, don't talk to me. If you think that the Civil Rights Act abolished slavery, do not talk to me. Do not talk to me. A lot of these people think that segregation laws and everything like that is slavery. People need help. Like, for real. Like, some of y'all need to really go back to the basics. Fuck wrong with them? You want to be out here talking about, oh, well, what about the Civil Rights Act? Didn't that abolish slavery? What in the fuck? Y'all, I promise on my soul. Like, I in that moment, I should have realized that I don't have to entertain dumb ass people or stupid stuff. Like, come on now. Come on now. Stop it. You graduated from Full Sail. There is no way. So it says this article, I thought was interesting. I want to see what y'all think. Like, I don't think it's proven nothing one way or another, but just somebody's opinion piece, right? It's called Are These the Bones of Blacks? An African American Social Construction of Justice. In May of 2016, President Barack Hussein Obama, the first Black president of the United States, signed a legislative amendment banning the use of Negro from federal documents. The amendment replaced the word Negro with African American and imposed other changes in nomenclature for modernization of terms relating to minorities. These changes speak to the social construction of racial identity, in particular, the way of naming. The way naming oneself and being named is a tool wielded in the present day that sifts the residue of past trauma with an eye toward mining future social relations. In stunning detail, the social life of DNA, race, reparations, and reconciliation after the genome outlines the ways genetic technology has been used in discussions around reparations, reconciliations, and representations of African American history to do something similar. Nelson demonstrates that DNA, like nomenclature, is far from neutral, and the DNA molecule does not comprise unbiased, discrete bits of DNA. DNA, in fact, is meaningless outside of a social context. Nelson argues lawyers, scientists, scholars, genealogists, community organizers, and activists using genetic DNA to correct the continued presence of slavery's violence in financial, legal, educational, and penal institutions today gave it a significant and powerful social context. DNA as a technology of justice and restitution. In the social life of DNA, Nelson draws ties between a number of phenomena, from activists using genetic data to obtain information on the Negro's burial ground uncovered in Manhattan, and protests which led to its commemoration as the African Burial Ground National Monument, to the formation of the genetic testing company African Ancestry by Rick Kittles. So they got the protesting out here to change this to an African burial ground monument because of the DNA test and because of African ancestry. Do y'all hear how diabolical this is? Just diabolical. To the history of reparations from 1865, with General William T. Sherman issuing Special Field Order Number 15, into the 21st century, with the court case filed in 2002 by Deidre Farmer Palman and 7 other plaintiffs against 18 corporations involved in slavery or the slave trade. Nelson also explores the cultural phenomenon of the DNA, quote, ancestry reveal and DNA diasporas created by individuals who, after receiving their DNA tests, forged new, if complicated, affiliations with communities and countries across the African continent as well. So these people are getting DNA tests, and they think because they got a DNA test that makes them motherfucking African. And now they could go over there, think that they're basking in one with their people, blah, blah, blah. Lies, okay? Lies. Because any other genetic test that I've read about, like in terms of study, right? Most of them already say that they test so-called Black Americans. They test them in Africa. They test them in Africa because of the transatlantic slave trade. They're not testing them in Africa because they actually believe you come from there. No, they're basing it on a false historical narrative with what's being deemed as a fact. Each instance, layered and connected to the next, reveals much about ideas of justice and race in the United States. And nowhere can DNA be reduced to pure nods of data. Instead, as Nelson argues, the social life of DNA is rooted in the impact of chattel slavery, what I say, on the United States. Oh my God. And the legacy of disenfranchisement, racial inequality, and carceral violence it left behind. That is what it's rooted in. I said that without even reading that, and I know that. And y'all are so fucking fooled. I sat right there and told the lady, yeah, only according to their numbers, only 300,000 made it over here to North America, and we're talking about within a 200-year time span. 200 years, 200,000 people. And it probably wasn't that many. It probably was way less than that. But they want to keep sitting over here telling us that it wasn't no original Black people here in this land. That it wasn't no original people that look like us here. All because of chattel slavery. Not chattel slavery, the slave trade. All because of that weak ass story that got people really thinking that they from somewhere else. I mean, I can't make this shit up. But we know who can. So it says, Nelson's book is part of a tradition of people of African descent troubling the 19th century biological determinism of the one-drop rule and the binary between scientific and humanistic study. In 1991, the discovery of the Negro's burial ground in Manhattan became a moment when these challenges bore some fruit. The 1990s were an important decade for the study of slavery more broadly. Historical debates around ethnicity versus race pushed the boundaries of rudimentary understanding of Blackness and its identity. Scholars like Ira Berlin, David Eltis, Michael Gomez, Gwendolyn Midlow Hall, Paul Lovejoy, John Thornton, and others argue that the African experience of slavery in the Americas requires at least 2 points of analysis. First, an examination of the lives of the enslaved as dynamic, place in time and place historical context with all of its generational ebbs and flows. Second, an immersive engagement with the experience of Africans on the continent as part of the experience of Africans arriving in the Americas, and therefore crucial to understanding how Afro-Atlantic communities across the ocean formed. By 2004, the multi-episode PBS documentary, goddamn, I can't say documentary. The multi-episode PBS documentary, Slavery and the Making of America, will premiere, outlining a history that centered Africans, men, women, and children in all of their ethnic and regional diversity and difference as the making of the United States. Can you believe that? A year later, the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture will launch its phenomenal exhibit, catalog book and digital project in motion, the African American Migration Experience, under the direction of Howard Dodson, chairman of the Advisory Council on the African Burial Ground in 1992. Now remember, it wasn't called the African Burial Ground. It was called the Negro Burial Ground. Then they want to be going off because they took a DNA test and said they was African, and then all of a sudden it's now called the African Burial Ground. Nelson text reminds, however, that as late as 1992, there was nothing unscientific about viewing a set of bones and determining from shape and texture only whether or not these bones were the bones of blacks. So it says there was nothing unscientific about viewing a set of bones and determining from shape and texture only whether or not these were the bones of blacks. In other words, the forensic study of bones to determine skin color or race was common and privileged. Moving the excavation and the study of the 419 individuals uncovered at the Negroes Burial Ground from the Metropolitan Forensic Anthropology team at Lehman College to Howard University allowed the Howard Lab to employ a different methodology. Nelson notes that the change in methodology as moving from an epistemology of racial classifications to an epistemology of ethnicity, and therefore also ancestry. The methodology deployed uses craniometric analysis, dental morphology, and molecular genetic assessment. So they're using the brain. They're looking at the teeth, and they're looking at your overall genetics to piece together evidence of African ancestry, African ethnicity and historical context. So I just don't understand how they're correlating the people that they found on this burial ground as a fucking African. And we know most of the bones that they finding is niggas and been here since before. I'm telling you, it's just nasty work. Okay, so where was I at? Hey, Nunya. Hey, everybody. My bad. I didn't get a chance to shout out the chat. I just kind of wanted to get straight into it. Okay. The methodology deployed used craniometric analysis, dental morphology, and molecular genetic assessment to piece together evidence of African ethnicity and historical context. Instead of destroying the site, the Howard Lab also involved historians, anthropologists, and archaeologists who could speak to the material evidence found around the bones themselves. The cardinal direction bodies were buried in carvings on the coffins. Some were determined to be West African Adinkra symbols. What? Including the Sankofa symbol. You see how they like to lie? Now it's West African symbols on the coffins in America. Items like buttons or cowrie, they try to prove this African thing, boy. They try to prove this African thing, but we got to read this stuff because then maybe we can understand where this is all coming from. These people have been fooling us, bamboozled, hoodwinked, okay? Items like buttons of cowrie shells found with the dead and explain or explore these as potential historical markers of African lifeways, ritual practices, and kinship rituals reappearing in the Americas and redefined by enslaved and free people of African descent. Do y'all hear this? I want to know what African symbols niggas knew about. I want to know why the hell we ain't never seen pictures of these coffins that got Sankofa African symbols. They love to lie. That's why I said this is funny as hell. Most important, Nelson describes this shift as occurring as a result of political organizing. Scientists from historically black Howard University's Cobb Laboratory were concerned about the destruction of the site, which appeared to destroy contextual evidence and the bones themselves. Community activists like Deidre Farmer Palaman, who organized a protest at the site to stop construction, and members of New York's African descended community, including descendants of those buried at the site, likewise demanded a true commemoration and accused the city of attempting to bury important history. In the social life of DNA, the discovery of Negroes' burial ground, and the creation of the African Burial Ground National Monument becomes a powerful origin story. So they discovered the Negroes' burial ground, and then they created the African Burial Ground National Monument. Now that's the origin story. Now all the alleged symbols on the coffins, that's real shit now. Like, stop lying. I hate you people. Rick Kittles, who later founded the genetic testing company, African Ancestry, worked as a geneticist on the project at the Howard Lab. So now we know. He was the one putting the bones back in Africa. Weird ass Rick Kittles. Farmer Paleman, who would join others in suing several major corporations for reparations, was an activist in New York and helped organize stop construction protests at the site. And history, in fact, as Nelson takes care to point out, was itself invoked as a matter of social justice. Farmer Paleman's demand, "We want to be a whole people," referred to claims on material wealth made by corporations involved in slaving, as much as to histories and genealogies lost and broken by slave traders, slave owners, and everyone who benefited from chattel bondage. As Nelson noted, reparations activists charged genocide, and identity was being claimed as a human right. In this, the Negroes' burial ground form an explanatory bridge. Genetic testing, by restoring African Americans to their past, their descendants enslaved in the United States, or their African ancestry more broadly, became a tool for social justice, which was also outlined in the terms of what such social justice entailed, or what justice entailed. So once they done did genetic testing, now they call themselves restoring the so-called African Americans, the so-called Black Americans to a past. How do you do that if there's no people to connect to? I mean, I've been asking this question 100,000 times. Where is your people off the boat? Don't talk to me until you got an ancestor that's legitimate, that came off the slave boat. Just nasty work. Yep. Go ahead, Sachi. You catching that shit? That's why I wanted y'all to hear it. Changing history. Right in your damn face. Exactly, Sachi. Right in your face. But we don't get it. We don't get it. And that's why they opened up with Obama striking Negro from the record. And I know people don't like that term neither, but that shouldn't have happened. That he should not have been allowed to do that. Seeing as though you ain't one of us, no way. It says scientists empowered with new methodologies and then transgressive claims about race and histories of slavery use DNA to embolden these claims. Whoa. Scientists empowered with new methodologies, new ways of doing shit, new ways to discover this DNA situation, new ways of testing, right? And then transgressive claims about race and histories of slavery. They use DNA to to make these claims even more verified or valid, if you will. But we supposed to trust the science of these people. We supposed to trust their science telling us that we some Africans, right? We supposed to trust this science. Meanwhile, they're using DNA to bring validity to being African somehow. Like, you're not going to tell me that you ain't found the truth about our people, but you want to keep covering it up with some African origin story. Miss me with it. Bama ass shouldn't have touched the word at all. He shouldn't have touched it. He should have sat that shit out. Because you wasn't going to do shit for niggas no way. They helped transform a cacophony. I think that's a cacophony. They have transformed a cacophony of bones into the enslaved and ancestral dead. Let me look up this word cacophony. Make sure that's what I think it is. A harsh, discordant mixture of sounds. That's what cacophony means. They help transform a cacophony of bones into the enslaved and ancestral dead. Genetic data provided researchers a clue to the time, place, and ethnicity of the enslaved. The social justice was also the extent to which the newly identified dead could be used by descendants to grieve the horrors of slavery, force businesses and public institutions to reconcile with the slaveholding past in effective and material ways through reparations, and provide descendants a sense of roots and identity understood to be lost or denied by the violence of slavery. Yo, slavery is just the biggest cover-up. The slavery is the cover-up. Seriously. These niggas. Wow. Wow. And they making it clear. Y'all done made these people Africans in their grave. Y'all some wild ass lovers. And now they're trying to get everybody on board. They're trying to make sure everybody's in on the same thing. To make sure everybody learns the same thing. And that we make sure that we continue to be fucking, what's the word? Weaponized and oppressed by this whole slave situation. It's really diabolical work. However, genetic testing, as noted by Nelson, is also jaundiced. Databases of genetic material used for DNA testing are what? Limited. Databases of genetic material used for DNA testing are limited. Tests are only as accurate as their databases. So you mean to tell me that in their database, they have a small representation of these these people that's in Africa, that they're matching the so-called African Americans to? And somehow, because somebody got a DNA match, that makes them African? Boy, we got a problem. Boy, we got a problem. And I've been saying it. You know, but when we say this to our people, the cognitive dissonance set in, and they can't take it. They got so much motherfucking mouth around what they think they know. And they don't even understand the full scope around how we were being erased. Somebody wrote whipped on pens. Who wrote that? Whipped on paper. There we go. Power of that P pencil pussy whipped. Facts. I knew I saw something to that effect. Excuse my language to be cursing like that, y'all. But that's what it is. And y'all, you know, it's just we got to continue to make sure that we keep the information together. We keep the information intact, and we always only present the facts. Because arguing anything else keeps us away from the goal and keeps us away from bringing people into the fold that may be learning something that they didn't once know. And it's like, I think sometimes the way we can give it off, even me, myself, it probably is given off as if I know something and you don't know something. And I think that that's just such a childish way to take it. It's not about that. It's okay. It's people who know more things than me. I mean, I don't know more than anybody. I just know more. I just know what I know. That's all I know. Like, and if I see that you know what I'm saying, you saying something and it's out of the, you know, it's not quite on the level, I'm gonna say something to you about it. Like, no, that's not on the level. I'm gonna tell you that. It says, but because science is constructed as neutral, hard, and determinate or detriment, using genetic data has the potential to disconnect African Americans from oral or archival, there we go, family history. So the minute a nigga take a DNA test, just like that dumbass nigga in the group, his grandmother told him that they was Cherokee, and I think he said, I know he said Cherokee and something else. I don't want to be wrong. But she told him that. And then he went and took a DNA test. So now nothing his grandmother said matter no more. Now nothing she said matters no more. The oral history don't matter. She's stupid now. Because these motherfuckers that's making money off of your ass is telling you that your folks came from Africa in Italy. And got mad because we was joking about the Italy part. And then you talking about your grandmother's eyes was yellow. Boy, her eyes is hazel. Trying to tell you the truth. Yeah, I got that. I believe I have that PubMed article. They especially didn't have it a lot of matches for people that were from Angola. They swear all our folks came from Angola and all this. They didn't have a lot of matches for that. Everything that they have that they're using is based off the bullshit narrative. And yeah, it just is what it is. Like, I'm not about to keep arguing with a bunch of people who are not as well read. They gotta step it up is all. Facts. The hell wrong with him? Sitting over there, you literally said what your grandmother said. He put a picture of his grandmother, y'all, in the chat. Look at all kinds of engine, y'all, on my soul. Oh, that's not the grandmother I was talking about. I said, all y'all do is lie. Oh, y'all, now she said she was Italian. Nigga, stop lying. All people do is lie. Because they want what they believe to be true so bad. But this is what's happened to our people, that they can't see that they're so much greater and so much more. Like, you can take your ass over there to Africa all you want and act like you love it there all you want. Y'all remember I showed y'all what happened to the girl from the DMV who went over there to Tunisia. They tried to kidnap her ass. And this is the type of nonsense that y'all want to run over there, Miss Year of Return ass Negroes. The hell wrong with them? Facts. Gotta get up at 5 a.m. Don't have no intellectual bandwidth, but you're mad at the kid. That DNA test, I should have screenshotted that shit. That DNA test said he only showed Nigeria, Italy, and it was somewhere else. It said Italian. It didn't even say Italy. It said Italian. And it said something else. I said, boy, you wasted $90. He said Africans got they got the yellow eyes on the white part, but saying anything in this chat talking about her damn eyes was yellow. We said, boy, those are hazel eyes. Stop playing with us, okay? Like, stop lying to yourself. Like, I done showed y'all pictures of my ancestors, my aunts and them. Like, I'm not showing y'all no more pictures of them, though. Like, I used to love being able to share about my background and all that stuff to y'all, but I can't do it no more because people don't know how to act. And I'd be damned if you out here using my goddamn people's shit and you out here adding whatever you want to add to the story. We not playing them kind of games. Exactly, Nunya. I'm glad you banging on that because it's the truth. Y'all got a bunch of numbers and no story to connect to. And even these people that do, it's a village in Africa. Some village in Africa. Miss me with the nonsense. The fact that you spent money and your granny told you free, you should tell you. I'm telling you, it's our people. We will literally, I'm telling you, it's a problem with us. It's a problem with us. You don't hear nobody else around here rejecting what their family is saying to them, all because of what we see modern Native Americans and what they look like. Oh, I don't look like that, so I can't be that. And then we forget that there's indigenous people all around the world that look like our people, us. Not the native Mongolian Siberians that crossed the land bridge 14,000 years after, that crossed the bridge 500 years after people were already here, but they're not specifying which people were here 500 years before they crossed the bridge because they know it was niggas. And they don't want to expose it. Anytime you compare something medical to a DNA test, you got a long way to go. Those are not the same methods or methodologies. If someone's taking an HIV test, that ain't got nothing to do with a DNA test. That shit don't have nothing to do with the other. I don't understand how ignorant and stupid people could be. Sometimes, we really got to pray for our people. We do. And just so y'all know, family, I'm trying to put together a lovely panel of smart minds, great minds, where we could just give our people this information. I wish I would have did this 2 months ago. Now that Indigenous Peoples Day is on Monday, but it is what it is. I'm going to set it up and I'll have a flyer out soon and, y'all be able to bask in that and we're going to have a good time. I got some good guests that I'm going to have come up. And, they're going to talk about this indigenous information. They're going to talk about this history and how this history applies to us. We're going to talk about a lot of different things, like going to go deep. So y'all just be on the lookout for that. Once I really, really, truly put that all the way, put all the nails in the coffin, we're going to get that done because I've already got a couple of people confirmed and I'm just trying to wait on a few others and holler at some other people who may be interested. Like, because this is what has to happen. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know, Nunya. Maybe I'll be coming off too aggressive, sis. I don't know. The bitch over there was saying unnecessary lies too. Call her the unnecessary lie queen. Okay, lying down. Now her grandfather German and all. I mean, God, damn, people be lying. Just like tell the truth. Say, you know what? I don't really know. Because then we can respect that more than you lying and trying to say that your heritage was one thing. Why is you lying? Just because you went to Africa, that doesn't mean that you're from Africa. Just because you had a good time and you called yourself traveling through the villages, and get over there and really live and see what it's going to be given in. Yeah, they think they some Africans. And that's why I said one of them you adopted, so you should have really just been quiet for real, because you was adopted the whole time. Like what? What's up, OTK? Miss me with it. I ain't about to keep arguing with these people about nothing. Like, all y'all got me fucked up. I live in the city. And I'll never be scared to walk these streets in this city. Please try to walk up on me, honey. Please do. Because I'm going to deal with you like I should deal with you. As a woman, just know that. Just know that. Like, people really do be thinking somebody be playing. Like, I'm not playing with nobody. I'm not. Especially, like, not about my life, my livelihood, nothing like that. Like, you're not going to be out here playing with me in that manner. I'm sorry. Like, I'm a nice lady and all of that stuff. I am. But please, 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 do not play with me in that manner. Please don't. Give me a second. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm looking for something. Y'all lucky I can't find my girl who said she had that terrible experience in Ghana. They ain't had no snacks for my girl or nothing. Out there finessing the whole situation. Out there thinking they could scam y'all, because that's all it is. Scams. And somehow we supposed to be believing that these people is our people, that we is them and they is us. No. No. And I'm gonna play it because she was funny as shit, but that's after I finish reading this. But I just want to be very, very clear. Like, I'm not about to be sitting out here playing. Uh-huh. Yep. Now you shoot. I wish you would. I wish you would. That's all I know. I ain't gonna, hey, I'm out here. I wish a bitch would try to walk up on me and put her hands on me. I wish she would. And I told her too, just like I told that last one, you better have that weapon on you, because that's the only way you're gonna get away with doing anything to me, baby. Believe that. Because physically, it ain't no competition. And that's not to talk shit. That's just what it is. Like, don't get yourself fucking hemmed up. Please don't. So anyway, it may also be wielded against reparations plaintiffs in court cases. At the same time, and it is here that Nelson demonstrates her deep care for the genealogical and DNA diaspora communities being studied. Nelson finds power and promise in the hands of individuals and communities in the way genetic testing gives shape to African Americans' dreams of freedom already in existence. How is this giving shape to your dreams? How? Individuals using the kits, according to Nelson, often do combine the data received with existing or ongoing work in archives or with oral family histories. African Americans in this study remain savvy, creative, and skeptical of hard research, instead creating diasporic affiliations in response to their genealogical exploration. So instead of you, and this is what they saying, instead of you going to study, instead of you going to really learn what it is, like, we don't know that these results are true results, but then you're connecting this to your genealogical person. Don't nobody want to hear this shit. This is the labor of kinship, the powerful work at the heart of community formation. and part of a tradition of resistance to losing kith and kin in lineage. And in the social life of DNA, this creative work of making family and history with and in spite of the resources available is full grounded as an intellectual, scientific, and theoretical. Exactly. Drawing on Jacqueline Nasty Brown, Nelson describes genetic technology as a diasporic resource, mobilized and given shape through individuals and communities who utilize it. Whether in its purchase from African ancestry or in court cases filed against insurance magnates, African Americans created creativity, hope, and active resistance against injustice shapes the social life of DNA. The social life of DNA is deeply committed to and accountable to those now deemed African American, to their practice of self-making and modes of resistance. This accountability makes Nelson's beautiful and important book an example of the best kind of social justice research. It is what Black Studies scholarship should strive to be. So it says Jessica Marie Johnson, the young lady who wrote this, is an assistant professor of history at Johns Hopkins University. Her research interests include women, gender, and sexuality in the African diaspora, history of slavery and the slave trade, and digital history and news media, and has appeared or will appear in Slavery and Abolition, the Black Scholar Debates in the Human and the Digital Humanities and Meridians, Feminism, Race, and Transnationalism. She is the author of Practicing Freedom, Black Women, Intimacy, and Kinship in New Orleans, Atlantic World, University of Pennsylvania Press, under contract. She is also the co-editor with Dr. Mark Anthony Neal of Black Code, a special issue of the Black Scholar. So I just wanted y'all to see how manipulative even the writing could be, right? Even the writing is manipulative, weaponizing you motherfuckers to think y'all African. It's sick. I thought that the Ghanaian president had came out and said that the whole door of no return drama was a lie and the actual facility was owned by rich American niggers. I don't know. I don't know. I gotta go do some research on that. Rent on the 5 cents a day, you can really adopt one. Oh my goodness, y'all. But then somehow we supposed to believe that we these people, that they is us and we is them. When people tell the truth about their experience, they don't know what's going on. They don't know what's going on. I don't understand. She had this experience, but you had a totally different experience. Your experience was amazing and you just loved it and you hate America so much. Bye. I don't understand. So you in the best place on earth. On earth. On earth.
Yeah, Africa. But I really think my time is up now. I've had enough. I cannot afford to live here. I feel broke and I feel poor in Africa. I feel like I'm going to be out there selling some shit soon because this ain't making no sense to me. I pay $130 a day to drive around in a truck. I pay $100 a day to live in a 2-bedroom and the 6 of us.
$100 a day, $30 to drive around in a truck. Boy, yeah, y'all take your ass over there if y'all want to.
With no hot water, no stove, no refrigerator. The refrigerator broke. Then on top of that, I got lizards crawling in the bed with me. I live in America in a mansion, and we don't have to put no water on the stove. We got steady hot water, steady electricity, and the only time our electricity get cut off is when we don't pay the bill. And we got it so good now. We got prepaid electricity, so if we forget to pay the bill, we put some money on that prepaid thing, and it comes right back on in 2 minutes. In less than 2 minutes. This shit right here didn't come on for 14 hours yesterday. I can't deal. I love the people. Don't get me wrong. When I'm outside, I'm having fun. I love the people. But when I come back to reality, when you come back home, home is where the heart is, right? When you come back home, you're supposed to feel comfortable. You're supposed to be happy. I'm not happy. Every house I look for, the house is expensive as hell. Oh my God. 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, $1 million to live in a house where you look outside and all you see is turkeys and ducks and chickens and sheep and old malnourished cows. I didn't even pay that much for my house in America. And everybody I talk to is saying the same thing. Oh, this house is $500,000. Oh, this house is $200,000. This house is $300,000. I'm like, I can't afford to live here. I cannot. I paid $100,000 for my house and a good ass community. But y'all, I'd rather go back to America and deal with the racism in America before I sit here in Africa and deal with the bullshit bribery, the bullshit fraud, the bullshit scams.
And she not lying about that. Because I was just reading something today about those people from that was on that show, The Real Housewives of Potomac, Wendy Osefo and her husband, that they in jail on all kinds of fraud charges. I said, who the Africans is scamming up a storm, scamming at home and in other countries? Yeah, they need to cancel that shit. Y'all niggas not from there. Stop trying to go to places you're not from.
The bullshit too expensive. The bullshit not having no snacks. The bullshit not having no food. The bullshit electricity. The bullshit hot water.
The bullshit not having no snacks. My bad, y'all. That's how she
in
said
Africa and deal with the bullshit bribery, the bullshit fraud, the bullshit scams. The bullshit too expensive. The bullshit not having no snacks. The bullshit not having no food. The bullshit electricity. The bullshit hot water. The bullshit what's that shit called that be coming down? The bullshit animals. It's scorpions outside the house. It's big ass spiders. It's big ass lizards. Colorful lizards you ain't never seen before. All in the fucking room with you, sleeping with you. All the bullshit people trying to scam you when you go outside thinking you rich, so they trying to get more money off of you. I'm really trying to wrap my head around this shit. I'm really trying to wrap my head around how are Americans coming to Africa and being happy. Please comment down below, because for me, I'm ready to go. And I always used to say, if it's up to me, it will be. And I'm going to go out to Africa and make shit happen. No, I don't want to. I want to take my businesses back to America. I want to open up shop back in America, open up my dentist office and all the stuff that I was going to do out here in America. Because I was basically telling everybody what they will experience when they come to the motherland. So for the people who need to study or research, or for the people who looking to find some people abroad that they need to ask questions and talk to about what they need to do when they get here, we basically telling them, and we keeping it raw and unfiltered, uncut. So you have everybody talking about, oh, the motherland is beautiful. It is a beautiful place, but you gotta know reality when you get here. Reality has to set in. So I'm basically telling them, look, when you come here, don't think it's gonna be a parade for you, because it's not. Don't think that it's going to be snacks and it's going to be the same thing in America, because it's not. That electricity that you used to being on all day, it's not going to be none of that. I already knew that the electricity gets cut off all the time. I see the Bag family. I seen R. Kathy. I seen all of them experiencing electrical outages. I already had set forth and looked up some places where when I get here, I can buy solar panels for my house, because I knew the electricity wasn't going to be good. I already knew all this stuff. I was just telling people because it's people out here that don't know. And so you need to know. So I'm telling you, get ready, because it's going to get rough. It's not easy. And yes, I am in Accra, and I knew that Accra was the most expensive place, and I knew it was the most developed as well. I wanted to be in a developed place, but at the end of the day,
they saying that this place Accra was so developed, but I'm telling y'all, literally, like where I go, I take my daughter to ballet on Mondays and Wednesdays at the Washington Ballet, one of the top premier ballet schools. Neither here nor there, but the woman literally told me they had the highest security everywhere they went in Accra because of the beggars. But I told her that before she went over there. I said, girl, they're going to be begging y'all for money. They think y'all owe them.
They don't shit me. I always used to say, get me, don't shit me. Don't have me come all the way out here. And because you see I'm American, which you don't even know that I'm a Ghanaian too, but okay, I'm going to give you that I'm American because of my accent. So don't have me.
Yeah, she might be a little part Ghanaian or something. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? But her boyfriend, that's a nigga.
Come all the way to Africa and say a house is 400,000.
I stopped using that word, you know, but that's one of us. That's the better term. I'm gonna put it like that. That's one of us for sure. And like I ain't saying some of y'all, but see, she's aware of it. If she got an immediate parent, that's that, then she knows that. I got on somebody today. I said, because you want to keep talking about who ancestors come from Africa. I said, if you want to go there, I said, honestly, it's the 2% is that African descent y'all keep running around claiming. That's the 2%. If you want to go off of what you think really happened, if you want to go off of the thought process that the slave trade took place, nigga, that's where your 2%. Like you acting like you got all of these all these years removed. Your DNA is connected to these people in these African lands. Stop with the lies. They just sat right there and told you on the video.
But you tell me it's 700,000 because you feel as though I'm rich. Everybody I've ever talked to looked at me like I was dollar signs. As soon as they see me, it's money, money, money. I can tell you 15 stories right now since we've been in Africa, where people try to overcharge us and overprice us, and I'm on their ass. So for the people who say, oh, she's over there getting scammed, I didn't get scammed. Now, one time I told y'all the experiences how they tried to scam me. They tried to scam me, and I was in they deep in their ass. And so for the people who say, oh, Africa is not weak is not for weak people. Let me tell you something. All Africans are weak. I got a fucking African father who's weak as fuck. I know all Africans are weak. They aren't built like us in America. So I'm all in their ass when they try to take their weak asses and try to use me or try to bribe me or try to get extra money out of me. You got to wake up pretty early in the morning to pull one on me because I already see the shit coming. Then the other thing, people saying, oh, she didn't do no research and she hasn't built a network. All I do is build networks. I'm on all the groups that's on Facebook, that's on WhatsApp, all that. I've been there, done that years, all that. I don't trust people. Because first of all, everybody has an agenda. They can act like they're going to be good for you. They're going to show you and teach you the ropes and show you the way. People will come out here from the diaspora and say, oh, I'm going to buy me a house and then I'm going to rent it out to all the people that come from the diaspora so they can have somewhere to stay when they get here. I didn't come here to rent. So let's clear that up too, because that was another situation that I came to rent. I didn't come to rent. I don't rent at home. So why would I rent here in Africa? But I want to live better in Africa than I do at home, of course. So of course I came out here to buy beach land, to build a house. And while I'm building the house, buy another house to live in while I built my house, because I'll be damned if I'm gonna be sitting in somebody's living room. If I'm gonna have 5 kids, we have 5 children, but we only have 4 of us, 4 children with us, and there's 2 of us, so it's 6 of us all right now. And my oldest son, when he come out the military, he will be here too. I'll be damned if we're gonna be laying on somebody's couch from the diaspora talking about I'm gonna give you somewhere to stay until you find your room. No. And I did not rent a room for $100. I rent an Airbnb for $100 a night. Airbnbs, if you want a nice one,
Girl
it's
wasn't playing with them.
the Airbnb
Listen,
was nice, but at the
read them down, okay? Please talk about how you was knee deep in they ass. Listen, we're not having it any further, okay? Now, this is somebody's authentic experience. You can see the African situation all in the background. We don't want to hear from you motherfuckers who took a DNA test and now somehow that connects you to that land. We don't want to hear from y'all. And it's crazy too, because then everybody was like, well, y'all always talking about how the DNA test connected Native Americans back to Siberia. The Native Americans' history is that they crossed the land bridge. What is Native American DNA in the fucking system? Let's look it up. What is Native American DNA? Because do you want to keep asking why somebody don't have a Native American DNA? Keep asking dumb questions. So what is Native American DNA? So it says Native American DNA refers to specific genetic markers primarily found in the maternal mitochondrial DNA and paternal Y chromosome lines that indicate ancestry tracing back to the indigenous peoples of Americas. It is a broad term, and DNA tests usually show a general indigenous Americas region rather than identifying specific tribes. These markers are a result of ancient migrations from Asia, with some additional West Eurasian contribution. Shut up. Stop asking us why we don't connect to these motherfuckers. Stop asking us that. These people is Asian. Are we from Asia? No, we are not. Shit, some of you niggas might be though, but we not from Asia. Stop asking us these stupid questions. When you don't even understand what it means to have this, quote, Native American DNA that they define Native American DNA as. Stop. Asians were not the first people here. I don't know why. I don't know why they think they're the first people. I don't know why they think that. I'm talking about the Indian school and did a number on you Asian mongoloids. Respectfully. And then for you to even think that it's okay for you to even try to block out any type of so-called Black indigenous history. As if we weren't first on every continent. Every last one. Every last one. And somehow that don't register on this landmass. Because y'all are here. Because y'all get benefits. Because you're soaking up resources. Miss me with it.
Same time, it had its issues. And I was just sharing the issues that it had. And secondly, as far as me renting a car or whatever, how else am I getting around? Every little car is that small. It's little buzz. All of us, 6 of us, cannot get in little bugs and ride around. So I had to rent a big SUV that can go through these muddy streets because the streets, as you know, aren't paved. So we have to have a 4-wheel drive that can get through these streets. So me renting a vehicle was $130 a day. I knew that was going to be the case anyway. If you go research too, you'll find out that that's the average of a vehicle. So I didn't get gaffled nowhere. I just don't like the prices. And you can't, and I know I can't compare Africa to America, but what I can say is I'll be damned if I'm gonna buy a 3-bedroom house for $500,000. I got a fucking 6-bedroom mansion sitting at home for $100,000. It just don't add up, and it's not equivalent to what I'm willing to pay for. Everybody got what they're willing to pay for. I'll be a damn fool to come out here and get a house in Africa when I'm looking outside in the dirty slums and seeing goats and dogs and shit running around for $500,000 for a 3 or 4 bedroom house. That makes no sense. But don't look at me that I'm wrong for feeling like that.
Because everybody got their way of living. We came from the gutter. We both was next door neighbors, grew up on the same block. We came from the gutter, and we managed to pull ourselves up and look at everybody else still sitting there. So we're not gonna go to Africa and be fucked up and be guttered too. I ain't asked nobody for nothing. I ain't asked for no handouts. I didn't ask for no parades. I was just sharing my experience. My experience is that Africa needs help. It needs work. We came out here to build Africa. I closed all my businesses down. Of course, I could have stayed in that colonized as United Snakes of America and dealt with their bullshit and kept getting my money. I could have did that. I do taxes. I don't pay taxes. I do them. Okay, so I could have sat there and I could have dealt with that. But no, I decided, no, I'm going to close all shop. I'm gonna come out here. I'm gonna get me a bus, and I'm gonna do free teeth cleaning and spas for the people in the village. Then I'm gonna treat these young girls. I'm gonna get their tampons, their baby items, and wipes, and I'm gonna do a nonprofit program. Business is my forte. That's what I do. So I didn't come out here for a job. I didn't come out here to rent. I didn't come out here to live on nobody's couch. I didn't come out here to live with no diasporas or none of that bullshit. If you want to help me, but I'm not asking you to. I'm not begging. And then with the people who did offer to help us, we do know a lot of people in Ghana. I've been knowing people in Ghana. All my life, I knew people here. I've been knew people Ghana, Nigeria, all over. Gambia, Tanzania, I know people all over. But at the same time, I'm independent. That's how I've always been. I've always held my own. God blesses the child that holds his own. I've always held my own. So I'm not going to get out here and change now. So for the people who did come and say, hey, I'm going to help you, I'm going to find that, every last one of them was a failure. Because every last one of them was in it for themselves. Watch the company you keep in the crowd you bring. Because you got to look at people for what they are. You can have people come out here that lives out here and be like, okay, I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you get through. I'm going to talk for you. I don't need you to talk for me. The only thing that I would need you for is if somebody's trying to take advantage of me and you could talk to them and say, no, you're not about to take advantage of these people. But other than that, I speak the language. I can talk to them myself. That don't mean they ain't going to get over on me. They might even use you to get over on me. So that's what another thing y'all have to be very careful of. It's people out here that don't have your best interest at heart. They will sit here and they will act like they friends with you. They fuck with you. Everything good. Let me help you. I'm going to help you pave the way. You will get you a house and get there. They setting up a house for themselves the whole time. I'm going to help you get a car. They making sure they got transportation the whole time. And I need you to invest in me too. Making sure they got shit the whole time. And then you'll have, let me introduce you to my friend that works at the DMV that's going to hook you up with a driver's license, and they trying to take money off the top, and they letting their DMV friends fuck you. I got stories for days. Then you got people that say, I'm gonna help you get a house, and they have their friend who introduce you to them. They getting money off the top. Everybody's getting money off the top of you. Remember that, everybody. So you can't trust nobody. I don't care where they from, Tom, Dick, or Harry. Don't trust them. Nobody in Ghana. And just like I have to tell people all day, every day, when they come to me with them outrageous ass prices, I said, I seen that shit coming. I knew you wasn't about shit. But I mean, let me tell you, I already knew what the fuck you was going to do. Don't give me no damn American price. Give me a Ghanaian price. Don't give me no American price, because the moment they open their mouth, I know they're going to fuck with me. I know they're going to try, but I'm not going for the okie doke. I know they're going to try. And this is another thing I want to say before I pass the torch. In America, how we was raised is that if I don't have enough money to do something, or I do, let's say I don't have my papers that I need to go get my driver's license. You work at the DMV. I'm gonna go to you and I'll be like, man, I need a driver's license. Can you hook me up? The driver's license.
Man, I'm telling you, Mo. She was nonstop for like 20 minutes straight. And like you can tell her man is a king, Mo. He let her get all that shit out. He did not interrupt her. He did not cut in. He did not do anything. My girl, My God. To me, it sounds like she got a DC accent. I don't know if she from DC though, but that's what it sounds like. That's what they sound like, people from DC. But baby, when she was letting it loose, I love this video, man. Because she ain't had no cut cards. And she shouldn't have had no cut cards. I'm telling you, like, you gotta tell people how it is, because then we gotta argue with our damn people about living in some Africa. You would not survive in Africa. Y'all, they don't got running water. The lights getting turned out every fucking. She said the lights is out for 14 hours. Do you know how many of y'all would fucking Kirk out without your phone for 10 minutes? No lights for 10 minutes? What? Shoot, I be kirking when the Xfinity be, we got a network failure. Oh, I'm knee deep in their ass. Excuse me. I paid y'all this month. No network failures. Okay. First of all, come on, man. Let's be for real. And you think because you feel like nah, Mo. Our ancestors built this sucker up so we can enjoy the fruits of this motherfucker. That's what happened.
License might be $40. What cuz gonna say? Because the code, the street, when you hip, when you down with the code, you say, all right, give me the $40 for the driver's license and give me $100 for helping you out, because I'm about to give you your driver's license and you ain't got no paperwork. So without me, you can't do shit. You be like, all right, bam, let me throw you $100. Out here, if the nigga trying to get you a driver's license, he know the driver's license costs $30, $40. He gonna tell you it costs $500. That's how much it is, because the whole time he trying to fuck you, he trying to cut himself in. He trying to get his own money, and he will do it without telling you. That's why I'm like, look, just be straight with me. Tell me how much it is, and tell me how much you charging me for helping me out, because I don't mind scratching your back. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. It's a give and take situation. We can do this all day. That's the type of person I am. Matter of fact, even if you said the joint costs $40, I give you the $40 and I'll throw you something on top without you even asking, just because you fuck with me. Because that's the type of person I am. Ghanaians don't think like that. They think like it's a dog-eat-dog world. I'm going to take whatever I can from her. That's what I'm not fucking with in Africa. That's what I'm not fucking with here in Ghana. That's what I'm not fucking with in Accra, since y'all want me to be so specific. I'm in Accra. These people that I met here, I haven't been nowhere else in Ghana but Accra, Prime, East Legon, that little area, and Timma, yeah, The people I've met has been cutthroat. They've been grimy. Bribery is at an all-time high. They done fuck with me from the point when I left the damn airport. And like I said, people, they don't like my thoroughness. They don't like me cussing. I don't give a fuck, because I'm being as real and as honest as possible.
Not to mention you're a grown ass woman.
Yeah.
Fuck gonna tell you when to say something.
Exactly.
We had to check a nigga on that shit today.
Exactly. So people don't like how I talk. I just keep it straight 100, no chasing. I don't have time to sit here and pity party y'all and rub y'all backs and shit. Half of y'all gonna like me, half of y'all won't. I can't please all y'all. I can please some of the people sometimes, not all the people all the time, and I don't plan to. So if you don't like it, you can move the fuck on. It's gonna be somebody else that likes me. So at the end of the day, I'm not about to sugarcoat shit. I'm not Willy Wonka. So you're going to get it just how I give it to you. I did cuss the police out and the military out, because you're not going to fuck with me. You're not going to fuck me over. You're not going to have me come all the way the hell out here to build your dirty ass country up for you to sit here and tell me, oh, in order for you to get out the airport, you're going to have to pay us $1,800. In order for you to get out the airport, you're going to have to put $200 extra. In order for you to get out the airport, I'm going to tell your husband that he tested positive for coronavirus so you could pay me some extra money. Fuck no. I seen that shit coming a mile away, and I checked that shit at the door. So all these Ghanaians that's coming into me telling me, oh, it's $200-300. Nigga, I already knew you was gonna say that shit. And I'm very in tune. I'm very in tune with the universe. I'm very in tune with my ancestors. I heard the calling and I came. I talk to my ancestors every day, but that don't mean I don't go through shit. Ain't no angels and no flying butterflies and rainbows around here. We all go through shit. At the end of the day, I don't like the circumstances that we're in. It's not that I can't help it. I have money. I can go wherever the fuck I want to go. And it wasn't that I was complaining about the fact that I was paying $100 a month. A day. I was complaining because it doesn't make no sense that the prices are so outrageous out here when you're living in conditions like this. So let's be honest and let's keep it real. Nobody wants to live like this. They shouldn't even be living like this. I want to take half of Africa back to America because they can see how real living is. Because this shit is pathetic. So at the end of the day, for everybody who say I was complaining, I wasn't complaining. I was telling it just like it is.
So she's responding to all the backlash she got from the initial first video that she had put out, which was shown in the beginning. So she's just responding to all those people who was talking shit around how she should have did her research X, Y, and Z. Oh, you know, you needed your network and all this stuff. Man, you better not go out there trusting them motherfuckers, man. You could barely trust niggas in America. And you think you was gonna leave this country and be able to trust them out there? You crazy as I don't know what.
No, you got the torch.
You good?
Yes, I'm good.
Yes, they are such oh. You can tell he love his boo. I know that's right.
Yes, that's exactly what I was doing. Now you got the torch.
You good?
You just smiling.
All right, so
he love his boo.
Just a couple of topics I want to handle. First off is, like she said, ain't nobody fucking complaining. And even if we was complaining, that's our freedom of speech. We do what the fuck we want to do. If you don't like what we gotta say, then keep scrolling. I seen a lot of people on old girl page. I'm not even gonna put her name out there because, like I said, that's female business. I ain't got nothing to do with that. But I seen a lot of people on her page talking about something. Oh yeah, I had to click off and this, that, and the third. All right, well, click off and go live your life. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy how many people, and it's crazy how many black people, all you fake ass wanna be hotep woke ass dashiki wearing motherfuckers coming on the page. Don't say nothing bad about Africa. Don't say nothing bad about the motherland. Or don't say nothing about that. That's like me going to Chicago and fucking dismissing all the niggas that's getting shot and saying, oh yeah, these little young niggas around here shooting people, ain't nothing wrong with that. That's cool. They doing what they supposed to do. They doing what they know how to do. Nah, that shit is unacceptable. That's what the fuck it is. And as long as you keep thinking that it is acceptable, or you keep ignoring the fact of the matter that is happening, then it's going to continue to happen. And that's why black people ain't getting nowhere now, because y'all niggas so fucking soft that y'all don't want to be able to tell y'all own people, man, y'all niggas fucking up. Y'all got to step y'all game up. That's the problem. So y'all motherfuckers walking around here with the goddamn with the shit on y'all head and the fucking dashiki African red robe talking about something, man, y'all keep talking bad about Africa and all that other shit. But ain't nobody saying nothing bad about Africa. We telling you what we see. We telling you what we are in Accra, Ghana. We are telling you what we have experienced in the first week that we have been here. First of all, I've been in the military. I've been overseas numerous times. I've been to Afghanistan. I've been to Iraq. I've been to Somalia. I've been to Lithuania. I've been to Dubai. I've been to Saudi Arabia. I've been to a whole bunch of foreign lands. I've been to a lot of third world countries when I was in the military. The thing is, even when you're in the military and you have everything at your disposal, when you first hit town and you go out here, it's going to be a culture shock. I don't give a fuck what you think that you're ready for. I don't care how you say that you're prepared and that you're willing to deal with anything. You may be willing to do with everything, but at the same time, you still have to have time to adapt to what's going on. That's just human nature. You can't just jump in a cold ass water and don't feel nothing. You're going to have to jump in that cold ass water, get that chill off, and then you'll get used to the water. That's how it works. So when we come here and we telling you the experiences that we're seeing, because we're just starting off, and we get all this bash from these fake ass woke people because they don't want to hear nothing bad about Africa. Y'all some bullshit. And half of y'all motherfuckers ain't never even left y'all city. Half of y'all are sitting around here in the inner city where motherfuckers are getting shot and stabbed every day, walking around acting like ain't nothing happening, but want to tell somebody not to talk bad about a country that you ain't never even visited. Go get your money right and then come out here and then put your shit on YouTube. A lot of y'all motherfuckers coming out here or not even out here by yourself because y'all ain't even invested enough money to come out here and do something like this. We've been saving up money and we've been planning on this for years now. We've been doing research and everything. We got 4 kids with us and 2 adults. None of this shit is cheap. None of this shit is cheap. So everybody want to sit right here from the comfortability of the American home talking about something. Don't be talking bad about Africa and you can't even afford to fucking leave your goddamn state. Stay the fuck off our YouTube page. That's what y'all need to do. because we over here, we doing what we got to do. We invested our money, we paid our costs. So now we over here and we telling you exactly what we see. We're not saying that that's the whole Accra. We're not saying that's the whole Ghana. We're not saying that's the whole Africa. We're not saying that that's everybody. We are telling you the experiences that we saw. Just the other day, I went into the store to go get a plug, and I put this in one of my other videos. I read the plug because I'm always reading everything because I know the mentality of people. It's not Ghana, it's not Accra, it's not Africa, it's people in general. Anytime that anybody can get an advantage over you, especially when it comes to money, they're going to attempt to do it. So I know that. So don't for any minute think that I'm saying, oh, it's specifically Africans or specifically Ghanaians or people that are.
Keep it a buck. It's they ass over there on that bullshit. This joint will always be an oldie but goodie. Always be an oldie but goodie. That's why I love to show it every now and then. Because I just, you can't get it no better from people like this. You know what I'm saying? People that you know are from America, and then they packed up their life, everything, children, everything, and went over there. And their experience was a shocker to them. Their experience wasn't like what they thought it would be. You find out quick that you're an American. You find out quick. These people don't give a damn. That's why I said, like, our people, I'm telling you, they have a huge misconception. A huge misconception about what they think shit is, man. And it's not given it's not given. It's not given.
And earlier this year, the Ghana Immigration Service launched a swoop on the streets of Accra, rounding up dozens, mostly undocumented immigrants, and deported them to their home countries. The exercise was hailed as a significant step toward restoring order to the city streets. But months on, the story has taken a familiar turn. The beggars are back on the streets, pavements, and under bridges. Rodelyn Abense has more in this report.
From Obeche-Bilamte through La Paz and 37th Station, adults and young children can be seen back on Accra's streets, pavements, and under bridges. At the busy La Paz intersection, this little boy was seen begging for alms. These Nigerians were sent to their countries, but they're back, posing a great inconvenience to both pedestrians and drivers alike. Some children, as little as 1 or 3 years, cross the road indiscriminately, sometimes resulting in accidents.
These Nigerians were deported to their home countries, but they are back in Ghana. It's common to see children as young as 1, 2, or 3 years crossing the road indiscriminately, resulting in accidents. These illegal immigrants flee immediately they see the police and return to their base once the police are not in sight.
Some beggars dodged during the swoop, hence were not deported by the immigration officials.
The government deported them, but they have found their way back into the country. Since they don't have any business plying on the street, it is best for them to return to their countries of origin. Officials stationed at various borders must stop taking bribes from them at entry points.
This issue is a very sad one. Some of the beggars dodged the swoop carried out by the immigration officers, so they were not deported. There are a lot here at Circle. The junkies and beggars even look the same. The problem is they make here very dirty. We want the government to focus not only on the Nigerians over here, but every other person who doesn't have work around should also be taken away by the immigration officers and soldiers.
Whether it's a nuisance
Hey, old dude, you need to cut that shit. That's diabolical.
Or as a humanitarian crisis, the return of the beggars raises pressing questions. How effective are deportations, and for how long will Accra streets be home to them? For Joy News, Rodalyn Na Obushi Abensa's report, read to you.
See, they even tired of the motherfuckers begging. Why the fuck would you say that? Oh my goodness, hold up. You go ahead me laughing on here for 5 minutes. Put me off guard with that one. Like, oh. Shoot, she might mess around and pop up. Keep it up here. She gonna mess
Nothing
around and
derails a
pop
launch
right
like
on
someone
up.
presenting last year's colors. Using slides that don't match the new brand.
Better my life. And I feel like personally, we need to stop using the word racism when we don't get something or when something don't go our way. And just
let me
keep
jump
trying.
in real quick. No disrespect, but racism exists and I have to acknowledge it. And I can't just ignore it. But what I can do is not buy into the system.
Step forward if you agree. Slavery affected my family.
Yeah, I mean, that's just evident in my last name, King. I mean, that's the brand of the slave owner that put that name on my family all those years ago, and I'm still wearing it in those ways, along with the compounded, economic disparity, social disparity, mental trauma, all of that. I mean, it's tethered forever.
So to go back to slavery and talk about post-traumatic stress disorder, it has never stopped. So there is no post. What my great-grandparents were teaching my grandparents, who taught my mother, who taught me, came from what they learned through slavery. So there's a lot of fear, a lot of insecurity, a fear of society, a fear of law enforcement. So slavery has made a major impact.
See, I'm telling you, our people are really like warped in this whole ideology. It's diabolical. It's diabolical.
Impact where the low self-esteem is consistently reoccurring. I think for me, growing up in Los Angeles, California in the early 1960s, there was a stereotype that I didn't want to be black. I didn't want to be African because we come from Africa or we're slaves. So I want to be a Chinese boy. I want to be Bruce Lee. So growing up like that, I didn't like myself and who I was. I didn't like the color of my skin or the way that I spoke. So I emulated other people. I wanted to be something that I was not.
It's very saddening when you can literally only go back a couple generations and then it's like the documents just don't exist. There's no record. It's like, my family has.
And you see how you could tell that some who did research and who didn't do research? Because we can go back way further than just 2 generations, my boy. Like on my mother's grandfather's side, my great grandfather's side of the family, I'm all the way back to 1790. That's not 2 generations. But you see the nonsense. I'm telling you, it's like a perpetual bullshit on top of bullshit every time this shit come up, because we don't got the right representation of people who come on these types of spaces and can speak to what the truth really is.
Completely been erased. In that same point too, in the time that we've been here, we've created an incredible culture and we have so many things to be proud of. And I always reframe the narrative myself.
Then it's like, oh, since we've been here. No, we've always been here. You have to understand and know that.
speak of my ancestors that were enslaved as, doctors and healers. And it's like, we were taken because we were talented, right? Because we had skills to offer.
No.
Country, so.
And still.
We were taken because we were talented. No.
We're still building.
And still building. That's something to take pride in. So.
Can they disagree? Step forward.
Slavery didn't affect my family, but we did suffer a different type of slavery back home. Like we went through colonization. Like I am Bamileke. There was a massacre of Bamileke. You guys can look it up. They killed like more than 300,000 of my people because we didn't want to assimilate to the French culture. But it's still nothing compared to what you guys' ancestor been through,
I wouldn't want to minimize that pain though. What you just said hurt me. That 300,000 people were killed because they would not conform to the colonization of the French people. So that is just as painful and hurtful as the trauma that we suffered here in America.
I can't share the same experience that you have went through and your family, even though we also had our own type of slavery. We had apartheid at the time, where the Dutch people took over and they wanted to just have South Africa, Namibia, and I think other countries where we could only just speak Dutch. It's somehow still happening even now. There's like a place in South Africa where it's called Orania, and it's just Dutch people there. No Black person is even allowed there. So we still somehow feel that oppression even now, but it's nothing compared to what your ancestral history, has gone through. I'm somehow happy that you guys have forgiven it, even though you haven't forgotten it. Have you forgiven it? Like your face,
But me personally, no, I haven't. But I want to work through the change. But no, I have not forgiven because it's a system that's still going on. And from what I'm hearing from you guys, there's a system that's still going on in Africa as well. And it's a war on us.
Racism is the main cause of poverty among Black people in America.
See, I like to show this kind of stuff because, you can tell just what indoctrination has done to us. And then we think somehow we have a connection with these people and their experience, which is a completely different experience, in my opinion. It's just diabolical. It's just diabolical. I don't like it. But I do like to try to show things just different things that we can kind of dialogue on and kind of talk about and kind of, reflect on in a way so that we can continue to understand why we're doing what we're doing, the reasons behind it, and why we need to believe that we're powerful beyond measure. That's so important because we truly let this idea around the slave narrative really pin us in a corner and really pin us down to a point where we'll kind of blame everything on it. When the truth is, a lot of y'all don't got history that connects back to that. That's the truth of the matter. That's the truth of the matter. Like when you do the research, you'll discover that. And I can tell people who did the research and who didn't do the research. You can tell. To even try to relegate your people to you were only able to go back a couple generations, that is a lie. You're not looking hard enough for your people. And genealogical research can be tiring. It could be frustrating. It could be irritating. There's things that you may discover along the way that you may not always be comfortable with or understand. But you keep connecting those names and you keep going back and you keep asking your parents and your grandparents or whoever you got to ask to understand the truth behind what really happened here in this land, the real truth. Because we got a bunch of Native Americans walking around cosplaying as the true people. Like, you mean to tell me that a yellow people is original over brown melanated people? It's just sad. It's just sad what this is. And when the truth is not taught outright from the beginning, despite, you know what I'm saying? We got to think about racism. We got to think about eugenics. We have to think about all of this at play, pseudoscience, everything. We miss it and we forget. And this is why we stay in a state of perpetual victimhood, nonsense, propaganda, cognitive dissonance. Hell, some of y'all base your trauma off of a fake slave story. Yep, it's tricky. Yep, it is. But it always comes to light. You're right. It always comes to light when you go and look into that documentation and you be like, hold the fuck up. Wait a minute. And then they try to act as if, oh, the documentation isn't there. Oh, slaves were property. There's no document. That's all a lie so that you'll never look. That is all a lie so that you will never look. And they're betting and counting on you not looking. And they know some of you idiots won't look. That's the real tea. They know y'all stupid enough to believe whatever the fuck they say, whatever the hell they put in their history books. When Rafinesque, am I saying his name right? Rafinesque said he saw Negroes here. Anybody that said they saw Negroes here, somehow they Pseudo. They don't know. Oh, they're lying. We're talking about people from the 1700s writing this shit, saying they saw our people here, saying they seen us here. And somehow that's the stuff that's being erased. We're being erased and you all are being put at the forefront of history. Where were y'all doing the civil rights movement? I would really like to know that. I would really like to know that. And look at this dummy, y'all, that just posted this stupid shit. If it wasn't for Africans walking out of the continent and navigating to others and populating them, including America, nobody would even know America exists. Have you lost your mind? Boy, you giving Africans too much credit. Is he serious right now? Walking? Laughing my ass off. Nigga, what? How did they know it existed? They was just traveling around on their own. They was just wandering around until they came up on some shit. Miss me with it. They tell y'all that they like to tell y'all that this place didn't exist and that people didn't know about this place. So you just traveling the seas all day and all night and don't know where the fuck you going. I don't. That's why I try not to waste my time responding to ignorance. Because you people are like really, really delusional if you think that if they could barely keep up their own homeland right now, that they was able to discover our shit over here. Child, don't motherfucking You know, I just, it's unbelievable. And that just popped up as I was talking to y'all. The ignorance I deal with on a daily basis, because I had wrote on my threads, my account, that if you feel like you from Africa, then feel that way. But don't get mad at the Black indigenous Americans who know that they are from America, the American landmass. Don't get mad at the Black Americans who know they American and know they indigenous to America. Like, the ignorance is thinking that everybody came from one place and migrated out. That's some ignorant, agreed upon bullshit. And I'll deem that myself pseudoscience, out of Africa theory, and Darwinism, and Francis Galton, all of these people who come up with this pseudo information. Like, stop it.
Erica.
racism is a very big issue that talking about it, I'm really trying to be careful to not like say anything that will be insensitive. If opportunity is right here, they will give it to people of other race than African American and Africans too. So if there's a job that maybe have math requirement, I feel like they'll pick an Asian person, or they believe, oh, African Americans will not dress appropriate, so they will pick another person. They will always like pick people that are not Black over people that are Black.
And I also think, I think the crucial like missing point when we talk about economic disparity, time is the most valuable currency. And if you have like a stock that's like the American dream is the stock, and you know, during all that time, all that asset, the American dream was appreciating, and you're not allowed to take out business loans, you're not allowed to read, you're not allowed to write, you had to first fight to become 3/5 of a citizen, then you got Jim Crow, and then you got everything else. It's like, you're now having to buy in at a price so high because the time is irreparable. You can't get that back. One Black person today cannot, in one lifetime, achieve what generations of white families were able to do simply because they didn't have to compete with us to do it.
Yeah, I agree with you totally. Like,
Yeah, I was thinking, just like you said, from a historical standpoint, we start with slavery, then that's centuries, generations of stolen labor, like you said, then we get into Jim Crow, which is just
with us to do it. You're now become, and you're not a currency. Point when we talk about economic disparity, time is the most valuable currency. And if you have like a stock that's like the American dream is the stock, and you know, during all that time, all that asset, the American dream was appreciating, and you're not allowed to take out business loans, you're not allowed to read, you're not allowed to write, you had to first fight to become 3/5 of a citizen, then you got Jim Crow, and then you got everything else. It's like, you're now having to buy in at a price so high because the time is irreparable. You can't get that back. One Black person today cannot, in one lifetime, achieve what generations of white families were able to do simply because they didn't have to compete with us to do it.
yeah, I agree with you totally. Like,
Yeah, I was thinking, just like you said, from a historical standpoint, we start with slavery, then that's centuries, generations of stolen labor, like you said. Then we get into Jim Crow, which is just an extension of that. Then we have redlining, we have mass incarceration, we have events like the bombing of Tulsa and Rosewood in Florida, and all these different examples of our wealth being decimated. And I don't say that to come from a defeatist or a victim mindset, but I think if we just have an honest conversation about history and what we've gone through when we've been here, racism is definitely a big part of that. And there are a lot of successful Black Americans, a lot of millionaires, a lot of, you know, business owners, but they're exceptions for sure for a reason. And there's a big difference between income and wealth. I would like to challenge the ideal that African Americans are lazy or that we don't have a good work ethic. I think there's this perception that, you know, we're here, we're in America, how are we not doing better for ourselves? So.
Is my screen black? Is my screen black? I got asked, is my screen black? Great, they be hating. I showed this on here before. Sucker asses. God damn. All right, y'all see me now? Yeah, they be hating. I don't know why Jubilee doing that. I've been showing y'all shit. That's probably YouTube ugly asses mad that we cooking these Africans tonight. All right, well, let's just keep it right on moving then. I hope y'all are doing good tonight real quick. Good. I figured. I knew they'd come back. I know how they do. I was just checking my email to see if they was fucking with my damn stream. Like, all of a sudden, they shit copyrighted now. Nigga, get the fuck out of my face. I've been playing Jubilee on this channel. Just always looking for a reason. What y'all think about this, though? Hold up. I was trying to wait for OTK ass to pull up, but I don't know. He probably sleep.
People talk about this, but you gotta have the receipts. Hold the corn. You see that? The Negroes in the Chickasaw Nation are making elaborate preparations for a general exodus, exile to Oklahoma, where they will start back farming again. Why are Negro Indians getting moved to Oklahoma? That's the Trail of Tears. This is the Indian Removal Act. That's how they got to Tulsa to build Black Wall Street later in the 1830s. People talk about this, but you gotta have the receipt.
We know the truth now.
But yeah, let's roll the corn again, cause what?
See, other people talk about this, but you gotta have the receipts. Roll the corn. You see that? The Negroes in the Chickasaw Nation are making elaborate preparations for a general exodus, exile to Oklahoma, where they will start back farming again. Why are Negro Indians getting moved to Oklahoma? That's the Trail of Tears. This is the Indian Removal Act. That's how they got to Tulsa to build Black Wall Street later in the 1830s. People talk about this, but you gotta have the receipt.
We know the truth now.
And that's on period. That's on period. Like, they don't tell the truth about history, man. We know this, though. We know this. And they want to keep thinking that we supposed to believe the lies. No. Where's the damn microphone? Oh, there it is.
In the 1500s, American Indians were always depicted as dark-skinned, copper-colored, melanated people. This is the emblem of America from the 1700s. To this day, Europe is littered with statues depicting the true American Indians. Visit a museum in Europe and they will show you the true phenotype of the indigenous tribes of the Americas. So you're probably wondering, well, when did the image of the American Indian change? 1830s, coinciding with the Trail of Tears, Indian removal, and the reclassification efforts. Those that stayed in their ancestral homeland were reclassified as freedmen, Negro, colored, and forced to work as slaves on their own land. That's also when the whitewashing occurred. That is when all of the images switched to these Asiatic, pale skin, straight hair, high cheekbone looking folks. Go to nativeblack.ancestry.com. Your ancestors were already here.
This is a message to all of you so-called Black Americans from your ancestors. As you can tell, look around. We are fed up and we are here to fight with you. But the first call is upon you. Black is a color. You have never been a color. You are indigenous. Take on this call to action now. We will no longer be called black this or black that. I don't care what you're trying to sell who you trying to impress. You are indigenous to these lands. This is our time. From this day forward, never as dress yourself as a black again. And if anyone calls upon you as that, look at them like they have shit on them, because you are indigenous to these lands. These are our lands, and we're coming back for what is ours. The time is now. We don't have to go to no governments or nothing else to ask for permission to be addressed as the ethnicity we are. We are the indigenous. You have held us back for too long. Our time has come, and you will respect it. For the people, I call upon you. Do not call yourself that ever again. This is a call to action. Now, repost this. That is a commandment from every one of your ancestors, your grandmamas, your grandfathers, all of those who have died in these lands, all of those who are whipped in these lands. We are storming up. We're sending electric boats down. We're flooding these lands to let everyone know no longer will we be addressed as a color. We are the heir to these lands. We are the indigenous, the true indigenous. We are not for sale, for rent, for no one. Do not let anyone mislabel you again. This identity theft stops now. And the way we stop it is by stop using the bullshit language. Blessings. Get to know it. Know who you are. Gods, goddesses, kings, queens. You come from royalty. They're charging you for water. They're charging you for food that they have polluted. No longer. These are our lands. We are indigenous and we're fed up. Repost it. Let it be on every timeline of one who calls himself a so-called fake black. And if you continue, then you are the op. Indigenous way, we rise together. Got away.
Damn, y'all, I was laughing the whole time and my mic was on mute. y'all diabolical in this chat on my soul. Talk about something naughty. The way I was crying, laughing. In Old English, black person meant fair, someone devoid of color, similar to the word blanc, which still means white or fair person. I think Curry Davis was explaining that a little bit in one of his lectures from a while back, that he was explaining that and why it's not good for us to use it. You know, but then you got a bunch of people who want to argue with you about, you know, why you don't want to use black and why that's not appropriate either. You know what I'm saying? You can't win for losing with our people, man, because our people gonna always find a problem. Like always, man. Like, ain't, you know, it's just you can't win for losing. You'll say, nah, that's why we shouldn't use that. Then it goes into all this, oh, you just don't want to be you. Oh, God, you can't win with these motherfuckers. Like, I understand it now. You just can't win. You could tell them everything under the sun. present all the facts, all the information, the literature. They won't read the literature. Nothing. Ace called them out for that. Y'all asked the documentations. He put it in the chat. You won't even read it. You won't even read it. It's so much deeper, you know what I'm saying, than what they think it is. We not y'all. Fuck wrong with y'all. And y'all gonna learn one way or the other. Because every time it's coming up, we pushing back on that nonsense. We pushing back. I can't believe they blacked my screen for showing Jubilee. I hate y'all, Jubilee. Stop being pressed. Y'all better be happy somebody showing that shit.
Have several reasons proving this wasn't the Clotilda. First, the remains were too big to be the Clotilda. Information from historical documents also didn't match. We learned today that other shipwrecks were found, and the Alabama Historical Commission would like to examine those in the future. They also want to keep looking for the Clotilda, the last known ship to bring slaves to U.S. from Africa.
Just because this was not the Clotilda does not mean that the Clotilda is not out there somewhere. So we're going to...
Girl, it ain't out there. Y'all lied the first time. And somehow, I was calling this out too. Like, they still got all these celebrations for a boat that they didn't find in that river. All y'all that's out here capping like, those my ancestors came off of there. Y'all is lying like shit. Stop.
Go back to Montgomery, start strategizing on what the next step is to try to get funding.
I feel like there's still hope because I lived a long time, and me passing this history down to my children and my grandkids, they'll be able to know that their grandmama worked towards finding a solution to the real truth about the Clotilda.
Jones says she would like to complete a survey on what's in the middle of the channel buried deep below the mud. Reporting live in the newsroom, Elizabeth Rodo, Fox 10 News.
To enslave had been banned 50 years earlier in America's last slave ship. The Clotilda's remains were found in a backwater and muddy stretch of the Mobile River.
So, y'all see how this video came out 5 years ago. The other one came out 9 years ago, but yet they're still out here pump faking like they done found the remains in this damn river. They would just continue on with the lies.
Off of 12 Mile Island in a graveyard of ships. The Mobile built and locally owned schooner was part of a wager.
What? Schooner? Schooner? What was it? Then when we say these boats were schooners, y'all don't know what y'all talking about, blah, blah, blah. Man, me and OTK been on it. We been on it. And who else was that was up here that day? That was motherfucking, what's my man name that be over there at BCU? Damn. But he was up here that day too while we was cooking the slave boats. All fucking night. Cooking these boats. Cooking them. Literally. Schooners. Schooners, people. Like, just diabolical. Let me see if I could pull that up. There we go. Yeah, we still going over the DNA. Swordfish. My bad, y'all. I thought I was sharing the damn screen.
Was out at I was out at a family cookout. They had me out there on the fish, frying the fish.
Oh, nice.
I think I might be the best in the city, man.
You know what? Love some fish, okay?
Yeah, I was catching while I was on the Wanderer when the Ebos got off and wanted to walk back in the water. I just pulled out my fishing rod and caught me a few fish, and then
Over this joint right here.
Yeah,
you see how you do? You see how you do? You see how you do? I can't stand you Negroes. I can't stand you Negroes.
I figured I might as well just go ahead and drop me a line in the water. You know,
drop your line in the water. You ain't throw no net out. You ain't throw no net out, huh?
Yeah,
You just threw a line in the water.
I
Huh?
ain't have enough for a net. I just had enough for a stick in
Why they was laying down like this?
God damn.
And like that. You know, this is insane, y'all. Look at this.
Wood, you ain't right.
Man, I looked at them like, why y'all walking in the water, man? They got some good fish out here in Georgia, man.
Hey, come on, man. Sharice, just scroll up a little bit. Just scroll up.
Oh my God. I'm not about
No,
to cry.
because I got to address this. Just scroll up just a little bit. All right, right there. Right. Oh, too far. Just go back down a little bit. Yeah. I need both boats in the same motherfucking screen.
These two?
You know what I'm talking about. Oh, there we go. Thank you right there. Okay.
Y'all, this is
Let's
hilarious.
be rational. How? Just how?
Without it
How?
breaking. It's supposed to be wood.
No, fuck all the wood shit. I love you too, son. Give me a second. I love you too, son. Give me a second. How? So do they have a front to back thing for people going to the bathroom?
That's
Where
what
the
he
food
talking
at?
about in the thing. They supposedly did. I don't know. That's in your room.
Where?
A
Where?
slave room? A storeroom? I don't know what the fuck this shit
Hold
is.
on. That's what I'm saying. If you got those rooms, they're supposed to be designated for food, and then let's just say the bathroom, right? Let's just take it at face value. Come on, work with it. Do you?
Nah,
think
they was
that's
just under there dead looking, all like this, laying down like this. No. That's what the fuck they saying.
But
This is impossible to survive.
they did do me a solid. They let me put my fishing rod in the storage.
Boy, you ain't shit. You ain't shit. So I gotta ask this other simple question. There has, to my knowledge, or to anybody's knowledge, has there been any successful voyage from Africa to America across the Atlantic?
They ain't prove shit.
Directly across, not that I'm aware of.
Yeah, they ain't prove none of that. They up there, what they doing? What these niggas doing? These two.
Did you hear what I said, right?
Yeah, I hear you. He's still coming up the photo. Get this damn picture
Because that wouldn't be transatlantic.
Look at this.
It would not be transatlantic if it didn't go from continent to continent. You can't go from continent to island to continent. That's not transatlantic. I just figured out your bullshit real fast. Real fast. That's how simple common knowledge works. Continent to continent is trans. Continent to island is not, by definition. Ooh, just found a flaw in your game,
this
huh?
was the boat for the transatlantic jump during the Middle Passage.
There has never been no ship to sail across the Atlantic.
What you
Never.
saying? But this what they said. They said this the boat.
I mean,
Oh, I guess
even
that was Noah on that motherfucker too.
damn,
They had all the storage, the tonnage, they had the water on the
Yeah, Noah had to be on that boat.
he
That's
had
the
the
ark.
time. He
They
had the
had
time.
everything they needed to be successful in this motherfucker. Look at this.
Now wait, is that the bottom deck?
Hey,
But that's the third.
plan
That's
of lower deck with stowage of 292 slaves.
So they had
130 of these being stowed under the shells as shown in figure 8 and 6, whatever that should say. I can't see. Figure B and figure whatever. Y'all get the point.
so they had
Because I just
they
got
had
finished reading the whole article about, this is not reality here.
they had 3 rows like a Denali.
Hold on. The whole bottom of the
That
ship
was funny, bro.
was nothing but Negroes. And then they had an upper deck of the ship that was outlined in Negroes. And then they had where all the people that was holding them Negroes hostage on the top. Think about that.
Yeah,
So the
they
men was
was
over
they was in
here.
the front seat.
These supposed to be the boys, the kids, the little boys, and right here supposed to be all the women, according to that. So that's
Make
all the
that make
men.
sense.
They lying
Really?
like hell. And then not only that, like they said in the thing, like
Come
you look at the
on,
bodies
man,
to be
this don't
different
even
sizes.
sound
and-
fucking right. You
Look
mean
at
to
all
tell
the
me?
age. Look at that.
You mean to tell me we
Yeah.
just gonna be like, hey, let's just go and just be
What are the
slaves?
boxing?
Where are the books from Africa saying don't be in this area because they stealing people? I know you heard me say that, Sword.
But
I
that's
know
why
you
they
heard
keep
me say
going
that.
out with Africans enslaved their own people. That's not an excuse for that.
I ain't hear
And
I
then
ain't
they
hear you.
enslaved Africans. They didn't enslave us all the way over here.
I
They
ain't
joined over there to get us in this.
I ain't hear you say that straight smoke, but I did know when you came downstairs and got on the boat, you asked me if you want the top bunk or the bottom.
You see what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about?
Oh my God, this
You see what I'm
laugh.
talking about? I can't even talk to you no more. I can't even
Wolfish
talk to you
had
no more.
all
I
the
want the top
jokes.
bunk,
They
bottom
said
bunk.
they was cooking on this. Cooking where? Cooking
Nigga, I want
what?
the bottom bunk. You already know. Fuck.
See, that nigga lying.
And then I was like, Master, can you uncuff me? Cause he want
He wants the bottom bunk.
I'm
Bro,
like,
I can't go.
the fuck? Look at this. That's all the
I'm
women.
serious. And it's like, how do you look
Who
at
are
this
you?
image? How do you look at this image for real and take it at face value and do not understand that this is fiction?
Man, the sharks will be tearing this boat up. On
Fuck that
mothers.
shit. I'm gonna say this again. Okay.
On
I guess I
mothers.
gotta be the bearer of bad news. What's the one thing that's in the ocean? Come on. All right. Fuck it. Fuck it, Sharice. Hold on. No, Sharice. I'm about to get real serious with you. You never heard me say this. Nobody ever heard me say this. What's in the ocean? Watch this.
water.
A lot of water.
Huh?
A lot of water.
No.
In that motherfucking ocean.
No.
There's all types of shit in that motherfucking
You got
ocean.
worms.
No.
I believe it's mermaids
Fish.
down at the bottom of that bitch.
Hold
All
on.
kinds of shit.
I said I believe it's mermaids at the bottom of that bitch. Come on through. Period, ma'am. These earlier lives used to be great. See, y'all missed them early lives, man. When I first started my channel, man. Woo, Lord. Woo. And I still feel like that because I know, shoot, a mermaid can be like 20 feet long. 20 feet long. Like, you don't, like, what I think is, and this is just my theory, like, you don't really know what's at the bottom, like at the depth of the ocean. You don't know what's down there. You don't know. Because once you get to a certain part of the ocean, your bones is not about, you're not about to survive that shit at all. At all. At all. That's crazy. Oh, yeah. Go on, Sharice.
I believe it's mermaids
Fish.
down at the bottom of that bitch. All
Hold on.
kinds of shit. All
Guess
kinds of
what's in the
unusual
ocean?
shit too.
Guess what's in the ocean?
What?
A whole bunch of eggs and sperm. That's why it's salty.
Well, yeah.
You said a whole bunch of what?
I was going too far with my imagination. Okay. Look at the boat. It's the one you showed me yesterday,
Swore. What's in the ocean is called a whole bunch of eggs and fucking sperm.
And they was washing them with that water, they claim.
How much does a whale give off, bro? Do you know?
Nah, I don't know.
72,000 tons.
I believe.
Did you hear me?
Damn.
Did you hear what I said?
I think so.
That's what hey, bro, that's what he putting out.
Damn.
You heard what I said, right?
That boy shooting up the club.
They shooting up the club. For real. Hold on. How much does an orca give out? 52,000 tons. How much does a great white shark give out? 15,000 tons. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
You know what you swimming around in?
That's some bullshit.
Bruh, so you think that a nigga like me is going to the beach with these feminines that want to throw a pod in their ass and think that I'm safe in the water?
And you was on that boat. You was on this one.
Are you serious? What do sharks and orcas love? The smell of what?
Blood.
Blood.
You smoking some steak Kirkin.
Are you fucking serious?
Man, shark, you don't
Stop it and cut it out. Stop it and cut it out.
I don't imagine that Atlantic, bruh.
I just
I'm gonna
got
say this, and I mean all due respect. Just because you throw a tampon in ain't stopping the blood. Why you think you want to go swimming in the ocean? In the ocean.
if you got on Jesus boat, you know.
Oh my God. I can't stand
y'all. And then they said it was like 5 feet 6 inches wide in the deck, but they said something about it's supposed to be, I don't know, they claimed that other images depicted it as like 6 feet. But I'm like, none of that shit makes sense. None of those
God damn. Do I gotta really say that, girly girl? Why do I know the weight of sea mammals ejaculate? Is because of one thing. Check this out. Why are you putting yourself at the bottom of the food chain? Did you think about that? When you get in the ocean, what do you physically become?
Girly girl used to be tripping in that chat, bro.
The bottom of the food chain.
Bottom of the food chain. You think I want to swim around in that shit? Nope. 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 Think about it. Stop being overly. That's the problem with everybody. Stop being overly. Just know that what's in that water is why they don't want to go into the water. That's why they want to go into outer space. And they see they can't do that neither. That should tell you something. Straight up. All the shit that Sharice is showing you right now is fictional. There is no way they can do this. No way. No way.
And not get fucked up.
Well, if they was good at Tetris.
Did you say
then-
Tetris? Hey, Swore Fish, I can't talk to you no more. I can't talk to you no more. That nigga said Tetris. Like I was just playing Tetris yesterday with my oldest girl. You make me sick. He said Tetris. And actually, it wasn't even Tetris. It was Dr. Mario.
Peace and love, y'all. It's been 2 hours and 57 minutes. Thank you all so very much.
Swore, you ain't shit. You
I just
ain't
wanted to drop it in the comments. Elaborate on this
I
conversation
can't
about
take these niggas
article.
serious.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't take it no more either, man. This is comical now.
But they
When
believe this.
that nigga said there was a hole at the bottom of the boat, I damn near lost it. I was like, oh hell no.
They already got a plunge at the bottom of the boat. Think about
man.
it. They got a socket at the bottom of the boat.
That shit reminded me of like a Tom and Jerry cartoon. Something
Man,
like
that was Popeye. That was Popeye.
Oh yeah, Popeye. Yeah.
That was Popeye. Oh, come on, man.
Eat that spinach.
Come on, man. You know what? I'm showing my age. This shit's crazy.
Look, y'all.
This shit crazy.
This is another little something I wasn't planning on coming out with right now. But I just want to read the abstract because it's just gonna coincide how fucked up this narrative is.
This shit is
Borders and Betrayal in Zora Neale Hurston's Barracoon, Rethinking Truths and Facts in the American Slave Narrative. Narrative. Okay, I'm just gonna read the abstract for y'all. I'm not gonna do too much tonight. Due to skepticism about authenticity, facts became a central trope in the American slave narrative genre. Authors bolstered their credibility by emphasizing factual details about the barbarity of enslavement on Southern plantations, based on interviews conducted with Cujo Lewis, believed to be the last known surviving African slave in America. Zora Neale Hurston's I never get this word right. Posthumously.
I know it now, y'all.
Y'all get what I'm saying. Published Barracoon expands. That means after her death, so this is after she died and it was published. Barracoon expands the slave narrative's borders by unpacking the ramifications of transnational betrayal. Lewis's harrowing memory of the African corporates who captured and sold him to white slave traders complicates the slave narrative's adherence to facts. Although the transatlantic slave trade created and operated by Europeans and Americans was a greater evil than the slave trading practices carried out by Africans, Lewis' betrayal by his own African neighbors reveals an existential trauma often ignored by the facts of slave narratives. Barracoon is Hurston's as her most subversive, choosing to explore the unresolved complications of a truthful lived experience instead of the clarifying comfort of contained facts. So y'all gotta understand: slave narrative, transatlantic slave trade, truth, fact, and trauma. Those are the key words.
Okay. Did you see what happened though? Did you see the overlay for the underplay?
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, I ain't trying to come at you like that. Did you see the overlay for the underplay?
What you mean come at me like what?
Because guess what? They had to go at his woman to make her think that she needed to keep up with the Joneses.
And now I don't know what the hell Shay Smoke Butt was talking about right there. Let me see.
That was it.
Yeah.
That's all they had to do is make any woman believe.
This volume due to patrol.
I gotta show you how.
Who is telling you of transnational? We're creating these false narratives. And
Damn,
she
sis,
just got caught up in the whim of it.
Sis, I gotta show you how to make the motherfucker read for you.
I know.
I gotta show you how
Who
to
is
make
telling you? Oh, Shasan, leave us alone, Shasan. Seriously. Ain't that live?
Yeah, fuck that nigga.
So if y'all want me to go into it, I can go into it, but I just want y'all to understand, like, this slave narrative, they've been making it up since forever.
Forever.
They've been making it up, okay?
They had to get you to believe it. So it accept.
Hey, Tom, it's a replay, just so you know. Like, I miss Swordfish down. He ain't been around in a minute, but like I was just showing this little replay when Sword hit the pound. And you know, every time we talk that slave boat talk, you know, he had pulled up. So this is one of the gems that I got with him on here. So
Separate you from the land.
Yeah, in any way possible.
Because
And
that's
y'all want to be stuck
jurisdiction.
to them slave boats.
Because it's jurisdiction of them saying that we brought you here with us. You goofy. And you wasn't brought there. You was already here. Well, I mean, come on, man. This is getting redundant.
Some on European.
No, seriously. That's why I told people when I saw Franz Boas, I started going off. But of course, Top Cats, he was already hip. I love Top Cats. He was already hip. And I'm like, that's what it's all about. Because when it's all said and done, these folks is lying. Okay? She plagiarized. Okay? Because this is what they like to talk about too. The Clotilda, arguably the last United States slave ship to traffic in slaves from Africa, carried out its expedition about 50 years after the U.S. had already outlawed the transatlantic slave trade. Despite the official ban in 1808, American slavers continued to traffic in Africans, albeit at decreased volume due to patrols, until the Clotilda's final voyage in 1860.
So how's that
Lewis
possible?
was a teenager when he was sold to an American slaver and brought to the Plateau Magazine Point in Alabama in 1860, where he was held as a slave for approximately 5 years until Union soldiers told him he was free. Unlike most African slaves at the time who were already settled in the U.S. for generations, Lewis still had vivid memories of his African home. Thus, according to his testimony, he struggled for the remainder of his life to find a sense of belonging or community in the U.S.
How?
So here's where she comes into play.
How? See, none of that adds up right there, what you just said. None of that adds up.
That's just them reiterating what the story is of Clotilda. That's all they're doing. They're telling you what the U.S., what they're saying the Clotilda is about. That's what they're telling you.
I get it.
Yeah,
I truly get it.
I just want to be clear, you know. I don't know whether or not this person agrees with that or not. You know what I mean? But
the only reason I'm saying what I'm saying is because they have no proof of nothing that they're talking about. None. Show me a boat.
They can never. Hurston first
Show me
met and
anything.
interviewed Lewis Ni Olula Kosala in July 1927. Dr. Franz Boas, often dubbed as the father of American anthropology, enlisted Hurston, his mentee, to get a first-hand report of the raid that had brought him to America in bondage. The Journal of Negro History published Hurston's interview as Cujo's own story of the last American slaver. But years later, long after Hurston's death, the article was outed as a plagiarized document by a Hurston biographer, Robert Hemingway. Most of the article was secondhand information lifted from historical sketches of the South, a historical text by Alabamian farmer and writer Emma Langdon Roche, which examines the history of American slavery, including the story of Clotilda and the fate of the African slaves it ferried. So we need to understand, even that's a plagiarized story, y'all.
Can you go back over that?
Yeah.
Real quick. Was the guy from Alabama, you said?
Yeah.
And he was telling a tale of something. Hold on, not telling a tale, but he was.
So the woman, Emma Langdon Roche is from Alabama, apparently, and she's the one who pretty much was being plagiarized, and the biographer, Robert Hemingway, pretty much exposed her for plagiarizing the Barracoon story to begin with. So, you know, she's pretty much being exposed. And I was talking about this on my show like over a year ago. So this live is like a year old. So just kind of going over those little topics and talking about different things, trying to understand, like, you know, looking at the descriptions of slave boats and what they look like and what they said people came in here on. Like, we was making jokes about it because it's just really funny when you think about it, because it's like, dang, people were laying in all kinds of directions. Everybody's so jumbled up and tight up under here. There's nowhere to use the restroom, so they was just defecating, pissing on themselves. You know, I don't, it's not correlating to me. So anyway, peace to the panel. I see my big bro OTK, Aton, y'all. And I see CBG, Baby Firekeeper. Peace to everybody on the panel.
Yep, blessed up, guys. How's it going, sister?
Hey, it's going good. Shoot, I figured somebody get on the night shift tonight, it'll be me.
Word. OTK, what up, coach? What up, OTK?
I don't even know if OTK made it home yet. OTK.
Hey, what up, Firekeeper? Sharice, how you doing, sis?
What's up? I'm doing great. What's going on with y'all? Y'all got some commentary y'all wanna put out there?
Absolutely. You
All
already
right.
know I don't come up here to just be silent. Yeah. Definitely.
All right, go ahead, fire off.
Let's go. All right, so look, check this out, Sharice. Look at that from this perspective. Based on the history as it's told, it might be that in reverse. The only thing that we have, right, and this is where I try to simplify this shit, Sharice, is the bottom line, all we got at this point in time is a liquor ship. The history as it is, Sharice, is almost, I would say, 85% correct. The only problem that we got is who were the players and what do they look like? And this is why I say this, Sharice. This will fuck a lot of people up. And this will get people into their emotions. I say, here's an example. You go to PBS, History Channel, right? Those main two. And then if you want to go across the pond, you can look at BBC. In those examinations, let me give you one more, National Geographic. When you actually look at those three things, the first thing they always do, and I challenge anybody to go look. The first thing they always show is melanated people. Right after that, they get into theater, and then they show them pale skins, right? What might look like a Palestinian or so on and so forth. That being said, the only problem we have, Sharice, at this time is liquorship. The history has already been proven. But everything that they do is always based on those things right there. That's all I'm saying. So the fight and the chase is just that. Can you put yourself in that place at that time? Based on the history and what we already then concluded, is that them pale skins was already here in the 1900s. You can't prove that they was here prior to 1900s. You can't prove it. But we're chasing a narrative that we're following. And that's where we're going to be defeated. Because, Sharice, in all due respect, you know what I'm saying? It's across the board. This is why they get at me so much. You see, they always on me. They get frisky because I'm telling them that at the end of the day, you claiming Aboriginal Indigenous, but at the same time, you're still agreeing with their narrative, which is that these pale skins was here prior to the 1900s, 20th century. They was never here. Never here. And if you understand the dynamics, right, you would know, Sharice, that the bottom line is what a white person is. If you knew what a white person is and you actually embraced it, right? Because a lot of these brothers then embraced it and then ran from it, then you will say, okay, these people was not here. If these people that was considered to be white people or free white persons, and on top of that, we finding people in our family that was considered to be white, and we know we ain't found damn pale skin in our family. I mean, come on. 1 + 1 = what? 3? I think we can understand that we cannot keep going that route because we need to find remedy in this whole aspect. If we're not going to find remedy in the suspect classification, it's just not going to happen.
So I just want to be clear on what you're saying so I can make sure I'm understanding you before I respond to what you're saying. So you're saying that there was no white people here in the 1900s. Are you proposing that these Europeans were black people that were here? Or, I mean, I guess I just want to understand what it is exactly that you are proposing. I mean, I heard what you said, but I want to kind of say, you know, in place of whoever these white people that you feel wasn't here, was these black Europeans that was here?
Yeah, I can show you. Yeah. That's a fact. I can show you proof. And here's the thing, right? You mentioned Top Cats, right? This is what, when I was fucking with Top Cats, when I was on the panel with him and we was going back and forth, the bottom line is he was showing, just like Dame was showing, they were showing that these people that was actually in those times, in the 15, 1600, 14, 13, 1200s, 1100s, all the way back up to the 1600s, right? 1619 Project.
Okay.
All the people over there that was considered to be Europe at that time, or the Moors, Black Europeans, the Huguenots, the Popes, these all was melanated people. On top of that, we're talking about the timeline of the 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 1700s, that melanated people were still running Europe. Those people, look, Top Cat, Dame, pretty much laid it out. That's why I fuck with them. The bottom line is they laid that shit out. Then on top of that, I found BAP, Supreme. You know what I'm saying? I found these brothers that actually was mimicking the same thing. I said, oh shit, okay, we good. So the bottom line is that if we know that all these people were melanated at a certain point in time, then they was melanated. It's just connecting the dots. That's the thing we ain't done yet, Sharice. We ain't connected the dots yet. Anybody might say they connected the dots, but they ain't connected the dots yet.
Well, there has to be a fallacy somewhere in there because, I mean, I'm not saying that there wasn't, you know, black European rulers or, you know, those people who might have came here. I don't disagree with any of that, but then when I think about what you're saying, I just think about, well, damn, somebody was in. I mean, I look at the pale skins as a lot of them coming to America and being in some form of bondage. So maybe in the context of them not coming here and being in full leadership, it's probably not a thing, but I know for sure that some of them pale skins is over here as slaves and in bondage on this
No,
land.
no.
Oh, I don't agree with you then, because
No, we're not gonna agree, and you're not supposed to agree with me.
Yeah.
Like real talk, Sharice, because this is something that is so profound that it's gaslighting. You know what I'm saying? Every time you hear me talk, Sharice, I gaslight a lot of people and they get on my ass, right? They get emotional, they go back and forth with me, they this, that, and the other. They agree, and then they don't want to agree just about how it's delivered, right? So it ain't even that. So you disagreeing with me is not a bad thing because we got to get to the bottom line. Here's the bottom line. And I give you one example. The Black Boy King, right? Who's the Black Boy King? That's
you might say
Charles V.
Okay.
Charles V. Right? So Charles V, Bat, Truth. I'm just going with your guys. Top Cat, Supreme. They all verified that Charles V was a black man. And in that time, he was in America doing relationships with the Incas. The Inca, right? That term means chief. They've all verified these things. Inca means chief. These Incas, and they show the whole calendar, everything. We talking about old boy, Cootie Mayo and all that shit. These people are regurgitating information. So all of them know it's just they want to be in front. But at the end of the day, it's cool. But the Inca, in that language, in our language, means chief. So Charles V, as they said it, was considered to be the last chief, but he was over there in Europe. At the same time, Sharice, we was doing business over there. There's plenty of pictures, plenty of documentation of Aboriginal people, indigenous people going over to Europe doing business. This is where you get to your peace and friendship treaties that was going on. This is where you get the Moors coming in. See, the Moors come in that same line. See, this is where people get afraid, right? They don't want to check people at the door, and they don't want to sit there and ask a question because they don't know if it's real or not, and they don't even know if they want to have a conversation because they so stuck on this dynamic. I mean, if it is what it is, it is what it is. But at the end of the day, if you're gonna put the shit together, I've been listening to these people a long time, Sharice.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is I've been knowing this shit since the 90s. It just was something on another level. See, this is where you hear a lot of people going back to this Pan-Africanism. They're going back to the Bible. They're going back to Christianity, and because that's their safe haven. But I've been doing this shit since the 90s, and I've always been trying to figure it out. But they don't even know. I've been giving them so much credit. This is why I fuck with them, because I give them a lot of credit because I've been trying to put pieces together, and I'm older than all of them. I got sons their age. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I've been trying to put it together, and they I said, oh shit, there it is. What we didn't know was in our generation, a white man was always put in front of us, a so-called white man. Everything that we dealt with, but we didn't know how to discern what we was looking at. So my thing was, Sharice, was to look at the whole dynamic of what they was putting forth. The one thing they put forth, if you look at everything they was doing, and this is where they went to Ancient Aliens. Because because we was debunking shit. And even the pale skins was debunking this shit. They was like, hey, these people always been here. So, at the end of the day, it's like, okay, how can we come to a conclusion on this shit? The bottom line is we can go straight to the 1500s. And we got our main guy, Charles V, who's a main motherfucker right there. And then we got King Philip. And then we got King Henry. And then we got King James. You can put those loops together. We can connect the dots. And then we know that's who we are. Now, at the end of the day, we got to figure out who actually put these documents together in order to manipulate the facts. But it can't be disputed, Sharice, that these people were melanated people. That's it. And everybody that's telling the story right now, when you look at them, they don't look like us. And then on top of that, anybody that's championing those conversations that so-called look like us are tethers. If you want to look at what a real tether is, that is somebody that is championing that conversation. That is the tether. Anybody that's trying to enforce white supremacy is a tether.
I don't disagree. I don't
All
disagree with that statement.
All right, I'm off my soapbox. Thank you
You
for
are
letting
right.
me get that in. Thank you for letting me get that in.
Of course, I'm not going to interrupt you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to do that at all. Because I think what we all are trying to do here is, and I think that you hit it on the head when you said we're all trying to get to the bottom of this and get to what the truth ultimately is. I'll say though that is an interesting sentiment. Like, I mean, I think the things that I've been looking at and researching, I think that I haven't really done as much in-depth research into the Black Europeans. And I know I need to do more research into that. But I don't think it would be in my place to deny that a lot of these Slavs definitely made contracts, definitely had contracts to come into this land and work, and however way we want to look at that, be enslaved, however way we want to frame that. Like, we can't say, and this is just my opinion, that some of them wasn't here. Some of them was in this bitch. And we could look at that just based off just what we see now. That they asses, they ain't just get here in 1950.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
We gotta be realistic, when we say, certain things. Like, we know that certain things took place. Were they the rightful people? Absolutely not. Should they have been in that position? Absolutely fucking not. But they were. And I think we can't overlook that. But like I said, I do agree with the Black Europeans that something like that did occur. I just don't have as much research on it. That's all. So I don't want to really speak too much to it without knowing, a lot about it.
Check this out, Sharice. I'm not going to get an interruption. So let me give you a history of my family, right? On my daddy's side. And I told this story on Smoke Signal channel. But it's a lot of trolling that go back and forth because everybody just want to be this super indigenous aboriginal person, right? I did my whole genealogy. On my daddy's side, right? His mama, my daddy, on September 26th, he just turned 85. Right? So I know the history. Right, he from Louisiana, Evangeline Parish, St. Landry, Mamou, Louisiana. His mama, right, my grandmother, is a French-speaking woman. When I did the genealogy, check this out, Sharice. It's fucked me up. I see my granddaddy and I see my grandmama, right? I met them one time. And you know, my grandfather was a brother. You know what I'm saying? He had big afro, shit like that. Met his brothers, yeah, niggas, right? Met my grandmother, and she was fair skinned, right? Big, thick, long hair, shit, spoke French. I mean, I was a baby at that time. So when I looked at the census, right? I think this was 1940. He was labeled white. It was 1940s. They was born in the early 20s. So they was married. He had a lot of land patent, all that shit. She was labeled a Negro. He was labeled white. I said, that can't be right. That can't be right. See what I'm saying? Now, the story my pops told me, right? He told me about the situation, right? This is why he don't really fuck with, like, he never said, he said, I don't fuck with pale skins, none of that shit, right? I said, why? Because he told me that when his mother married my grandfather, they disowned her. Now, all these people are French and Spanish speaking people. This is just what I learned. Oh, just on that side, right? So I'm like, wait a minute. What we got going on here? So what I came into, it's a documentary. It's a docudrama called Feast for All Saints. Find that. Feast for All Saints. Find that. Because it's making the link with Haiti, the transportation of people coming over here on the ports over into Louisiana. They focus on New Orleans, but really that shit was going on everywhere. And just like the story they got in the Carolinas and Virginia, same thing was going on in every port. Louisiana, Texas, California, San Francisco, and those areas. You know what I'm saying? We have ports going on. Even in Georgia. Anywhere there was a port, even Ellis Island, you had people coming in all the time. We was bringing them in though, Sharice. This is the thing. People don't want to be accountable. But we was bringing these people in. But what these people look like at that time, you see what I'm saying? That was just the whole thing. So I was just kind of looking at my family. I was like, damn, was we slave owners? Like, was we indenturing these people in? Because at the end of the day, it was like my daddy told me the story a whole different way. And he was like, yo, he said she was a French East Indian. He called her an East Indian. And I was like, oh, okay. All right. Now my grandfather's name is O'Shea, right? Like Ice Cube's name is O'Shea. His name is O'Shea. So I went and did a whole genealogy and shit like that. I'm like, God damn, like she is actually descendants Moors, what you would consider to be Moors, Andalusia, all that shit. I'm looking at the whole, but even in her bloodline, Sharice, she never touched Africa. Her family never touched Africa. And she will be considered to be a Negro. But she never touched Africa.
What?
never touched Africa. That would be my closest shit though, Sharice. I like real talk. Like I was looking at it. Oh, her family touched Canary Islands. Like they came to the Canary Island. Part of her family hit the Canary Islands. The other part of the family hit Florida, and another part of the family hit Mexico.
When was that?
That was shit. That was 1400s.
Damn.
Yeah, that was like the 1400s. Like in her family, she got Ponce de Leon. In her family, like she got mayors, like high price motherfuckers in Mexico, and marriages with indigenous people in the man. I'm telling you, this shit is absolutely.
Where'd they come from?
I mean, it's amazing though, bro. Like it's real talk.
Where'd they come from though?
Well, her family came from Andalusia, Spain, Andalusia, Spain, Latinos.
Right.
Like her whole get down, my grandmother's, my dad's mama, whole get down go from Louisiana, Canada, Canary Islands, like the main line, Canary Islands to Andalusia, Spain. Like the whole what you consider to be the Moorish Empire. She comes straight from that.
And they can they told you about it. You didn't have to go study that. They passed that down, right?
My dad told me about that. Yeah,
right.
I didn't understand that shit, Cap.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I know what you're saying.
But now it makes sense though. It makes sense.
Yeah. Once you look at all this shit, you be like, damn. So they was making moves before this fucking bullshit they've been trying to tell us. They was already moving.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the cool thing about it. Like my pops, like I said, he 85. Like he do not like white people for no reason.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like he don't like them.
That's how my people is. They don't like that. Hey, I
But
got
he'll
some
pass.
videos. Me and my grandma. I got some videos. Hey, she can't stand them motherfuckers.
Yeah, my pops can't stand them.
Yeah.
Like he stay with dark women. He got with my mama. You know what I'm saying? He's like, shit, he said, I don't get nothing with, cause like when I was growing up, they called my pops Fu Manchu. You remember Fu Manchu?
Yeah.
Yeah, they call him Fu Manchu. He had a long beard. He kind of got an Asian look to him. You know what I'm saying? But he medium dark, like my complexion.
Yeah.
But he about 5'6". He 5'6". He's short, stout. But they just call him Fu Manchu. You know what I'm saying? But
He got nigga hair or
yeah, he got nigga hair.
Yeah, see that's the thing.
Yeah, he's something.
Nigga might look like a Chinese nigga, but nigga, how the fuck I got nigga hair though?
Yeah, he definitely Fu Manchu.
Yeah.
he definitely like that. And but when you get to the situation, right, and you understand the history of it, and if you so indigenous, right?
Yeah.
We pretty much circumnavigated this whole world. So everything is kind of connected to us, however it went. You know what I'm saying? He got old blood, I got old blood. So we already know we ancient. So whatever it is and what it might be, that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? But I don't even give a fuck about that shit, Cap, because the bottom line is you are who you are. You come from who you come from. I'm not going to sit here and try to act like I'm something.
Nah, you ain't got control over that.
Yeah, I have no control over that. I am who I am. This is just what it is. But I know on my mama's side, boy, we in Kanawha, Seminole County, Creeks, Muskogee, all the way back to Alabama, all the way back to the
Right.
motherfucking Powhatan Empire. I can show proof of that
Yep.
on documentation, like on documentation. Even if motherfucker want to challenge me on the Powhatans, I can show you exactly contracts and agreements that my great great grandfather and my great great uncle, my great great grandmother had contracts with the Seminole chiefs.
Yeah.
And they owned hundreds of acres, and they had oil, they
Right.
had everything. I got pictures. I
Now
got all this shit.
that's where I like when you be coming on, because you be coming with that you know, that law and that you know, like a lot of people they kind of like they fuck it up, you know what I'm saying? But I see where you going, and
Yeah.
I said, yeah, I like that. I
But
said,
see,
yeah,
you know, I'm not trying. I'm it's got to get out there, Cap.
I know,
Because the bottom line is that it
You
got to
got
get
to.
out there to the ones that are listening. I peep you.
It is.
You know, I'm not trying to prove anything to nobody. All I gotta do is spit what I spit and know what I know.
Just keep doing it. It's gonna get out. It's
It ain't
getting
gonna
out.
stop. It
Yo,
really ain't gonna
it's getting
stop.
out. They might not tell you, but it's getting out.
Hey,
your
Captain.
your shit is getting out.
Hey, Captain, trust and
What's
believe.
up, fam?
If it got to a certain point and I told people pull up and we gonna flood that motherfucking chat and we gonna flood that panel, it's gonna get a little different. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just gonna go ahead and take all the floods and shit like that. Because this is just this is where it needs to be. I'm gonna get to that point to where somebody says, all right, let's do it. And when I hear somebody say let's do it, then I'm gonna get on the horn and I'm gonna say, all right, we coming forward. And then we'll make it our show. I mean, I did that shit, Cap, on what's that with the sisters and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Those and they'd be on. Unscrambled Minds. I pushed that shit to motherfucking I pushed that shit to Sarnetta.
Yeah.
I pushed it to OTK. I pushed it to DJ Cut. I pushed it to Supreme, Top Cats.
Yeah.
I pushed it to all of them. I pushed it to Smoke. I mean, you gotta look at it like this. I told him, I said, look, you wanna challenge me? I said, look, all I need is give me a time and let me have a segment. I said, all I need is 45 minutes to an hour. And I said, look, I will put it right on the line. I'm gonna have people come and we're gonna put the shit on the table. All they gotta do is give me the time, but they have not given me the time so we could put the trolls to the side. I said, we put the trolls to the side, we can make it happen, Captain.
Because you got the body blows.
Man, I got plenty of them.
They don't want the body blows.
Okay, so what is it then, Captain? Is it fear?
They act like they want the body, but then when then they don't want, then they be like, you know what I'm saying? Then they want to throw some shit in the game, start ducking and shit. You know what I'm saying? Then they want to start, oh, you a bitch. Oh, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Then you fall into that, and then next thing you know, y'all niggas cussing niggas out. You know what I'm saying? You ain't even talking about your shit no more. You know what I'm saying? They keep doing that shit.
Yeah, and I don't.
They know you about. They know you about to. Once they know you about to drop that gem. That's when they start coming at. They start throwing all the kitchen with the sink and all that bullshit.
Cold shit about it though, Captain Crunch. I can actually put all that shit to the side. And I can actually show them.
That's what I'm saying.
I can show them my family.
Don't let that shit
I
get
can
to
show
you.
the Flower
Let that
Moon
shit bounce
movie.
off you and keep doing your shit.
I can show them the Flower Moon movie in my family.
Yeah.
All that shit that Flower Moon shit, whatever that movie was, I ain't even watched that shit yet. I ain't gonna watch it because my mama told me don't watch that shit, and all my people in Oklahoma said don't watch that shit. That's that bullshit right there.
Right.
I can actually show them just the whole dynamics of that shit in my family. We went through all that shit. My family going through that shit right now. My cousin do it 325 years. I had cousins lynched,
Yeah.
burnt alive, in
Yeah.
prison for the rest of their life, and that go all the way back to my uncles and my great uncles and my great grandmothers and all this
Right.
shit, aunties and all this shit. Man, people
Right.
in Oklahoma didn't make it past 30. And
Hey,
when I if I can show pictures, because I can't show
that's
them,
what I'm
but if
saying.
I can show pictures, they got pictures them sitting on big lands with oil wells behind them.
Yeah, that's what I'm the same. I got the same story.
But people act like that shit ain't
But
real.
it
Like
is
that shit
real.
ain't real. Like nigga talking about something that ain't
The
shit.
all the stuff y'all been saying, all the stuff y'all been saying, I looked in my stuff and it's lines up with all that. I said,
A case,
because
Captain. I got a
huh?
case. I could pull up a case right now with my great uncle that I'm talking about that got caveats and agreements with the chiefs in Seminole County in Kanawha. Man, he won a case. Like he got a case precedent. I could put it right up on the summer grant on the summer jam screen. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
This nigga lost his shit based on what the motherfucking Flower Moon movie was talking about, and he actually won his shit back.
Yeah.
And the Seminole Chiefs came right behind him and said, "Oh, this is our shit."
No,
Like, we put it right behind him.
I'm telling you.
And he got his shit back. And they ran a whole gamut. And this nigga plucked a couple people, banged him out.
Yeah.
And then they was about to threaten him with the rest of his life.
Yeah, they be
His whole
playing
family.
dirty. They be
And then
playing dirty ball. They don't even play.
I mean, this shit is crazy.
Hell yeah, they man. And
like
then
these people don't understand, Captain Crunch, when these people be talking, like they don't understand that they hit me in a way that I'm like, motherfucker, this is the shit.
I know.
Like, I didn't think about it on that spectrum, but they don't understand what they got and what the delivery that they given with the information. And I'm like, yeah, I'm with that shit. Like I'm with that. You know what I'm saying? But they trolling.
But they don't feel you though.
Why? Why don't they?
I don't know. That's fucking crazy.
Because I know more than them.
It's something.
Think I'm older than them. Yeah, I'm grandpa around this, but I'm 56 years old. These niggas, look, all we gotta do is this, right? This is all we gotta do. And you amping me, you get me hyped more. Because the bottom line is all we gotta do is this. You say, okay, look, they got a problem with elders. I'm letting them know I'm that elder you want to fuck with.
Right.
I'm with that. I'm with everything. I'm with all the bullshit. Like I'm with that. Like I'm ready to go. And I got the information and I can provide you proof. And I can put it in law. And I can show you the history of everything, how it all ties back into what we going right now. We can actually get all the recoupment, all the reparations, all the restoration, everything that we do. All we gotta do is put it in its proper place. And I can do that.
Yeah. That's what I'm working on now.
Nigga, I put my motherfucking chin on the table on that shit.
Shoot, I got my mom's fired up. Cause I've been fucking with y'all niggas and then I've been talking to my mom. You know, all the shit I've been learning from y'all. And then I've been talking to my mom. And she been like confirming all this shit. I'm like, damn, this shit. I'm new. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm like, shit, y'all niggas gonna put me up. Now I'm like, well, shit. I started looking at it. I'm like, God, man, what? Nigga from Africa. Nah, nigga, you better get your ass. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And then it started from cut. I was fucking around on my on the YouTube, and I seen cut shit, and I fucking clicked on that shit, and it's been a wrap.
Yeah, for sure.
That,
Yeah, I fucks with cut.
yeah.
Like, I fuck when I was fucking with Top Cats, and then cut popped up on my motherfucking stream. You know, my whole breakdown. I went and fuck with him, and they was going in.
It's like,
I
what's
jumped on
this?
that. I jumped on that
Yeah.
motherfucker. I was
I
like,
heard
oh,
that. I said, "Oh, this shit fire." I said,
hell
"Hold up,
yeah.
who this nigga?" Yeah, that nigga. That nigga deep. I was like, "Oh, this shit gangster."
Yeah.
Then the motherfucker, that nigga had some. That nigga, they had them. That nigga, they had them Aboriginal niggas rapping and shit. I said, "Oh, this shit tight." I said, "Damn." Then that nigga had to. I said, "Damn, this nigga shit is hard." So I started fucking with him, and then I started listening and shit. I said, "Oh shit." I said, "These niggas are spitting some real shit." And then you know, then he started doing the panel and shit. That's when I started hearing Jackie Brown and Sister Betty and motherfucking Alabama. and that's what I started learning about everybody. You know what I mean? I'll be working and shit, but I'll be listening, you know what I'm saying? And I said, damn, this shit hard, you know what I'm saying? Then that A-Time popped up. And I said, yeah, I like that nigga. He be spitting some shit. I like, you know what I'm saying? Cause you be spitting about that like, you know, like if you you know, it's certain ways you gotta come when you go in the courts. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta know the language and all that. You can't just come up in there. I done heard you done broke the shit down, you know what I'm saying? Then niggas be trying to clown and shit. But I'm like, nah, that nigga spitting real shit. I know you be getting mad though. That's when I'll be like, this nigga to getting mad. Letting these niggas, you know what I'm saying? That's the only time I'll be like, damn, they time to let their ass get to them. Now that niggas just crash out after that.
Yeah, my bad. I got a phone call. Hey, look. When you you know, the thing about me, Cap, is I'm serious. Like
That's what I'm saying. I know that nigga
I'm real
serious.
serious about what I do.
I am too though. I'm
I'm a
serious
different.
too.
I know I'm in a different generation, right? So
Yeah.
a lot of people when they hear me talk, they think I'm young and I'm talking like I'm young. I'm like, nah, this is just who I am. You know what I'm saying? I'm full of life. You know what I'm saying? I keep young people around me. I got a lot of goons. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta stay up to the conversation or what it is. But I'ma still stay who I am.
Yeah.
Sometimes I forget that I'm 56 years old, but that's a good thing.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, when it get to a certain point, right, I already know I got an advantage. You know what I'm saying? You heard me up here, Cap. I told these people, man, let's get in the ring and let's talk the type of shit and let's get it. Because it ain't gonna do nothing but help everybody. Let's
If a
help each
nigga
other.
know the
I'm not talking about
goddamn,
I'm gonna win,
if a
but I'm
nigga
gonna
know the
win.
statues, if a nigga could quote the statue to your ass,
They can't do it.
that nigga know what the fuck he talking about.
They can't do it. They
Tell
can't do it.
nigga, what's the statue, nigga?
They can't do it.
Nah,
They can't.
nah.
See, because this See, the reason why I do this, because they talk about how ancient we are and how we did this and how we did that. But when I start speaking these codes and these constitutions and all this shit, then they want to sit and run from it. But at the same time, they saying we created everything, so we didn't create that. Obviously, we did.
Yeah, we did, but it
we had to create the United States Code, the Federal Codes, the Uniform Commercial Codes, the
Right.
Constitution, business and trade and all this shit. These motherfuckers talk this
But
shit
they
because they
just
talk
barely
about
got
getting a
over.
job.
They just barely got over here.
I mean,
That
they
stuff
don't know
take.
that I'm the
That
biggest
stuff.
troll on this motherfucker. Boy, I piss people off. I love it.
That's what I'm saying. Just keep hitting them with them. You know.
So, Captain Crunch, let me ask you a question, man. Let me ask
Go
you.
ahead.
Do you really think people are actually trying to get a solution, or they just want to just come up here and talk?
Yep. The second what you said. The first thing, nah. Nope.
Let me ask you another question. Anything that I have said, is it if I'm telling you, okay, so let me put it in this perspective. Anything that I've said, is it outside of your reach?
Nope. I mean, you said the stuff you said, you was just trying to school niggas on how to come at the proceedings and all that. You trying to school niggas like, yeah, man, certain shit, don't come at them like that. Come at them like this. And I'm like, yeah, that's real shit. Cause I done been through that bullshit. You can represent yourself and then get smacked. Be looking stupid unless you know what the fuck you talking about.
And that's my main point.
That's what you said. Yeah, that's all I already know. I said that's what he trying to tell these niggas.
Yeah,
It's
if you got a
you gotta
guilty
know-
mind, all the way at the set, them cats gonna see that off the rip. They gonna see you got a
they
guilty
already
mind.
gonna-
They gonna run a play on you.
Yeah, they gonna
they gonna run a
they
play on you.
gonna it's kind of like a nigga play chess. They gonna make a move, and then you gonna bite on that, and then they gonna hit you with that other move that you just see, nigga.
Checkmate. Checkmate. Now, if let's say, right, like I didn't know about the encyclopedia of American indigenous history, or that documentary that Bat had pulled up.
Yeah,
Right? So,
I'm here. Hey, that's news to me too.
yeah, that's cold business right there.
I said,
We
damn,
can
this
actually every day we could take a portion of that.
Yep.
And just break it all down and show these different type of things. I've actually, when I got that PDF that he put out there, man, I studied that shit front and back.
Yeah, I need to get that.
Man, I don't know. They put that shit in their back pocket. I'm like, hell no, that shit is right in my front pocket. Like, I'm gonna pull that shit out, and I'm
I
gonna
would have
say,
been on it.
okay, well, if
Yeah,
this is
yeah.
what it is, if
I didn't
all
even know
these
they
things
had that.
happen,
See, that's the shit. I'm like, okay, if all this stuff existed, why we get educated on that? Why we get educated with all this bullshit instead of all that other stuff that's out there that they ain't even fuck? I'm like, man, that stuff that's history too.
and that's the key. That's what I was telling Sharice, is like, at the end of the day, all they have is the lookership type thing that they like to use this word lookership.
Yeah.
That's
if you
all they
look in
got.
all their science of racial uh classification.
Right.
It ain't no fucking scientific you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's like if you go back couple videos, they was talking about the bones.
Mhm.
And they were saying how the bones were saying that those was Negro bones. And that was science confirming it. Now how could you fucking rebut that? They always want to say, "Oh, well, rebut that then." The fuck, they the ones saying it. We're not saying it. They saying it. That's why I like when the motherfucker get some shit where they saying they confirming what we saying. That's the shit I want y'all niggas to just get all that. Like let them confirm it. So you ain't even gotta speak. You can say, hey, here you go. He's saying it right here. The motherfucker, you say that he the one that's saying it. That's how you get their ass. Cause they don't want a nigga like I learned some shit. I said I could tell a nigga some shit. He won't listen to me. But I go get a white boy to tell him that shit. They listen to him.
Yep. That is
Crazy.
ancient. That's
Yep.
ancient. Yeah, let that white boy tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's like when
let that nigga tell you. That
a nigga
nigga tell
open
you
a
something,
business.
nigga. You trying to hustle me, nigga.
Hey,
You gonna be checking your pockets. You're like,
right.
damn, nigga. Hold on, make sure I got my wallet. When a
Yeah.
nigga get to
But
talking to
look,
you, right? Real
I
talk.
open a business. I let my I let my white homeboy. I'm gonna tell him it's your shit. Don't let nobody know that I'm the owner. And that motherfucker be popping. When they find out I'm the owner, nah, nigga can't get no business.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Niggas is haters, niggas. That's it. These niggas is fucking haters. That's all it is. Niggas is just straight haters. Don't want to see a nigga. Don't want to see a nigga shine.
All right. So, based on what you said, let me ask you a question. Based on the situation, what is going on right now in these dynamics, do you think, quote unquote, white boy did it, or did we do that? Niggas. Did niggas do it, or did white boy do it? Who put us in the situation that we in? White boy that beat our ass, put us in the situation, or uh other niggas did that shit.
Man, I'm still more on I'm still on the white man did it. Cause I look at the nature, you know, and that line up with how they is. It's like you look like we said little small little tops.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, and you look at how they do, you know what I'm saying? And it's lining up with how they did. That's them.
Let me
They
give
want
you
to
an
run
example.
everything. They want to be on top and in control of all the, you know what I'm saying? And then if you say something, then they don't want to, you know, they don't want to admit that they, you know, they want to keep on blaming the boogeyman. Oh, it's Al Qaeda. Oh, nigga. So y'all just gonna keep on. See, you already know what I'm saying.
Let me give you an example. Why
Yeah.
it's that. Let me give
Go
you an
ahead.
example why it's not. Right, this is my family. In 1911, right, my great uncle was leasing land
Yeah.
in Seminole County,
Mhm.
what they call Seminole County today, right?
Yeah.
Weewonka, Muskogee.
Yeah.
And these people was coming from the East Coast.
Yeah. Yeah.
When they was coming over here from the East Coast, they was bringing pale skins over here
Uh-huh.
to work the mines,
Yeah.
right? Do the digging, do the drilling, doing all that shit. They was working that shit.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a trip too, cause all them pictures you see is fucking white people
Right.
that was doing all that with the oil on their face and shit. I ain't see no niggas with that shit.
Exactly. Now, my point is that how can within a matter of minutes they could be dictating a program, running policy? How can they do that?
Yeah, how the hell did that happen?
It couldn't have. It couldn't have. They was coming off the islands. They was coming off the shores, being dropped over here, or they was already here in certain pockets and they was put to work. But look,
Yeah,
I'm telling you, I'm
yeah. I
getting this
mean, yeah,
information.
that's
Like my
some
mama's 80.
hey,
My
let
mama's
me,
80 and my dad is 85. They told me the story.
that's
What was
crazy shit.
actually going on at that time. My mama from Oklahoma. Like she told me what was actually happening
Man,
during that time.
that shit hey,
She
they said
she actually saw and witnessed how they started carving the lines and separating things. You see what I'm saying? Like she was there. She saw how they was changing things around, and then eventually, like she started going to school with pale skins. It was lamping them. You know what I'm saying? It was putting them there. That squatter shit. They was actually doing that, and she actually witnessed that shit. They ain't dictate nan policy on nothing. They had no influence, no call on anything that was going on within the government at that time. This is where
I know.
the
I mean, yeah,
conversation need to be had.
I
You know
know,
what I'm
cause
saying?
it was like a gap from there to like where we at.
Now she was born in the 40s.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm
So
saying like
she had to witness it
I
10
know,
years after that, when she
but
was
they
12,
ain't
13,
telling us
14. You know what I'm saying?
that,
She was still she
right.
still was a baby.
But
And
they're
she was
not
like
telling
12,
us.
13, 14 years old. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But see, that's the part like that they didn't tell. They're hiding that. Like, because a lot of stuff had to happen in them times for this to happen. Because I remember y'all saying uh about a month ago when y'all saying what y'all was talking about the banks. And
Talk about it. Talk about it.
y'all was saying who y'all said well what was the first bank? And then nigga looked it up. It was in Philadelphia, wasn't it? And it
Talk
was
about it, man.
and then it was like then nigga kept on going digging deeper and shit. And then it was like, well hold up. And then they had the date and it was like 18 what something like. And then it was like, hold up. How the hell was that when this was going on?
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? So it's like once niggas start looking at shit, something sounding funny.
Now, the one thing I also mentioned at that time was that when you get into the Civil War, right? Even
Yeah,
the Revolutionary War. But if we come fast forward to the Civil War, and then we come to Reconstruction Act, and then we come into the New Deal,
right.
right?
Mhm.
That Roosevelt did, and when they brought in the Federal Reserve,
The Federal Reserve.
man, that shit right there bankrupt all of our banks at that time. And we can go with the mainstay of what they talked about was Tulsa, right? They talk
Yep.
about Tulsa, right? When
Yeah.
the white boy said that we were loaning them money.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we had the banks, we had the pharmacies, we had the motherfucking institution, we had everything popping. Insurance policies, everything. We had all that shit popping.
And
And
then
they had to look, Cap. They
go
had to
ahead.
bring in this motherfucking. I'm gonna hammer that shit home again. I'm glad you brought it up. They had to bring in the Fed to rival us. The only way they was gonna be able to get any type of power and to bankrupt our banks or even steal all the shit. That's where the bank barons come in. All Bonnie and Clyde and all that shit. That's what they was doing. They was robbing our banks. The bottom line, the only reason why they had to bring that in order to create another fiat or some type of currency that could rival ours and have everybody go in that direction. Now, in that time, right? Because the what did that call the 1920 the Great Depression and all that shit and all the bankruptcies started going on when in 1929, right?
Yeah.
In 1926, this is where you get the Indian Citizenship Act. Before that, we wasn't even involved in none of that shit. They had to get us in order to get a levy on top of our shit. And this is what people don't want to talk about. The only way they was able to survive and able to do what they do is able to bring some external forces into America in order to rival our banks and then take that gold out of that shit. That's what the New Deal was about. Take the gold, take Article
Right.
1, Section 10, Article 1, Section 8 out of the motherfucking gamut. Because everything had to be done in gold.
Right.
And silver was an option. But gold was the shit. And that was how we set the shit up way back in the motherfucking 1700s. We told them,
Right.
this is how you gonna function. You function
And
in
then
gold and silver, and you don't do nothing else. They spent
that's why all these
200. They spent what
other countries.
100? What
That's
was it
why
like
they're
100 years? No, what is it? Yeah, they spent 100 and something years trying to get our reserves out the system. You're talking about Fort Knox in Tennessee.
Yeah.
You're talking about all that type of shit that they was doing at that time, brother.
Yep.
And people don't want to look at it.
And they got it.
And they got it.
Remember when Cuddy said, "We've been robbed."
That part.
That's what when he said that, I said, damn. I was thinking of that shit even before I started listening to Cuddy. But I said, yeah, that nigga. Because I said, I just all my just my thinking and all the shit I done found out and shit. That's what I came up with. And then I heard that nigga Cuddy was like, I said, yep. I said, this is the biggest fucking robbery. Huh?
Y'all talk about the New Deal and Roosevelt?
Yes,
well, it's part of that's like but before that, I think that 9/11 was when they hit them. That's when that's when they got them. And that was all just a distraction.
9/11 was diabolical.
Hell yeah.
That was.
Yep.
Yeah, there was an executive order, Sharice. At the same time, the New Deal was put in, right? You got HJR 192, House Joint Resolution 192, Public Law 7310. Then you had an executive order. Prior to that, there was an executive order. You see how Trump and all these
Yeah,
presidents
they
keep bringing
collaborating.
these. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
They collaborating,
Right.
but they
So
act like they're against each other.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
They're
But
full of shit.
yeah, but when that happened, before House Joint Resolution, before it hit Congress, right? In order for something to be law, Congress got to agree.
Right.
The executive order comes first. So you got executive order, I think it's 6104 or 62, 6304, some shit like that he put in, which
Yeah.
was a corporate memo.
Yeah.
So that kind of suspended the gold clause for a minute under the Emergency Banking Act, right?
Yeah. See, when they was going through that, that's when I started learning about this shit. And I was like, what the fuck are they talking about? I didn't understand what the fuck. And then over the years, I started learning, oh. I said, oh, shit, oh. But I see how they doing it. I said, see, like they say, if you don't, they say, what's that, how that saying go? Like, if you don't know the law, that's your problem or something like that.
Yeah, my bad. I got a phone call. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ignorance of the law is no excuse.
There it is. Yep.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
what I was saying, my bad, I got a phone call. So what was happening at that time with that executive order?
What's the name of the executive order again? I'm sorry, you said it was HJR what?
No, the executive order, I think, is executive order 6304, 6204, something like that. Just put in just put in Roosevelt executive order.
They know niggas don't be doing this shit.
Yeah. The other thing is House Joint Resolution 192.
Oh, 192. Okay, that's the one I was looking for.
Yeah, look that up. And then you got Public Law 7310, because that was the 73rd Congress. 73 means just it was the 73rd Congress. Right? So that's what 73 means. It was 73rd Congress at that time. Now, with that being said, when he put that executive order out under, like you hear Trump, Biden, and all these presidents, they be talking about when they say, oh, this is a national emergency. When it's a national emergency, they suspend the goddamn Constitution. And this is the cold thing that I've been trying to tell these brothers. I said, look, you can't say there's a republic when the goddamn thing has been suspended under a national emergency. It's martial law. This place has been under martial law since the 60s. Not the 1960s, but the 1860s.
Right.
Lincoln did that shit a long time ago. Lincoln made a national emergency. And it's not just a national emergency, it's a national banking emergency.
How they say this shit, he sneak did it.
Nah, he didn't sneak do it.
Well, you know, like a nigga sneak did, he'll do it in your face, but it's a sneak diss, kind of like I know you ain't gonna catch it, but I'm gonna say it type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but see,
that's how they do it. That's how they do niggas. That's how they do niggas, cause they know niggas ain't gonna catch it, but some niggas do.
Check this out, Cap.
Go ahead.
It ain't never had nothing to do with us.
I know.
They had nothing to do with us. We had nothing to do with that. This is another aspect, Sharice, that people don't understand. We had nothing to do with that policy.
It don't.
Article 1, Section 2, Clause 3. Indian not taxed. Anybody, even if you didn't want to leave your place, Sharice, if you wanted to stay, you still was considered to be an Indian and still not taxed. You was exempt from all taxation, any peonage, and none of that shit. Why? Because you granted them land and gave them assets and gave them commodities for them to work and get their money. This is what the treaties is about. See, people don't understand that, Sharice. Like, I see everybody doing what they're doing. It's a great thing. What they got to understand is that I'm going to bring business and the real about who we are and what we've been doing.
Right.
We ain't had nothing to do with that shit. Nothing.
Now,
We couldn't
look.
vote. We couldn't vote. We couldn't hold office. We
Right.
couldn't do none of that.
But look,
Because if we was to do that by law, we was considered to be no longer indigenous American Indians. We was now
right.
considered to be United States citizens.
That's what I was trying to say. I'm trying to show you. I'm trying to say what
Sir.
you're saying.
Yes,
Like
sir. Yes, sir.
sometimes the shit we do, we voluntarily we voluntarily what's the word I'm trying to say?
We
Like
voluntarily
like
go along with the program.
yeah, it's kind of
We
like
don't question anything. We just
it's
go
kind of
along
like
with it.
you know how you like they say you didn't do but what you did, like it's kind of like you got the right to remain silent, but you start speaking and shit.
You
Now you
start
done violated your shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that part. Yeah, you got the right to remain silent, but you get to run in your mouth.
Right.
Yeah, you
So you
telling
fuck,
on yourself. Yeah, you
So
dry snitching.
yeah. So you
Yeah,
fuck some shit
dry
up.
snitching on yourself.
Right. And then they set it up like that.
Mhm.
And it's like, y'all some dirty motherfuckers. That's how I see now I see how y'all did that shit.
Mm-hmm.
See, y'all got people, they done fucked around and signed their old shit off and got twisted.
Yeah, that's it. That's it right there. Yeah, yes, sir.
And they said,
Therese, yeah, that's it right there. Emergency
and they
Banking Act,
remember they said they have
1933.
a forked
There you
tongue.
go.
They speak with a forked tongue.
Mm-hmm.
That's that forked tongue. Cause it got like how many things? Like 4 different holes. So they say some over here, but then you got that other hole and that other hole. You know what I'm saying? So you just hearing that, but then they got it's like they speak with a forked tongue. So they speaking
Yeah.
over here, but then the tongue going over there. You know what I'm saying? At the same time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I said, damn. I see what they say about that forked tongue. That yeah, cause you hearing it over here, but it's saying something over there too.
Where you find that at, Sharice?
Oh, I already knew this, so I just pulled it up real quick.
Damn.
That's because Jasmine made me think about it, because when she wrote, she was talking about the construction of the Pentagon, so she made me pull it up. She made me think about that. She jogged my memory because I remember reading some stuff about that and hearing about that. You know, like that's like a lot of places in the DMV.
That's
They
how
distribute to put these fucking government
they done
buildings on
did
top
that.
of
How many other towns and they done did that? Same. They do the same shit. Same playbook.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the whole 10 freeway. The whole I-10
The
freeway.
freeway, yeah.
They got a story behind that.
Yeah, I think it's also a story about one of those airports. Is it Dulles Airport in the area where I'm from? Or it's one of them airports where that shit was built over top of our situation too.
A burial ground.
Yep. These
How many
motherfuckers be out
times you
here
done heard about that?
finessing.
They done built on all these burial grounds. Oh, we need to build here. I said, these motherfuckers, man. Oh, we got to do it right here. Oh, it's that important, huh?
What was hey Sharice, let me ask you a question. What was our major stronghold before any infiltration or let's say trespass? What was our major stronghold?
I think our connection to the land and having land.
Okay.
Ownership. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. You familiar with Civil Rights Act, right?
Mm-hmm.
Voter rights.
Yep.
Yeah.
You remember Fannie Lou Hamer?
Yeah.
Yes.
What was she talking about? Voting, right?
All of that shit.
What? Okay, so
that's Philipper's speech, but so
that
we
part. So
oil.
when her whole thing was like shit. Like I got on these voter rolls, the next thing you know, you taxing
she was
me.
taking off her shit. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something to think about.
Yep. That's what they was coming for.
All right, let's see. We could pull it up. Right.
They said, these niggas got all the oil. These niggas got all the oil. These niggas is living on top of the oil. You gotta go get that.
Thanks to Stokely. Yeah, Stokely Carmichael. Yeah, thanks to his motherfucking ass.
Mr.
Hating
Chairman,
they some
and
haters.
to the Credentials Committee. My name is Mrs. Fannie Lou Hamer, and I live at 626 East Lafayette Street, Roosevelt, Mississippi. Sunflower County, the home of Senator James O. Eastland and Senator Stinnett. It was the 31st of August in 1962 that 18 of us traveled 26 miles to the county courthouse in Indianola to try to register to become first-class citizens. We was met in Indianola by policemen, highway patrolmen,
The
and
haters.
they only allowed 2 of us in to take the literacy test at the time. After we had taken this test and started back to Roosevelt, we was held up by the city police and the state highway patrolmen and carried back to Indianola, where the bus driver was charged that day with driving a bus the wrong color. After we paid the fine among us, we continued on to Roosevelt, and Reverend Jeff Sonny carried me 4 miles in the rural area where I had worked as a timekeeper and sharecropper for 18 years. I was met there by my children that told me the plantation owner was angry because I had gone down, tried to register. After they told me, my husband came and said the plantation owner was raising Cain because I had tried to register. And before he quit talking, the plantation owner came and said, Fannie Lou, do you know, did Pap tell you what I said? And I said, yes, sir. He said, well, I mean that if you don't go down and withdraw your registration, you will have to leave. That then if you go down and withdraw, that you still might have to go because we are not ready for that in Mississippi. And I addressed him and told him that I didn't try to register for you. I tried to register for myself. I had to leave that same night. On the 10th of September, 1962, 16 bullets were fired into the home of Mr. and Mrs. Robert Tucker for me. That same night, 2 girls were shot in Roosevelt, Mississippi. Also, Mr. Joe McDonald's house was shot in. And June the 9th, 1963, I had attended a voter registration workshop, was returning back to Mississippi. 10 of us was traveling by the Continental Trailway bus. When we got to Winona, Mississippi, which is Montgomery County, 4 of the people got off to use the washroom. And 2 of the people to use the restaurant. 2 of the people wanted to use the washroom. The 4 people that had gone in to use the restaurant was ordered out. During this time, I was on the bus. But when I looked through the window and saw they had rushed out, I got off of the bus to see what had happened. And one of the ladies said it was a state highway patrolman and a chief of police ordered us out. I got back on the bus, and one of the persons had used the washroom, got back on the bus too. As soon as I was seated on the bus, I saw when they began to get the 5 people in a highway patrolman's car. I stepped off of the bus to see what was happening, and somebody screamed from the car that the fire workers was in and said, "Get that one there." And when I went to get in the car, when the man told me I was under arrest, he kicked me. I was carried to the county jail and put in the booking room. They left some of the people in the booking room and began to place us in cells. I was placed in a cell with a young woman called Missy Vesta Simpson. After I was placed in the cell, I began to hear sounds of licks and screams. I could hear the sounds of licks and horrible screams. And I could hear somebody say, "Can you say yes, sir, nigga? Can you say yes, sir?" And they would say other horrible names. She would say, "Yes, I can say yes, sir." So, "Well, say it." She said, "I don't know you well enough." They beat her I don't know how long. And after a while, she began to pray and ask God to have mercy on those people. And it wasn't too long before 3 white men came to my cell. One of these men was a state highway patrolman. And he asked me where I was from. And I told him Roosevelt. He said, "We're going to check this." And they left my cell, and it wasn't too long before they came back. He said, "You are from Roosevelt, all right," and he used a curse word. And he said, "We're going to make you wish you was dead." I was carried out of that cell into another cell where they had 2 Negro prisoners. The state highway patrolman ordered the first Negro to take the blackjack. The first Negro prisoner ordered me, by orders from the state highway patrolman, for me to lay down on a bunk bed on my face. And I laid on my face. The first Negro began to beat. And I was beat by the first Negro until he was exhausted. I was holding my hands behind me at that time on the left side because I suffered from polio when I was 6 years old. After the first Negro had beat until he was exhausted, the state highway patrolman ordered the second Negro to take the blackjack. The second Negro began to beat, and I began to work my feet. And the state highway patrolman ordered the first Negro had beat to sit on my feet, to keep me from working my feet. I began to scream, and one white man got up and began to beat me in my head and tell me to hush. One white man, my dress had worked up high. He walked over and pulled my dress. I pulled my dress down, and he pulled my dress back up. I was in jail when Medgar Evers was murdered. All of this is on account of we want to register to become first-class citizens. And if the Freedom Democratic Party is not seated now, I question America. Is this America, the land of the free and the home of the brave, where we have to sleep with our telephones off of the hook because our lives be threatened daily, because we want to live as decent human beings in America? Thank you.
Mrs. Chisholm, ever since you
Yep.
Oh, every time I hear her give that speech, something be boiling in me.
I know.
Telling you right now, like so much anger just kind of just imagine like even being there at that time. Like our ancestors took so much off these folks, off these people, all because she wanted to go down there and register to vote.
Yeah.
And then she couldn't live. I mean, because from my understanding, Fannie Lou Hamer was a sharecropper. So I thought, and that's where I kind of get confused a little bit with her story, because from my understanding of what a sharecropper is, that means that they're like tenant farmers. And that their job was to give like parts of each crop as rent. But I thought some sharecroppers owned the land, and in exchange, so I was, I don't.
They get a percentage. They get more than the people that's.
So is this a black or a white man telling her she can't come back?
Yeah, this is weird.
Yeah, well, what was going on at that time, the reason why I think she was confused based on, that's why I said Stokely Carmichael. Stokely Carmichael was actually going to these people's land and was trying to convince them to go to the voter rolls and register.
Yeah.
That was the whole trick. So when Fannie Lou May had came there to Congress, she was coming under auspices that she didn't have no rights.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like Stokely Carmichael had came back a whole lot later and said that he was actually paid to do what he did. He was actually paid to come to these people's land and get them on the voter rolls so that way they could be taxed. And that's the whole fucked up. And when I listen to this, I feel a certain type of way too, because she came under the auspices as if that voting was a part of her life, when really it wasn't. She was indigenous. She owned her land. She had to pay no taxes. She had to do none of that. That shit became
that voting put us in this position.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Bingo. That's what I'm like. They fucking tricked and manipulated them.
And then you had these people, right, Cap? You had these people like Fannie Lou Hamer that was coming to Congress like, make this make sense. All she was trying to say, make this make sense.
Right. And they was working with the other fools.
But what they didn't know,
instead of helping her,
what they didn't know is they was coming to the wrong place. You don't go to Congress,
right,
talking about anything. You need to go to that tribal court. They ain't had no jurisdiction over us at all, at no point in time. Even after the 1926 Indian Citizenship Act, right? There was a lot of people that didn't even go along with that because it only dealt with the 13 United States.
Yep.
If you actually look at all the 13 United States, the Carolinas, you know what I'm saying? And then you had all the East Coast, right?
Yeah.
The Northeast, all in, including Georgia. If you actually read a Constitution,
the
Constitution is paramount. If you understand their Constitution, you understand how they work, because they work under a penal system, but they still have to work within the Commonwealth as well. You know what I'm saying? But that aside,
they was under New England, right?
No,
or England.
No. They wasn't.
Like
they wasn't under England.
I mean, like the
they was under the Great Law of Peace.
Like they came over here to get away from, like, they was having all that they was having like a lot of like the Protestants and all that kind of shit was going on back then. And then Martin Luther, he put the and all that. And then they was trying to get away from all that, like, so they kind of turned into a different, it was like what they call it, reformers and Protestant, and that's when that shit split up.
Mhm.
And then Martin Luther put the thesis on the door, or whatever the fuck they say.
Yeah, the Protestants and the Lutheranism and all
Right.
that shit.
That's when all the religions started splitting up.
Yeah, Anabaptist, like
Yeah.
that. People don't understand where baptism comes in. A Baptist,
Right. Because that shit had a lot of shit to do with all this shit too.
Yeah, it was actually Anabaptists. Those were Anabaptists at that time. Now, all these people, these are like which considered to be factions, ideologies.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's all that shit was. Now, with Fannie Lou Hamer, and this was the cool thing about it. You had two factions. This is why Martin Luther King was battling with Stokely Carmichael. No, check it out though.
I'm listening. No,
check
it's
it
just
out.
funny.
Check
You
it
said
out.
Martin Luther King after
Yeah.
It just fucked me up how he got the name of that shit.
Right. But look, whatever his name is.
Yeah, yeah.
This is why he had a problem. Him and Stokely Carmichael was going back and forth. Stokely Carmichael brought in Black Power.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It wasn't the goddamn Black Panther, none of
Right.
that shit. Stokely
Right.
Carmichael started all that shit. But
Yeah,
Martin
that
Luther
shit
King
was.
didn't want to have nothing to do with that.
Right?
Huh?
That's the guy from Trinidad, right?
Yeah, the guy from Trinidad.
I was looking at some I was trying to make some beats and shit. And then I went on this thing and they was talking about some African American shit. I said, let me look into, and then I started seeing like all the damn things. They had like that fist and that green and yellow and red. I said, this is like a psychological kind of like a kind of like a hypnotizer type of shit. Cause I said all of the ads had that red, yellow, green, and they had them fists. I said, I see what they doing.
But peep this though, right?
Go
So
ahead.
Sharice,
Just letting niggas infiltrate. That's what we was doing.
okay, so peep this, right? Sharice talk about Stokely is from Trinidad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
From the islands. And this is the thing about Pan-Africanism. There's only one man in the whole Pan-African movement that we consider to be an Aboriginal, and that's John Henrik Clark. The rest of them come from the islands. All of them. Ivan Van Sertima, Joseph Ben Yakinen. We can even go even further back and dealing with Marcus Garvey. All of these people, if you actually do your research on these people, they do not come from America. They don't come from North America. These people are foreigners. And they're foreigners in a greater sense, because we say, okay, South America, Central, and the adjoining islands, and so on and so forth. But a lot of these people are what you would consider to be Sephardic Jews, Huguenots,
Dr.
and
Sebi.
Moors.
I was like, damn, Dr. Sebi.
Look,
But see, no. Because see, that was when I was like, I was kind of new, and I was like, I thought Dr. Sebi was cool, and then I started hearing they was like, nah, and then I was like, what? You know what I'm saying? But then I was like,
them Hondurans, he's Honduran. He's from Honduras. No, he cool. Yeah. I knew him personally.
That's what I was saying. I was like,
okay,
I thought he was cool.
I knew him personally.
And then them motherfuckers was saying,
you have a different type of group of people, right? You got
Yeah,
you got the Black Colombians. You got the Hondurans.
right.
Yeah, you got the Hondurans. You got the people from Panama,
Panama,
the Dominican Republic. Man,
Dominican.
these is niggas. And when
You
I tell
got
you they niggas, and you got some
yeah.
people, I got some people from Cuba. Man, I'm
I,
telling you, these is niggas, bro. they don't have that conversation. Man, it's a whole different conversation when you talk to them. What they do is they gauge you on what you're talking about. They just want to know
yeah,
what you know because they know these people know more about us than we know about ourselves. And you better believe it.
bet you they do. That's why I said,
Yeah, you better
they
believe
know.
it.
That's why I said in the chat, I said they know.
Yeah, they know. They know,
They
Cap.
know.
So I mean, I'm just saying.
We the ones that's finding out. But then
Bingo. Yeah.
we know too. And then
We on the low. We on the low on the total pole on this shit on the
right.
information.
Cause I said them motherfuckers know. We the
Yeah, they
ones
know.
that don't know.
That's
These
real talk.
motherfuckers
He
know.
said,
They just playing stupid.
"Hey, Cal,"
These
he said,
motherfuckers
"Them
know.
niggas know." Yeah, they know.
They don't want us to know.
Yeah, and they don't want us to know. But there's certain
Why
people.
they always putting them in front, like somebody said
Yep.
in the chat.
Hey,
Yep.
that's why y'all gotta love California. This is why you gotta love California. Because I'm telling you, like what Captain Crunch said right there, he said, these niggas know, and they do know. You just gotta find the ones that are willing to tell.
They will.
And this is what you gotta love about California, because motherfuckers over here, they tell it.
They telling.
They tell it.
They on TikTok telling.
They tell it. Look, they've been telling though. They've been telling for a long time. They over here, they know this
Hey,
money. The
that
motherfuckers that come to
motherfucking AI
California,
is telling.
they know about
AI
that
is
shit.
telling, nigga. AI is telling.
Well, what I'm saying though,
Go
30
ahead,
years
though. You
ago,
right. You got
Captain
it.
Crunch,
You
30
got it. Yep.
years ago, they was telling. But
And they was.
it's just right here. You get certain people in pockets.
You just gotta
You
get them.
got some that's with the struggle, and then you got some that just want to get along.
Yep.
And the ones that want to get along, they go in a different direction. You got some that's with the struggle. They gonna if you approach them, they gonna tell you.
They gonna
Tell
break.
you
They
exactly
gonna
what it is.
back.
And that's the cold thing about it. But like I said, look, let me tell you something about Dr. Sebi. I met Dr. Sebi in South Central.
Yeah.
And I rock with some elders right there in Leimert Park, South Central, 43rd, Crenshaw, and Degnan.
Yep.
Right. So he popped up. I mean, he popped up. I didn't know who he was.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I was working with my uncle. My uncle had a shop. And I was right there, blah blah blah. He come through, and I'm dealing with elders. Like these cats go way back.
Yeah.
And he come walk up to the shop and shit like that. I said, "Hey, how you doing, man?" He was like, "Oh,
They
I'm
didn't
Dr.
know that
Sebi."
nigga.
I'm Dr. Sebi. I said, "Okay."
Nobody
And
knew that nigga.
like, what you want? He said, "Hey, I'm looking for such and such." I said, "Well, he not here." He said, "All right." He said, "Where such and such at?" "Oh, yeah, he inside. Go ahead, go inside." He go sit down. They having a conversation. You know what I'm saying? I'm sitting there listening.
Yeah.
And then he said, "Hey, is he coming back?" I said, "Yeah, he be here about a certain time." He said, "All right, man, let him know I'm here." So the brother come. I said, "Hey, man, Dr. Sebi looking for you." I said, "Who the hell is Dr. Sebi?" He said, "Man, fuck him."
What?
He said,
Wow.
"Fuck him."
Wow.
I said, "Why?" He said, "Nah, I'm bullshitting." I said, "What are you looking for?" He said, "Man, he looking for them trees."
What?
I said, "What?" He said, "Let me tell you something." He said, "Let me tell you something, Jay." He said, "Look, you know what his main ingredient is in everything that he do?" I said, "What is it?"
What?
He said, "Them trees." I said,
Yeah.
"You bullshitting me." He said, "Hell no." He said, "Look, everything that he do. He said he got the plants, he got everything. He said he got a whole farm in Honduras. He said he got this, that, he got the DR, he got all these different Panama. He said
Man,
he got all this shit. Check this out, Captain Crunch.
go
He
ahead,
said
go
he
ahead.
got all this shit jumping off. He said all he was trying to do was trying to figure out a binder, something that could bind all the
Oh
different type of
shit.
vegetations and fruits and all the herbs, so that way it could stay down. He said, you know what he found?
What?
Cannabis.
Cannabis.
He said cannabis is the binder. He said it stays down. He said it creates a whole uprising in your metabolism.
Yeah.
He said outside of that, this is what it do. I said, wait a minute. I said, he come from you? He said, man, we've been doing this shit since the 70s. I said, you got me fucked up. I said, we've been doing this shit since the 70s. I said, who is this guy? He said, hey, look, man,
Hell
don't
yeah.
even worry
Who the
about it.
fuck?
Look,
Who the
check this
fuck
out.
he?
Check
Go
this
ahead.
out, Captain Crunch, and I'm gonna
Go
land
ahead.
on this shit. He told me Dr. Sebi was blind.
Oh
He
shit.
couldn't walk. He was
Damn.
so fucked, man. He was so fucked up, and he healed himself. And he was trying to find a way to bind it to where he can get back to where he was at. So the Dr. Saber that you seen before he died,
Yeah.
this dude was a whole different type of guy. This dude was crippled, couldn't
Oh
walk, couldn't see,
shit.
couldn't do nothing, and he healed himself based on the binder being cannabis.
See, yeah, that's deception. See, that I done got deceived. That's they doing that kind of shit.
I didn't even know that. Shoot, I remember seeing the video of Dr. Sabi jumping on the table.
I know.
He like jumped from the ground to the table.
Man, he couldn't walk, Sharice.
Man, I was like, God damn! I said, this old man jumping up on that table like that.
He
That
couldn't
was
walk.
motivation,
He
man.
couldn't walk. He couldn't see.
Wow.
I feel
None of
like
that. He used to
that's
come
What
a
over
about
here and
cat.
kick it.
That's a, ain't
This
that
dude
called a
used to come over and
catfish?
kick it. This is what I'm
Ain't that
saying.
a
Like, if I'm
catfish?
lying, I'm flying. Like, this guy used to come over, chill. I ain't know none of that. I didn't even care nothing about that. I was on what I was on, but you know, I was just over there with my uncle. You know what I'm saying? He came over there.
That's
Came
what I'm
kick it.
saying.
I'm talking about these elders. Like we talking about
Yeah,
like
when I kick it with my
2009.
people, yeah, I ain't trying to do shit. I'm just trying to be with my people.
But check this out, though.
Go ahead.
You know, when he went down, right? I don't know if you know when he got arrested. He came when he went back into Panama
Yeah, that was fucked up.
with that briefcase, right? He came in with like
Yep.
about like 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50 bands. Nigga, they snatched that shit, put his ass down. Next thing you know, he was gone.
Yep.
Like he was healing cancer.
I know. And then I was
Okay.
like,
Yeah,
where my
they
niggas
was
at?
like,
Where my niggas at?
yeah,
Where
you're
y'all
done.
where y'all at? Where y'all at?
But here was the problem. The problem was they came to his shop. They came to a presentation. They came to a store right there on La Cienega and something. And basically they made him an offer. He couldn't refuse. And he refused it.
Mm.
Yeah.
And snatched his ass
Next
up.
thing you know, he going back to his compound in Honduras and Panama. Man, once he got over there, they bagged him up.
Got him.
And he didn't make it out.
Yeah, he wanna play hardball? Okay.
Yeah, he didn't make it out. I don't know. It's just speculation. I don't know.
That's
True,
how they did.
not true. But what
That
I
is.
do know is that, yeah, he did that. He did that.
He did
Yeah,
do
he
that.
actually did that.
Dr. Sabi put it down. Cause I just heard it because how much he was putting it down, I ended up hearing about him. Cause I wasn't into none of that shit.
But here's another thing that you guys can look up. Dr. Gershom.
Gershom.
Dr. Gershom. You can find this on Netflix if you got it. There's a thing I saw.
That sounds
My
familiar
girl
though.
sent this to me. This was like about 2011. she ordered a DVD on Dr. Gerson. I don't know if it's Gerson or Gerson, right? Some German guy out here in America. He came to America.
Yeah.
He was actually healing people with cancer with 4 weeks to live. 4 weeks to live. We talking about stage 4 cancer. He was healing them.
Well, hell yeah, I fuck with him too. Shit.
Check this out, though. They tried to kill him like 3 times.
That's
They
when I
got him on the
really started
last one,
fuck with
right?
him.
They got him
I
on the
said,
last
yeah,
one,
they
right?
trying to kill. Oh shit, yeah, you got the
But if you
got the
actually look at what he was, doing now, this is in the 1930s,
right.
40s, something like that. This is in the
Yeah.
early This is pre-1950.
I pretty much. I got a feeling what you about to say. Go ahead.
Now, obviously, during that time, this dude had to be a pale skin by definition.
Yeah.
But we got Operation Paperclip, right? Got Operation Paperclip. So when you look at that, that's when they was bringing all these people over here, right?
Yeah.
Operation Paperclip.
Right.
Now, when you look at it, when you get to this guy, right? Like his daughter is like in her 90s. She probably gone now, but she set up a whole compound in San Diego.
Right.
Well, I'm telling you, like people.
I mean, like, damn, why the fuck?
I
What
mean, but
would make
when you
you
look
do
at
that?
it though, right? I mean, I'm not
Go
gonna
ahead.
give you everything. I want you to
No,
go look. I
no.
want you to go look this shit up because what they was doing.
I know.
Like back
I'm
in
like,
the
why would they go that
1900s,
fucking
dude was
hard
actually
to
healing
stop?
people with 4 weeks to live.
That's crazy.
Now,
Like,
here's the kicker.
would you do that? Could you do that? I couldn't do that to even if I hated a nigga, I wouldn't do no dirty shit like that.
Man, he
That's
was
like
healing them.
dirty, man.
Nah, he was healing them though. He
I
was
mean,
healing
like
these people.
what they did to him though.
Yeah, I mean, but
For
at the end
doing
of the day, I mean, this is the same thing. This is why I'm relating it to Dr. Sebi. This is what they did to Dr. Look,
That's what I'm saying.
how
The
much,
same shit.
how much money? Look, you got people that's doing these oxy. You know, people will go act the goddamn plum fool to get them oxys,
Right.
Get them pills and shit and sell them. But if you actually look at the goddamn recipe, you know what I'm saying? You look at the shit on the back, man. That shit is like $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. Man, it's money on that shit. The motherfuckers making money.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's like, if you want it, I got it. But I'm not gonna I'm not gonna give it to you because I see some problems. Nah, fuck that.
But when you look at it, it's like you fucking with our money. You know what I'm saying? You fucking with our money. You know what I'm saying? If you gonna fuck with our money, yeah, we gonna deal with you. We gonna give you an opportunity. We gonna give you an offer you can't refuse.
That's what I was saying at the beginning of this
And
shit.
if you refuse
Last year, I said,
all right,
you motherfuckers stepping on our fucking toes.
Get you up out of here.
They stepping on our toes.
But you look at, man, I'm telling you, man, this hey,
and
man,
these motherfuckers want to let
Sebi
him.
was a good brother, man. Look, Dr. Sebi was so cool.
Yeah.
He'll pop up on you. He's cool. He do what he do. You know what I'm saying? I mean, and you look at it, man. These elders is checking out, man.
I know.
These elders are checking out, man. You got to highlight the elders, man. These elders are check. I mean, you got to be able to talk to these brothers, Cap.
I am.
You got to be able to talk to these elders that you got around you because they know some shit.
That's what I'm talking
they know
to.
some shit. You got to be able to talk to these elders, bro.
I'm dealing with them all every day.
Yes.
And I'll be like, man. Sometimes I'll be like, man, I thought I was I feel like I'm the elder.
Mm-hmm.
And you my elder and shit, and I gotta fucking school you and shit. What the fuck?
Hey man, it's a responsibility, man. Can you handle it? Can you handle it, bro? You gotta be able to handle that, Cap, because you probably
I gotta be able to handle my
elder, bro. I mean, you know
my
shit.
emotion. That's what I said. That's why I've been saying I've been on that emotion shit. I be saying, you know, in the chat, I be that nigga in his emotion. Cause I be saying the same shit about myself.
Nah, man, you ain't in your emotion. Hey, this is just what it is.
Yeah, that should be having nigga emotions for real. That's real.
Nah, you ain't in your emotion. Hey, shit,
Nah,
man. Look,
I say emotion is just your feeling, how you feel.
right.
So if you feel
Oh,
fucking,
okay. Gotcha.
you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm in my emotions. Hell yeah, I'm in my emotions. I feel it. I feel it. I feel shit. You know what I mean? Everybody, you know what I'm saying? That's why people be trying to clown emotions. Nah, nigga, everybody got feelings, nigga. You can't control them. You
I look
react.
at it like this. I told you. I don't know if you was up here. I don't know if you was on the live yesterday.
Can
And when
emotions
I
be
came up here,
mistaken for being passionate?
they was
What's
talking
up, man?
about
What's
this and
going
talking
on
about
with
that.
y'all?
And
OG?
I told him this though, Cav. I said, look, I said my attitude is shitty, and you better know it. My attitude is shitty.
Right. That's
We
how
know
you
that,
feel.
Aton.
Everybody's attitude need to be shitty about this goddamn system.
Me,
Yeah,
hey,
it
I
better
felt the
be.
same way. I
All
felt
righty.
the
Yeah.
same way.
So it ain't no
So
emotion.
I
My
said, how
attitude
could
is
all this shit
shitty.
be going on and a motherfucker be running around here with a goddamn hella fucking hella grin on their face with all this shit going on. So I'm just supposed to walk around with
Because
this
they
fake ass
not in
smile.
tune with the world, bro. They
That's what
not
I'm
in
saying.
tune with the world.
That's what I was saying. I'm like,
They don't
man,
give a fuck.
but they
Neither.
be like, why you look so mad? Cause I'm mad, nigga. Shit. I'm just
Aton,
fucking
let me ask you this question,
what I'm
Aton. And
fake
peace to you,
happy.
Aton. Peace to Captain Crunch. Peace to my
Yep.
sister Sharice, the realist. You know what I mean? I'm on the way to the computer, so if my phone might die. You know what I mean? But let me ask y'all this question. Could emotions be mistaken for being passionate?
Hey, run
Yeah.
that back, OTK. You broke up.
Could it be
I say, can
mistaken?
emotions be mistaken for a person being passionate?
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 Alright. So when we be passionate about this shit that we in and this shit that we do, even you, Aton, and the shit that you do, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? It get mistaken for emotions, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So now, how do we solve that problem?
Well, you got to be in the right circle. That's the only
Yeah.
thing. Now,
I agree.
in my atmosphere, when I
Hell
get
no, sis. I ain't made it home yet. You know I be partying. I'm sorry, sis. Like Aton said, I'm a trick. You a trick, nigga.
yeah, you are a trick, man. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. It's okay. It's okay.
I is him and he is I.
Hey.
Shit, I just got back. You know what I'm saying? Okay, so look. I mean, the only way that can happen is you got to be within your own circle, right? Your
Yeah.
family know you, and they
Yeah.
gonna accept you for who you are. So you ain't got to
Yeah.
apologize.
You know, they
You see
ain't
what I'm
gonna.
saying, OTK?
You go
You
over
ain't got to
the.
apologize. When I
What's his
get busy,
name?
when I get off like I get off in my
Yeah.
circle, I don't have a problem. When you're dealing with external forces, that's just what it is. You gotta break it down, but you gotta be you. You gotta stay you
Yeah.
at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. You gotta know how far to go and when to fall back. You know. That's why I said I was gonna write this book, The Art of Falling Back.
Yeah, no, real talk, Cap. You know, I look at it like this. This is I'm in, uncharted waters when I come on Smoke, Sharice Channel, OTK, and Cut and everything. I'm dealing with when I was dealing with Top Cat, I'm dealing with people that don't know me. But I
Right.
gotta stay true to myself. And I'm gonna
But
bring my shit to
they
the
kind of
table.
know you. They know you. I see like YouTube. I like YouTube because people get to know your real character.
Right,
You
Cap.
know
But
what I'm
at the
saying?
end of the day,
Like,
use a real nigga, right? Use a real
yes,
one. right? You a street nigga. So when street niggas outside the information is niggas know what they know. So they
Right.
gonna know if you coming real or you coming fake. And if
Right.
you coming real, they gonna challenge you on your real and see if you gonna backpedal.
Right.
You know what I'm
But
saying? That's the key.
but YouTube is like you give people yourself.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
And you open it, yeah.
You
Okay, so
open
let me say
yourself
it like
up.
this. I see what you're saying. What I'm gonna say it a different way. You open yourself to criticism.
Right.
Right. So
So
what
when
you're
you get
saying,
it,
I know what you're saying,
don't
but
start crying. You know what I mean? Like
on the intellectual level, you open
niggas get
yourself up.
nigga get that
You
smack back,
open yourself up,
and then
nigga,
they
to
get the yeah.
get what you get.
Right, but
But you
you
better
wasn't
stand
ready
on it,
for it.
nigga.
You
If you
thought
don't
you
stand
thought
on it,
you
nigga,
was
you're gonna
ready,
get
but
stomped
you
out,
wasn't.
nigga.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
yeah,
you're gonna get stomped out. Yeah.
it's like it's a self awareness mission, and if you wasn't ready for it and you jumped out there and got your ass smacked, then you learn the lesson. Oh, I shouldn't have jumped my ass. I should have just. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
And we do that. And
Mm-hmm.
sometimes you gotta learn like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And
Yeah,
that's
you
how
gotta
that's what make
accept them dozens.
that's what make
Hey
a
man,
nigga
you
a good.
say, hey, you can dish it out, but you can't take it.
Right.
Okay, well, you better be
You
able to
gotta
take it.
defeat that. You gotta fight that within yourself. If you see that, you gotta recognize and say, "Oh, I can't be doing that." If I dish it out and then the motherfucker, and then I get all bitch,
Tentative. Get all
yeah, I get all
tentative.
in my purse and shit.
Yeah.
I gotta work on that.
Now, this is what the
That
elder
show you
told
stuff
me.
about yourself.
Hey, Cap, this is what the elder told me. He said, look, let me tell you something. He said, a nigga that can't take a check ain't to be trusted. And he said, remember that. He told me, he said, young blood, he said, look, if you can't be checked, I can't trust you.
Right. That's
He
wisdom.
said, because that means you liable to do anything.
Right.
So I said, okay, what do you mean by that? He said, look, let me tell you something. He said, if you just out here doing anything, can't nobody tell you shit, nigga. Ain't nobody gonna trust you out here.
Right.
He said, but if you come and I tell you something,
and you be like, all right, yep, I feel you. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take you another way. I'm gonna be like, okay, he listen. I'm like, yeah, I fuck with him.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But nigga take my shit and nah, fuck that, no. See, oh, you're done.
You're done. All mouth, no ears.
Yep.
Yeah.
A nigga could control himself and humble himself and be like, yeah, man, yeah, I understand what you're saying, man. Yeah, I was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That's admirable.
Yeah.
And I say, yeah, man. All right. No problem. Get at me tomorrow.
Yep. Yeah.
But a nigga that just go out, I ain't fucking with him. Nah, hell no. But a motherfucker recognize where he fucked up. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
Cause I'll be like, yeah. I'll be like, yeah, I fucked up. I fucked up. You know what I'm saying? I admit it.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, you
I
got some
fucked up.
you got some correct all in you. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? You got some correct. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, motherfuckers take that shit for weakness. It's like, nigga, that's all the way fucked up.
Yeah, that's strength, nigga.
Nothing but.
It'd be hard for a nigga to do that shit.
Yeah, nothing but. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Uh-huh.
I done looked at the shit and I said, well, what the fuck I got to be ashamed of? I gotta be ashamed because I didn't know something.
Mm-hmm. That's what got me this far.
Right.
This is what got me in my 50s. Yeah. So got me in my 50s. I remember back in the day, I think I was about 25 years old. And I was nothing but on the hoop court, right?
Yeah.
And OG was on that motherfucker, and I was a shit talker. I bust your ass and talk shit.
Yeah.
Talk crazy to you. I don't give a fuck who you was, how old you was, nothing.
Right.
And it was something. And that motherfucker looked at me. He said, "Hey, man, watch your mouth, nigga. You don't even know who you talking to right now." I looked
Right.
at him. I said, "What?"
Yeah.
He said, "Hey, man, watch your mouth, man." I said, "All right."
Yeah. For real. I
I
done
said,
been
"All
through
right."
that shit too.
I said, "Okay."
Hell yeah.
He said, "Man, do your thing, though." He said,
Yeah.
"Man, watch your mouth, nigga." I
Right.
said, "All right."
Right. He just kind of scoping you a little bit.
Yeah.
He
He
just
let me
kind of,
go. Like,
yeah. He's like, you good
I said,
over here?
"Okay."
Just watch that part.
Watch
Just
that
don't do that.
part.
Yeah. Just
And that
don't do
changed
that.
my life.
Yeah. That's all nigga gotta do. Just, hey,
Yeah,
nigga.
that changed my life, man. That
Right.
made me even kill.
That's what I'm saying.
I was like, okay, all right, let me just go ahead and just put 50 on you, and I ain't gonna say nothing to you.
Right.
Yeah. And yeah, but
And
I'm telling you, man, when he looked at me, man, he cut.
that's how
Boy, he cut. He cut
that's how
through me. He
I'm.
cut
I
through me
do the
so
same
cold, man.
shit.
I felt that shit. I felt
Right.
all of that.
I might not say like no big sophisticated shit, but it just be how I say it, and when I say it, that shit, it 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 got a more of an impact just because it was it was like the perfect time and the right, you know what I'm saying? It's like, ain't what you do, is how you do it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Well. Yep. Real talk.
I'll be back, I sit back and listen to all y'all, man. I said, shit, nigga, A-Time be dropping, you know what I'm saying? Shit. Sharice be dropping, nigga. Shit. OTK be dropping. I'll be like, God damn.
Sharice got hammers.
Oh my
And
God.
yeah, she got hammers because she coming at a angle. And this, I mean, this is what I'm saying. If people can understand the angles and the power that we have,
Man,
we have a nice, good round table of shit
that's what
that
I'm
we talk
saying. We
about.
got some fucking heat. We got some fucking
We got
heavy
it's some
hitters,
good,
nigga.
it's some good heat. You know,
Man,
outside the trolling, right? We got to be able
yeah,
to
that's the only thing
control the
that
troll.
fuck us up.
We got to be able to control the trolling.
Right.
We figure that out. We make it right. And the one thing I do like, right? Really, what I like what Sharice do is she bring in that young generation, like that. The one brother with what is it, 5? What is that, Sharice? 5 something? What is the young
Yeah,
brother? Yeah,
That's true.
I like her. Yeah.
What is that, Sharice?
I said that's Trey 5, my people from the city.
Yeah.
Man, that nigga player.
Yeah.
That nigga player right there. That boy right there. I don't know. When I listened to him, I was checking him out. I was like, that boy got some player shit in him. Like he
Right.
know how to. Like that boy. That young boy right there. I like his
Yeah.
vibe.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That boy
He's
got
blessed. He's
that boy
blessed.
strong right there. Yeah, he's strong.
He's blessed.
And it takes a lot because he got a bunch of women around. He know how to have a good conversation with men and all that shit. He know how to control the panel. And then he got a lot of sisters that come up there and he
no.
stay calm and shit like that. Man, I'm telling you, man, our sisters is wild, man. Look, the jump off always start with women. When I grew up, women always getting that shit popping. And when you look at how he handled the whole situation, I'll be like, yeah, that's a good young brother right there. I like his approach. You know what I'm saying? And this
And he
is
got to get behind the scenes too.
Like he was cool all around.
I came up with this thing, right? I finally subscribed to his channel, and I was looking at what I said, man, I came up with an idea. Here's the idea, Sharice. Don't steal it. I said, old versus the new. Anybody in between, pick a side. You hear me?
The old heads versus the new school.
I said, old versus the new. Anybody in between, pick a side. That'd be cold. Look, you look at it, right? You got men and women on both sides. We had a conversation. And then, hey, look, you and Trey 5, y'all motherfuckers run that motherfucking that middle. Y'all just control the panel. We go back and forth. And I'll be like, yeah, that shit'll be bomb. That shit gonna hit. Especially got somebody like you saw when I was up there. Yeah. You get a certain, what OTK was up there. You got Savage that was up there. You got people coming up there. We had that conversation, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? We go back and forth and we had a conversation. Bam, bam. That shit gonna hit. I'm trying to figure out why he ain't got his likes up like that. Like his views.
Me either. I don't understand it.
Yeah, he got to be shadow banned.
Cause that's why I always stream to my side. Because I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, he got to be shadow banned, Sharice. He got to be. Like I finally subscribed to him and I was looking at what he had going on. And I saw how he's interviewing. And I see he just really just focused on, he said, what is his motto? Women speak, we listen, or something shit like that.
Listen, mm-hmm.
Yeah, they got to be shadow banning him. They got to be. Because he got like y'all all dime pieces. And then the other shit, I saw his little highlight thing when he opened up, got dime pieces. And he got a good personality type shit. So, and he keep it short. That'd be a good thing. Maybe a segment. Just say,
and it's not even just
say Coach mentioned this. Just say Coach mentioned this. Let's say he have a day, old versus new. Anybody in between, pick a side. Yeah, I'm telling you, it'd be a cool thing. My thing is that we got what 48 and up versus 40 and below, and those in between. That'd be, man. I'm telling you, we knock out, drag out, we get it in, be respectful. I'm telling you, it worked.
Yeah, I think it's all types of age groups that come on his show too, because like, I mean, I know I'm in my mid-30s, but I think Jazz and Azara and them, I think they way younger than me. I think they like 26 and 27 and stuff. So they a little bit younger than me. And I know it's just different age groups and stuff like that. So you're going to always have like that, that perspective that's going to be a little bit different, but I give it to him though. He doing a good thing, and that's why I pull it over on our side too, so we can see, we talk about the indigenous information, but he also talk about politics and talk about whatever's going on locally in our area and stuff like that. So, I just try to keep people open, and hopefully, people just go over there and subscribe and support the platform, because that's what we gotta do for each other. So we gotta look out.
Exactly. And sometimes I get your alerts, sometimes I don't.
Everybody
that's why I always check. I said, look, every time I know Smoke ain't going live, I'm checking your channel, OTK channel. Big Dog, I'm trying to see who live at that point in time. But this is my thing, communicate with Smoke. Ask Smoke when he ain't going live. And then make sure that he promotes your shit so we know that you're going live. I just popped up here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And I didn't even know you was live at that time. So just at least communicate.
Yeah, our email smoke and see, see what's good, see what we could, whatever days he got going, because his stuff, his thing real random. Like on Tuesday, I was shocked he wasn't live. So I just happened to share his live, Trey 5 live over the our shit, and 54 people came in there.
Yeah.
So he was lit about that. He was happy about that. But I told him we gonna get it up there. Even when the wild Indians come through, they gonna come through, they gonna say what they gotta say, but it's people watching. So that's all. That's what you want. You want them to watch. And then they'll like your
and that's the thing, because I think when that night I was up there and we was doing all that shit, he liked that shit. So this is where you can help him out, help yourself out, because you in your mid-30s, right? So you my oldest son's age. So, but they look up to you as, you know what I'm saying, like a big homie type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
But at the end of the day, we looking at you like baby girl type shit. You know what I'm saying? This is where the shit gonna get this, but you speak their language, they speak your language. You know what I'm saying? But you got another language on top of their language, and they still trying to figure out what you talking about. This is where the shit gonna get so complex and so tight to where it's gonna be. But everybody is always on looker shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, they are.
You got women, you got men, you got people, you got it because he go late night, but you got something where everybody ain't gonna be camming up, but you want everybody to cam up, Sharice. Everybody cam up. We got a whole little spectrum. You got 5 and 5, because only 10 could be up there. And then we just go ahead and hash it out. But there's got to be rules to this shit. You can't have all the time fuck shit going on where people talking that crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? There's got to be a medium of ground that where people are going to say, okay, we're going to hit this information, and we're not going to sit here, because we all the same people. We all got the same mentality. We all got the same approach to this shit, man. We got to be able to get this shit out and not get off on some bullshit.
Every time, man, it makes me upset too, because it don't gotta be that way.
It really don't.
But it always end up turning out that way. Like, that shit that happened this past Tuesday, you might have didn't see it though, but a lot of stuff ended up kicking off. Like it had kicked off earlier that day before we even had got on the show. Like when she was just, trying me. And it's
Which
like Miss Africa.
Who was that?
Azara little ass, swishy from Africa, up and down.
Oh yeah, that one. She got
went and put on an African hat.
Yeah, she had the whole little
change it to the
on, with the little Muslim hoodie on.
I don't know what be going on, man. I mean, it be some multiple person.
Hey, look.
I don't want to say too much, but she ain't no bad person, and I know ultimately she means well if she thinks that she knows what she's saying, but you're just regurgitating everything that they want you to believe about certain things. Like you can't compare DNA ancestry testing to anything medical. Like it's just little things. I'm just trying to say, hey, like that's not how you should look at that. You need to process that a little bit different. You know what I'm saying? But she just got a lot of attitude with her, so sometimes people like that, they just need time to get shit on their own. She got this perspective about Africa, because she visited, she said Tanzania or one of them places she visited or some shit. So she got this perspective around Africa, and she act like she hate America so much. I said, well, you don't know your history. If you hate America, like shit, you gotta get it together. So a little Slim, you know what I'm saying? The chat was going off. They was going off because I was not happy with that shit at all. She ain't African with that hair. She make believe African. I'm telling you right now. I told her that too. You was not no African, Slim. I don't care. You can go get 1,000 motherfuckers, you know, from the motherland. And I'm still
See how
like,
you took it? You called her a little slim, huh?
yeah, shorty. You know, cause I know we not the same age, you know what I'm saying? And it's
Nah,
okay.
look, I got a partner from DC. he said the same. Now I'm talking about this is what 2001, 2. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, joint, slim, EU, like we know. I'm just saying, like, this is where, like, when you talking to her, you kind of, you know, she younger than you. Now I'm gonna say this though. I'm just getting back because when you say slim, that shit, yeah, that's funny.
Yeah, so
But
she, like I said,
but
I don't.
she's a Muslim.
Yeah, that's it.
You didn't notice that she's Muslim?
That girl go from Muslim hijab to African hat. You know, I don't know what's going on.
But
She claimed to be a Muslim, but like that
here's
attitude
the thing,
Muslim
though,
like at all.
Sharice, here's the thing. Here's the thing, and this is why it's gonna be great, because a lot of people at this point in time are getting information, especially at that age.
Yeah.
They're getting the information, and they just, you know what I'm saying, they just in a gray area. They don't know where they stand. They don't know if they on the fence, on the other side of the fence, or the other side of the fence. Like, you remember when I first jumped on there, I said I want to talk to her because she just kept talking, right? She kept over talking and saying this and saying that, like she knew some shit. I said I want to talk to her because I wanted to see where her head was at. And I think in a controlled environment, I think we can have that conversation. You be ready to beat people over the top of the head, Sharice. You need to calm down on it sometime. You be ready to beat her. But a young sister like that, and the other sister, right? What's her name? Jazz, Laz. Yeah, people like that, you know what I'm saying? They still trying to find a way. All they know is what they know. It's street shit, right? So if there's a way you can kind of hone that in and try to pull them in and have a conversation, keep that respect, that'll be a great thing.
Yeah, it's when the disrespect come in that I, you know, after a while, it's like, all right, Slim, I'm not even about to play with you like that. And you ain't about to play with me like that. You know, after a while, you like, hold up. You know, because you can only take but so much, you know, like if it didn't, like, I think the first time we had the conversation, it was a little bit better. But I know this past week, it just wasn't like the best conversation at all. You know what I'm saying? But hopefully, like I said,
That's because we popped up. That's because the Wild Indians popped up. They feel a little uncomfortable right now. It used to be, they're like, where these brothers come from? And I know, like,
the reason why I shared it, because Trey said I could. Trey said I share that shit every time if I want to, anytime I want. So that's what I do.
Real talk. Yeah, that's a good brother right there. That's what I'm saying. But I know they was in a comfort zone in their authority. And that sister right there and Jazz, they was in a comfort zone. So they was very uncomfortable when we started popping up. Then on top of that, then you got Wild Savage that he just like to take off on anybody. I don't know what he on, but you know what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, it creates a whole different type of environment. You know what I'm saying, to where they like, wait a minute, like we came up in there, like even within the spectrum, we kind of came up there and kind of took over, and they didn't like that. You know what I'm saying? That's their environment. So this is where I'm saying, Sharice, in closing, that we got to figure out how to come on the brothers channel, deal with them sisters, deal with the young people. Not you. I'm talking about us when we come in as men. You know what I'm saying? With our strength, we got to kind of let them still keep their authority, because they was very uncomfortable. They didn't even want us up there. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, what the brothers doing is great. We just got to figure out how to come in and be more respectful, because ain't nothing but sisters up in there. I mean, you look at what he do, he dealing with nothing but sisters.
You cut your camera off, Captain Crunch. I got you, baby boy. I'm about to
You
pull
know
you
what I'm
up right
saying?
now.
So with that being said, I think like when we come up there, we gotta respect them young. Them sisters on top of that, they young. They probably like all them sisters like my daughters and sons' age. So I'm not gonna disrespect them, but at the end of the day, if we can have a good conversation, man, that shit would be bomb, babe. Yeah, if I'm lying, I'm
Go
flying.
get a little
I had
notebook.
a thought.
What's
I
up
had a
with y'all
thought
black
about that shit.
Europeans?
I'm
What
glad
y'all
you.
black
I'm glad
Europeans
you
got?
went live, because I want to tell you, old versus new. Anybody in between, pick a
Hey,
side. I guarantee
what
you
y'all
that shit
black
gonna pop
Europeans
off.
got going on, man?
That shit gonna pop off. Trust and believe. That shit gonna pop off.
Yeah, I'll definitely propose it to him for sure.
Cairo.
He cool, man. He cool as a fan. I'll just shoot a little text through there.
Let him keep his shit the way he run it, man, because that's his own identity. See, he know who he is. He know who he is. Let him keep it the way he got that shit.
Yep.
You're right, Aton.
Let him live, man.
Right, Aton. We gotta do better when we coming into that environment. Well, I don't have to do better because I don't give a fuck.
He the
But
bigger man. He the bigger man, man.
hey, Captain Crunch, your mic muffled, bro. You might
Now,
be more muffled than
I'm
me.
saying though, OTK, is that
Yeah, I agree with you now, Aton. Don't get it wrong. Now I agree with you.
no. I know you agree, but you know, my main thing is that they young. We don't want to run them off. Like if we gonna come on their channel,
What about now?
we gotta communicate with them in a certain type of way, right? So, and at the same time, what I'm saying, I'm not changing what he's doing. What I am saying, he can have a segment, right? He can have a whole segment, old versus new. You know what I'm saying? And we go battle, and then they know it's the battle, and then we just battling on the information, so that way it just ain't random. It's old versus new. Nah, he ain't gonna change what he. That's a real nigga right there.
They got no
He
information,
not
bro.
no
They got
slouch.
no
What I
information.
know about Trey 5,
Yeah.
what I see, he ain't no slouch. So what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
if we
Yeah,
just
he good.
have a segment type shit like that, OTK, and we just kind of go back with the old heads, new heads, and we just go back and forth, and we had that good back and forth, man, I'm telling you, that shit a hit.
Bitch, I ain't old. You claim that shit on yourself.
What's that?
You be
What's
old
that?
by your damn self. Yeah.
It's just right. It ain't nothing but popular talk. You know what I'm saying? Just popular
Yeah,
talk.
you're right.
You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
Aton, you know you talking to the number one converter missionary right now. Dog, I know I converted some heavy people now that's in our environment now. I worked on them for years, Aton, and you know, I worked on Dulcinea and them boy for years, 2 years. You know, so it take time too. So, like I kept saying that night, we can't teach somebody college work that's on a first grade level. And that's literally where they at. I don't like to call people young and stuff like that because it's some young people who got a mind frame that's equivalent or either better than some people that's older. So I don't want to call them young. I just want to call them indoctrinated, and they new to this information that's coming that we giving them. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't want to say that they're young, man, because they could have kids and all of that shit like that. You know what I mean? Sis can say that shit because she's another female, but I don't want to call them boy young. I just want to call them uneducated to what we know, bro. That's it.
That's
My mom and
so
daddy is 80 and 85. I'm young to them. It's not disrespect. I'm still gonna be their baby, regardless. As long as they here. Hey, I can't get around that shit.
Yeah. I'm just saying though, I know how I work on people. People be like, man, OTK, why the fuck is you doing that? Why the fuck is you even wasting your time on them? And I be like, yo, I see something in them.
yeah,
Like at least Jazz was writing shit down.
yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah, I always respect that. She go and get her little notebook and she'll go write it down. So
and she'll write it down, bro. And she might be the one that teach the other girl. Like, look, girl, I found this and I found this. Now you better watch out. You know what I mean? Like on some shit like that. So that's that each one teach one type shit right there. You know what I mean? So long as you get one out the group, you got a potential chance of getting the whole group.
That's it.
But what's crazy is that we've had those conversations before. Like even when I used to come on there before they even started hopping on the panel, before they ever started coming on his show. And Trey had posed a question that, do you feel like your ancestors came off a boat, or do you feel like they were already here? Like Trey a lot of times opposed the question because I think he got a lot more questions too. But he know we ain't come off no boat. He understand that. He understands that niggas is true to the land. He understands that clearly.
Yes,
and I think he want them to understand,
Yeah.
But it's like the contention is good for views and stuff too. So,
Yeah, I remember that night when he asked that question. And that's when me and old boy with the braids was going back and forth that day.
Oh yeah, you and Floyd. He told you got braided in front of your head.
Oh, sassy nigga.
I was
Nigga had a Superman S curl in the line in front of him.
Kevin up this joint. Wow. And that's the ace. He said he want to get upset when the wild Indians come through. Let the wild Indians come through.
Yeah. and then remember that show when Sites was like, yo, sis, you know what I mean? Just let your people them know, man, they all right to come through and all that, man. And sis was like, yo, they ain't gonna come through here, bro. And he was like, why? Because you know what we be on, man. You know what they gonna talk about.
And then tell them straight up. If we talk about our indigenous business, they ain't trying to hear it.
They ain't trying to hear that shit. Them some wild ass Indians. And one day, and then when I came on there that night, that nigga Sice was like, don't forget about me, OTK. I'm Indian too. I was like, okay. Okay. So yeah, man. Shout out to that brother, man, for doing what he do. He still gotta be a moderator at the end of the day. You understand what I'm saying, man?
For sure.
He could have a personal tie or relationship with these people off a line. So that's another thing why I respect what you said, Aton. We got to come in there on some, you know what I mean? Word. See, they don't know Sachi. Sachi come in there regular talking. They talking about he yelling, he mad. But that's regular talking for Sachi.
That nigga Sachi
did good until
Word. When Sachi get in this shit, dog, ain't nobody else about to talk. You feel me?
I feel Sachi did good. He came in there off the calm, trying to explain.
Jump in the chat. Shit.
Hey, shout out to Captain Crunch, man. Peace to you, brother.
Yeah, on the panel and shit.
Man. Peace and love, my nigga.
For sure. Shout out.
All right, Copper Drake, come back.
Yeah, my niggas.
Shit, I just want to tell you too, Copy Crush. Every time I go live, you always pop in the chat, and it really means a lot to me. And like the support is that's what's important. And obviously, the message that I'm trying to put out here is for all of us to get on code about who we are. You know what I mean? And just
Hell
I
yeah.
hate when it come off like I'm trying to beat people up, because that's not what I'm trying to have it come off as.
You
Because
come off perfect.
yeah,
You
because I
come
really mean well.
I
You know?
like your balance. You got a good balance.
Yeah, because like I'm usually if I'm pushed in, then
Too hard. You give motherfucker a chance, you know. You don't go pedal to the, you know what I mean? You give motherfucker a chance,
Word.
you know,
Shout out to the
and
base.
you have class, you know, you classy, you know.
Word.
You don't be coming all ratchet and shit. You know, you be
Word.
coming with class, and then motherfuckers wanna throw a curveball at you, then you say, all right, you wanna see this other side?
Mhm.
you just might
Word.
get it.
Word. Like I even had the like when I screamed on Sis show the other night, a couple of nights ago, when the
Yeah,
dude from India came up, dog. I had to realize where I was at. You're not on
right,
OTK channel. You on
right,
Sister Sharice channel. So I talked to that brother for a good while.
yeah,
18 years old, bruh, from India, and dog fucked up in the head too. Taught that narrative, this new mainstream narrative about
yep.
the transatlantic slave trade. And I work with that brother for real. I did, man. And I hope he learned a lot. He ain't come back yet, but I expect to see him like in a week or so, or maybe
Right,
a month or so from now. And he gonna come back and he gonna be like, yo,
yeah.
hey man, I appreciate
'Cause
y'all.
y'all be you know, like y'all be impacting like other races. They be listening. They just don't, you know. And then
Right.
sometimes some of them get enough come up, you know, and then
Mhm.
niggas want to just slice them up and shit. And I'll be like, nah, that's not cool.
Right. I think all y'all was in the chat like, yo, teach the young brother OTK.
Right,
Don't bully him. Teach him OTK. And
right.
I was like, damn, I got to teach him about his own country.
Yeah. I'll be
That's
like,
how
it's
versatile we
crazy,
got
but
to
yeah,
be, dog.
it's
You got to
crazy,
teach
but yeah,
another person about their own
yeah,
damn country.
Yeah, we better teach him about Baharat, okay?
it's
Uh-huh.
crazy,
You know what I'm talking about. For real. The
but yeah,
Hindustan name came with
I,
religion,
I swear
with their
we know more
spirituality
about
system,
they
spirituality
than they
system.
do. That's crazy.
What you
We
say,
know
Captain?
more.
Right.
I said we know more about they ass than they do.
Yeah, I think we know more about them than what they actually think we know about them.
Right.
Big
Yeah,
facts.
like they don't
Big
think we know, but we know. Like we pay more attention than what they are led to believe. They think
right.
that we are living in this American bubble, but
Yeah.
no, like every
And,
continent has
and we
something.
got y'all niggas figured out. We got y'all figured out, and y'all looking at us like we owe. I'm like,
Correct. And sis, I be teaching you, well, not teaching you, but I be billing with you about shit over there more than what we bill on about American Indian shit.
Yeah, I be learning a lot of shit from you, OTK. Like, don't
Word.
underestimate.
Because see, we got to know why they came over here, what was going on over there, why they had to leave, why was they leaving from Europe, what was the cause, what was they
now
looking for?
let me say
Food,
one thing.
life,
Why
you know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
now? Okay, if they would do that to us, see what I mean?
It will
Like,
fuck their mind up.
but it's like we go and learn about they ass,
Mm-hmm.
and we still over here.
Mm-hmm.
These
Because
motherfuckers, they want to come over here and don't want to learn nothing about us.
right.
They
But
just
see,
want to
the
come
thing
over
is,
here.
right, the reason why we need to study about what was going on over there, because they have a lot more documented history than America. Remember now,
That's it.
we've been here, but American
More
history
to it.
didn't start till 1492.
Right. That's their
From
documentation.
their point of view,
Right.
our
Yeah.
history restart. You feel
It's
me?
stuff that's they ain't got records.
Right. But you know what? One thing about them, the European rather, and I ain't saying white or black.
It's,
I'm just saying European.
go ahead.
They have documented history way back because they
They
whole thing
do.
is genealogy. These motherfuckers is literally
No,
on genealogy. Oh,
that's
you
what they
got it right
do.
there, sis. Look at sis pull that
They
shit up.
they can't help themselves. That's what I was trying to tell people. I said they always tell on themselves.
And shout out to Deke, man. I hope Deke come back, man. You know what I mean? Because I gave him a bunch of jewels. He didn't even know about a bunch of shit. But go ahead, sis. But yeah, Captain Crunch, you
Yeah.
absolutely correct. Aton, what he was saying, he's correct.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It got to be a method to our madness.
Exactly. That's what all we gotta do is just narrow and focus down on one, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
all of us agree on it.
Hey, you know that good cop, bad cop role where the first motherfucker coming in, he press you. Nah, motherfucker, I know you did this crime. And the next motherfucker coming in, man, I'm not like my partner. I'm cool, man. Is everything good? That's how me and Sharice is. I'll come in, man, fuck that. Boo, 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 boo. And she'd be like, no, TK. Hold
Right.
on. Good cop, bad cop. And then
Yeah.
she turn around and teach them boys pretty much the same shit I'm saying, but they can't hear me because I
Right.
might be bad at the time. You know what I mean? And yeah,
She
definitely.
she like your stabilizer.
Yes, that's my balance.
Right.
Very much so. Very much so.
That's why I said I you know, like they said, oh, ain't no God or whatever. Oh, well, whatever. Something made us shit. I don't think we just formed this shit. But
Yeah,
anyway,
our mama and our daddy made us.
right.
That's
So
all
I
you need
said,
to know. We don't need to go no beyond that.
right.
If your
But I
mom and
said,
your daddy made you, that
right.
lets you know how long your people's them been here.
Right. So I said the law, you know, the science, you know, the laws of physics and all that. I said it knew that we needed that balance.
Right. That's why the
From
law of
the
physics,
woman.
the first law of physics is what? Two things can't occupy the same space at one time.
Right. Like two positives.
God
That's
damn,
gonna be
boy,
a
I need to stop this shit, boy. Hey, sis, I know physics too, sis. Boy, your
right.
boy OTK is something dangerous out here.
Right.
And I know motherfuckers, hey, Jazz. Hey, Nikki. Hey, Nikki, you so fine. You put my mind. Hey, Nikki. I'm sorry, y'all. I just left the fucking club.
I'm glad you had fun.
Turned up. They
I
turned up.
always have fun with my
Yeah.
Latinos, man. For real, my Dominican brothers and boys and shit like that, man. And reason why I be around them because I be asking them like, yo, what went on in Hispaniola? I want to hear their point of view from it. Because all we know is what we read out of books.
Right.
Or what they written in history. But I be wanting to know like what happened from the people.
Yeah.
Like, yo, what happened? What happened to your peoples, yo? And I swear to God, it was some Asian looking motherfucking Latinos in that bitch tonight. Y'all hear me, dog? I asked the
That's
boy,
why I said.
damn,
That's why I be saying they offsprings of
dog.
Spaniards and they Asian.
Right. Is y'all I had to ask them boys, hey yo, is y'all motherfucking y'all I asked them boys, are y'all Filipino or something?
Yeah.
Like that? They was like, nah, we Mexican. I was like, okay. So that's the Chinos.
Yeah. Cause it's like, cause
That's
you
the
think
big
about it,
ones.
like they say, okay, I'll be asking them like, okay, are you a Latino? And they be like, yeah, and I'll be like, well, what is it? Where's that at? where's Latino? Where that? And then I say, or are you a Hispanic? Yeah, I'm saying, where that come? Where's Hispanic at?
Mhm. Well, you know, those are two different things, correct?
Yeah, I'm like, well,
Yeah.
what
So
is
a
that?
Latino is a person who speaks
Latin.
all of the no.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, they
They
speak
can
all the other
yeah, they
stuff.
can speak all of the Latin languages. Not necessarily one
Yeah.
person can speak all of it, but say like in South Carolina, and we got three groups. You got one person speaking French, you got one person speaking Spanish, you got the other one speaking Portuguese, you got the other one speaking Latin or Italian. You feel me? All of
Yeah.
that comprise will be Latin America.
Oh,
You understand what I'm saying? But now when you talk about a Hispanic, that is strictly Spanish.
oh shit.
From
Yeah, that's
Spain,
strictly
right?
Spanish. When you hear somebody who's speaking French, those are your
Yeah.
Portuguese.
Portuguese.
Right.
See, I'm
Those
like, man, this shit is confusing like a motherfucker.
right. So if you notice, everybody from the Ivory Coast, the
Yeah.
Africans from the Ivory Coast that come to America, they speak
They
French.
speak French. Yeah, what the fuck is that?
Exactly. But they're not Latin.
The
They not
thing,
considered part of Latin America. You
I said,
understand what I'm
man,
saying?
The crunch like, man, what the hell?
Yeah, but
what
see,
the hell?
this why these niggas can't fuck with me because these niggas be talking about, oh, that's Latin. Oh, this is Italian. Bitch, I
Yeah.
don't even speak the fucking language.
And then
I
like
studied this. I had to
yesterday,
take this shit up in order to go to college, bro.
what's the name was going off on the Truth, because he was saying that Islam, they was talking about Swahili, and then they were saying which one was older, Christianity or Swahili, and blah blah blah. And I'm like, and then Truth was like, well, shit, that's just a piece of the Arab language.
Swahili, right?
Yeah, he was saying that derived from, and then he was like, no, it's, and I was like, I was more on Truth side. I was like, nah, Truth. I believe that Truth said that that's older.
All right, so let me give y'all a quick history real quick. Just a quick history of Africa real quick. All right, so Africa first was conquered by the Arabs.
Yep.
The Ottomans and all of that. They weren't conquered, but those are the people who was going into these areas.
They was the first
And we
ones.
talk about during the time of Kemet,
Right.
Timeria, whatever you want to call it, Nubia, all of this.
Because they was like one day the first world power.
Hold up, I ain't hear your question, bro. My fault. Go ahead.
I was saying wasn't they they was the world power until till they
Ottomans.
came.
Yeah, the Ottomans. Yeah, your Ottomans or your Ishmaelites.
Right.
Because they came from Abraham now. Don't get
They
it
all
fucked
come
up.
from- That's what I told him. I said, yep. Because I said Abraham, his firstborn was Ishmael.
Was Ishmael. So they can't get around that because their history starts with the Bible.
Right.
Or either the Quran.
And that's what I was saying. I was like,
exactly.
And then it was like, no, Christianity is old. I was like, no, because Ishmael was the firstborn of Abraham.
That's why anytime they find bones older than 6,000 years or tools older than 6,000 years, they say it's rewriting history because their history starts with the book, which is 6,000 and some change old.
Right.
You feel me?
Yep.
Okay. So now, once we deal with that, these Arabs, your Sumerians, your Phoenicians, your all of them, they were some of the first from over there.
Right.
At the same time, the Nubians in Kemet, or the Nubians, was coming out and creating stuff, these Sumerians was doing the same thing.
Sumerians.
Okay. So they was doing the same thing around the time. That's why they got a problem with they dating about who was first.
Right.
You feel me? All right. So it was either convert or die. Either you get down or you lay down.
Yeah.
All right. So
Then they said
they went
at that
into
they,
Africa, bruh, and they tore Africa down. You hear me?
right, but then they was talking
They
about
tore
giants and shit.
African down, bruh. They tore that bitch down. That's why
Cause
I
remember
know
that,
it's at least 60% of the countries in Africa speaks Arabic.
right. and
And they
in
are and they are Muslim.
Europe, right?
Huh?
They done took over Europe too,
All right. So now
not the
when
whole
you going
Europe.
into
But
Europe, now
they
when you
have a
going
lot
into Europe,
of they
go ahead.
got they footprint in that motherfucker.
Yeah. So now this is when they first started going into Europe, they was going into Europe through by Italy.
To Italy,
Sicily and Italy, through Turkey and all of
Turkey,
that. They was coming on around and then coming into Europe that
right,
way. You understand what I'm saying? Spreading a spirituality, right?
right.
Back then it wasn't religion, then it was just a spirituality system. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep. And then they got
They
to
didn't get through
Constantine.
Africa and go up through what we would call Europe or Al-Andalus. They didn't do that until the Moors went up in there and took Islam up inside there. But they already had a spiritual system. They believed in more than one deity.
Yeah,
This is your Greek mythology.
right. Because it said it in the Bible.
This is your Thor and your
That
Valhalla from the
mm,
Nordics, your
right.
Celtics, your Vikings. They had a
Because
belief systems.
remember in Acts
Uh-huh.
when Paul was talking to him
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
at Athens or something, and he said your people are superstitious or something.
Right.
He said you people believe in many religions or some shit.
Many religions.
Right.
You
You
hold
superstitious
on.
people or
I be
something.
getting it. Yeah, you polytheistic. Poly
Yeah.
means more than one.
Right. Yep.
Right. The
Yep.
monotheistic shit came out with Abraham and Isaac. That's when the
Yep.
mono system
Monotheological,
came into
whatever.
play. Right. Because
Yeah.
if you look in the Bible, they was battling with more than one God.
Right.
It was God over here to these people, and it was God over here. In fact, the story of David and Goliath,
There's a lot.
two family members. One God was over here with Isaiah. Isaiah was like, yo, boom, I'm the last prophet.
Yep.
I'm gonna tell y'all who gonna be king because I get the heavenly word from God. Who is God in their sense? Yahweh. Then now you got their cousins, them boys, the Philistines or the
Yeah.
Palestinians on this side believing in Baal,
Baal. Yep.
Baal, or however
Yep.
you want to call it.
Yep.
You know what I
Baal.
mean?
Yep.
And they deity came to them.
Cause they was when Moses they had that cow.
Yeah, and listen, that shit right there was after he took them out of Egypt, he went up on the mountain to get the 10 Commandments. He took so long to come back till them boys started attacking Aaron
Yeah.
ass, brother. Like, man, dog, you brought us here to starve. We hungry. We missed this Egyptian food and shit. They was giving us
Right.
they was giving us foods and eats and all that.
Yeah.
You know, that was slave mentality. So you know what God did to them at first? God said, you know what? I'm going to kill all the birds in the air and I'm gonna give them so much birds to eat.
Yeah.
And them boys ate so much
Oh yeah.
birds or fowl till that shit was coming out their noses.
Yeah, because they kept on wanting. They wanted what the
They wanted
Egyptians.
meat. They wanted meat.
They said the Egyptians is eating those quail things,
Right.
and they said, "Well, we want that." So he said, "All right, you want it? I'm gonna give you 100 of them. Nigga, eat."
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Eat.
So I
And,
said,
and
I
they
said, oh,
ate
that got a little humor.
much.
That got a little humor.
Much to them motherfuckers was that the shit was coming out their nose. They ate so much.
Right.
So now they was like, well, damn, dog, we leaving out of Africa, Egypt. We had a deity. We ain't got no deity now. So
Right.
what are we gonna do? That's when they built that golden calf.
Right.
They melted down all their jewelry, their coins, and all that shit they had to build this golden calf.
That sound like niggas, man.
But check out the flip side of that story. When Moses came down and he saw that shit,
I know he was mad than the most.
he pushed the golden calf over the edge, right?
Man.
He also pushed those people over the edge too.
He was mad.
He killed all of them. He pushed them over the edge too.
That's why they said that the 10 Commandments split in half or something. Because he said he got mad and threw him down or something.
Because so say the Bible, God was trying to give the commandments to all the people, but it was so loud till it was thunderous to their ears till they tell Noah no. I mean Moses, no. Just tell him. Don't tell us.
Right.
Because we can't take the sound of that shit. You
Yeah.
you understand what I'm saying? So that's why he went up on Mount Sinai or whatever the fuck, whatever.
Get away from these niggas.
Mount Sinai
You
to
gotta
get
get
the
away from these niggas. Y'all
commandments.
niggas is too
But
wild.
this the crazy shit, bro. It's 618 commandments.
Yeah.
And even they say there's no way no man can live and fulfill all 618 commandments.
You can't. But that's what the false people they don't realize that. They keep trying to fulfill that, and they're so stupid they don't realize you can't do it.
Fulfill what? Jesus already came back.
That's what I'm saying. They're so stupid they don't understand the whole damn.
The only reason why everybody still believe in Christianity to this day, unless it helped them out and the church helped them out and they changed their life around. But the only reason why people still believe in Christianity today, because they think Jesus is coming back. But he ain't. He already came back. When he came back, he was a changed person. At first, he told the disciples, don't y'all take my word to no heathens and no goddamn what they call it, that word they like to get, pagans. Don't y'all take that shit to the pagans or none of that. When he resurrected and came back, and it's a story, y'all. Goddamn, don't when he resurrected and came back, he told his disciples, go spread the word to the pagans and everybody. To them boys say, hold on. Damn, dog, I thought you said for us not to do that. He said, yes, go do that. For now, I understand.
Yep.
So he didn't even understand his whole purpose.
Yep. I said that too.
How can he be the truth, the
How
light,
can he be
the
God?
light?
How
Right.
can
If you don't even know your own purpose.
When he said only the Father knows the hour.
Only the Father. And
It's
also
God.
on the cross.
I thought you
God,
knew everything.
why have you forsaken me? He
Yeah.
asked God, why have you forsaken me?
All right, you gonna ask yourself that?
Correct. And this is what got everything fucked up right now to the day. Because when that fucking Bible came into play, they used to have us in church. It had us scared of God.
Yeah,
Don't question God.
right. But we the ones who did. See,
That's
they
why.
generation, they was scared.
That's
We
why
ain't
we
scared.
are where we at today, my
We
brother.
like, fuck it. Nah, hold up.
Right,
We asking questions. We
right,
investigating shit. That's what
right.
make us
And
good.
that's
You see
why
what
we
I'm saying?
are where we at today. We
Right.
can
That's
read that.
where we at today. Cause of
Yeah, we
us.
can read that book and not have a religious eye in reading
Yep.
that book. We reading it from a non-biased lens.
Yeah.
And that is some of the hardest shit to do. Reading
And
the
they
book
couldn't do
and
it.
then going back and reading it again from a non-biased lens.
Non-biased.
You feel me? So
Cause there be parts I want to be biased about, and I'll be like, nah, I can't do it. You know what I mean? I be trying to root for guys, but I be like, nah, I can't do it. That ain't nah. I gotta be.
hey, he was omnipresent and omnipresent, omnipotent. He was all of that in
All that,
the Old Testament. He was there.
all one.
He was always there.
So
And
why
shout
don't
out
you
to
know
Big
this?
Dog Philly OG. He said, damn, God of the Bible was active. Where the fuck he at now?
Yeah, he just took a break.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Who
he was
advised
showing
God
up
why
and
Jesus
all
was
that.
born if Jesus is God? Yeah. So from their stories, and I'm gonna tell you this, Jazz, and dealing with esoteric and non-canonical books, Jesus always was on the side of God. He was the light bearer. Also, who they call Satan today.
Yep, Lucifer.
You feel me? Not no, hold on now. Not Lucifer.
Not Lucifer.
No.
I
His
thought he
name
was
is
Lucifer.
Satan, which came from a term like Azazel. That's his real name now, Azazel. All gods had the EL on their
Hell,
name.
right.
Right. So Azazel was the fallen angel, but not fallen angel, but came down. Him and his other what they call him. God damn it. Now you got me getting back into
Yeah,
this. Hold up. What
Nephilim.
did they call him? The Nephilim. The Nephilim.
Yeah,
So the Nephilim are your angels that say, yo, we gonna go down to earth. Boom, dog. We about to teach these niggas the God of war, the God of this, boom, 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 how to do this shit. And we about to breed with a woman.
yeah,
Remember now, this is where Goliath came from and his brothers.
yeah.
All right, so Goliath and mama and Saul's wife is sisters. Saul came before David. Now, you know what I
Right.
mean? The king of Israel. They're
Yeah,
sisters.
they was sisters.
Yes.
See, I ain't get it that down
Was
deep.
one of the last
Dang.
to have babies by the fallen the giants.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yep.
Remember now, the flood was supposed to wipe out all of the giants, correct?
That's what. Yep.
Mm.
How did they come back?
That was the great reset.
Right.
Another reset.
Another reset. But they came back.
So therefore, the Bible has more than one creation story.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Cause remember they was the Tower of Babel.
Yes, Jazz. El is the name of a single God. Elohim is one God also. Elohim is a council of gods. Facts. Definitely is. But now, El was one of the deities in the Bible who some of the so-called Israelites was praying to.
I know it's some
Yahweh,
weird shit.
El, Isis, Ra, Baal. You know what I mean? It's an ass of deities in the Bible that
Kadeem.
these different sets was
And
clinging
then
on to, because
remember
that was the deity that came to them and was helping them out.
right. Remember the one that when they was at what was that the Sodom and Gomorrah?
Oh yeah. Now that was Gabriel. Gabriel and God came down to Abraham. So what the whole Sodom and Gomorrah story was that Lot, which is Abraham's nephew, got tired and he was like, man, fuck this. Me, my wife, my kids, them dog, we about to split up from you, Abraham. You know what I mean? Because that Abraham didn't have no kids. Him and Sarah didn't have no kids at the time.
Right.
So this is his nephew. This is
Yeah.
the closest thing he had to a son.
Yep.
But he didn't believe in God.
That's what it came down to. The belief.
So when he went to Sodom and Gomorrah, you know what I mean? God came to Abraham and say, look,
That's what I'm gonna do.
if you can find 3 people in that motherfucker
Right.
that believe in me, I'll save this town.
Right. So
Abraham
you know,
said, I bet. It's a
yeah,
bet. God
they,
was a bet.
yeah, God make
was
it better.
a gambling motherfucker. Now
Yeah.
God was a
shoot
gambling
dice.
motherfucker.
God
he was
shooting
a
dice.
gambler. So
You hit a
Gabriel
3,
and
you got
what was the other angel? It was Gabriel and Michael.
Michael.
Gabriel and Michael went down there to try to get Lot.
Yeah.
To see if they, see if somebody gonna believe in God. Try to find 3 people that believe in the higher power at this time.
Yeah.
So at that time, they didn't. They wasn't fucking around. They was trying to rape
Yeah.
the angels.
Yeah, they trying to.
So
Yeah, come on,
Lot
man.
said no. Lot said no, y'all.
Y'all tripping.
Can't do that. I'd rather y'all have my 2 daughters.
Right. He gonna give his daughter up.
They said, nah, we don't want your daughters.
We want some
them.
man. We want some pussy.
We want them.
They want some pussy.
And God told the angels, go ahead and get Lot them out there. But this is what they gave Lot, an ultimatum. Y'all just run and haul ass. If any one of y'all turn around and look back at this city that I'm about to destroy, y'all gonna turn into a pillar of salt.
Yep.
This is what happened to Lot's wife.
Yeah, she gonna look back.
So now, after this happens to Lot's wife, Lot really turned on Abraham like, man, fuck you and your God. Y'all took my wife away from me. Me and my daughter's going. So when they left, guess what happened? They gets their daddy Lot drunk and they both have sex with her. And they both have kids.
Damn, that's crazy. Yep.
This is your Moabites. This is where your Moabites and shit like that come from, bro. They come from Lot's daughters.
See, I was on
By him.
all this shit. Yep.
Word. They got the first daughter got him drunk.
Yep.
The first night, ride the shit out of him.
Man.
Told her sister, man, let's get his ass drunk, and you need to try this too. For we need to keep the bloodline tight. And then the second sister did it.
See, that's where I be like, man. See, that's where that white man done snuck in, and that's they shit.
That's eugenics, bro.
That's what they did, because they think
trying to make the perfect race, bro. That is modern day eugenics, bro. It ain't no different than eugenics, bro.
They don't understand. That shit goes against nature.
So when Hitler was doing that shit, they made Hitler seem like he was wrong, but Hitler was only following the Bible.
Right.
Okay.
And he was dummy.
Okay. Okay.
He was a
I'm
dummy.
sorry, y'all. I don't believe in the Bible. I was born into
I mean,
Christianity, A
I
shit,
believe. Look,
and
I believe. I
I
believe. Like I
don't
said,
believe
you
in the
chew the
Bible,
meat,
dog. So
chew
I
the
just
meat,
love
spit
to
out the
teach it,
bones.
though. I love to teach that motherfucker though, because I'm gonna teach you the good and the bad
Yeah,
in that motherfucker. You know what I'm talking about? For real.
I believe it's a lot in there that's good. You know what
Some shit in there is real.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like Saul and David and Pharaoh. We know it was a real Pharaoh. Now, did the timing fits? No. And if the timing do fit, this will be Ramesses.
I just look at the message. What was
We
the le- what is
we
the
know
lesson?
that was a real deity and Kemet. You feel me? So Saul and David, we know these are real deities because the Islamic Ottomans, them boy, the Philistines, Palestinians, they wrote about them.
Yeah, they even give witness
Yeah,
to
they
it.
document about them, right? So it's a couple of people that's real now in the book, especially during the kings. You know what I mean? But
Yeah,
other than that, the rest
but
of that shit is allegory. It's
but I'm
shit for you to
like
take
look
from.
at the temple, right?
Mhm.
And how the temple was laid out.
What temple?
The temple the temple of in Jerusalem. How
Yeah, I'm asking you
you got
what
the outer
temple.
court, you got the outer court, then you got the you got the holy of holies, then only
You talk about the castle?
huh?
Talk about the castle grounds in Jerusalem?
No, the temple. It said they was gonna they built, then they came and tore down the when they came and took over the
Where in Jerusalem, uh Solomon's temple, that's you talking about?
yeah.
Okay, so Solomon's castle, Solomon's temple, and they said it got destroyed, but it got destroyed by the Greeks.
Was it
It would be damn, was it your Flavian dynasty or was it your Caesar? I think it was your Flavian dynasty that tore that bitch up.
Yeah.
All right.
Or some shit. Yeah.
Right. But really, when we go back and study history, we see it was the Ottomans, them boys. Or your Islamic that tore that bitch up.
Right.
And they was fighting against your Knights Templars.
They had all that going on.
Your Knights Templars was the security for Israel, bro. Your
Yep.
Knights Templar, your Hospice Templars. You know, they started out with a hospital and then they spread out into two different bands. That's why you will see the black shirts with the white cross, and then you will see the white shirts with the red cross. Because one is a Knights Templar and one is the Knights of
Malta or some shit.
No, I got a man, damn. But
Nice.
they was before the Knights
Yeah.
Templar. But they was
I
like
know.
more like hospital people, man. Like, you know what I mean? Giving aid.
Cause like
A sick of them right
they
now
had
is
they was like
Order of Lazarus.
they was like a secret
They
like
wasn't even secret back then. They
kind of
wasn't
like
even secret back then. When they became secret, that's when the church turned on them.
yeah
You
they
feel me?
yeah
We got to remember now that the church turned on the Knights Templars because they've been gaining so much wealth and power. And when they lost that last time trying to sack Jerusalem, they couldn't win it. And to this day, Christians, they never won Jerusalem back. That's why you see the Islamic Dome over their church.
Dome of the
You feel
Rock.
me? Right. So these Knights Templars, that's when they went into secrecy. Was Constantine?
Constantinople. Yep.
Constantine at you know what I mean, with your St. Valentine's Day massacre. You know what I mean? Oh, Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th. That's what it was. Friday the 13th is when they
That's they got
burnt
Friday
all the
13th.
rest of the when they so-called burnt all the rest of the Knights Templar on a stake. But they didn't. A lot of them left. They left and they started becoming other factions of the church. The Order of Lazarus, the Order of this and that right there. The Knights of Judah and shit like that. Those was your Templars still.
Branches.
Big facts. Big fact. But you know what, man? I can go into this all day. I teach this shit, dog. I really teach that.
I just go hard.
Yeah, Chief AT, OTK cooking a holy breakfast this morning. You damn right. Hey, listen. Therefore, y'all, nobody can come at y'all and tell y'all no dumb shit because they only gonna try to tell you the good shit. They never tell you the bad shit that they do. They never tell you that these motherfuckers was prostitutes in front of the temple. Men was dressing up like women.
They was doing orgies and shit.
Right. Man, it was beyond that.
Other gods and shit.
Yeah, that shit was beyond that. These niggas was homosexuals.
Right.
Big facts.
Yeah, dude. I said, this motherfucker freaky than a motherfucker. I said, this the Bible?
Yes, sir.
So
Christianity took on a lot of Sumerian and Egyptian deity worship. They took on a lot of that. They took on a lot of these deity worships from different places that they went. Remember now, every place they went, they got kicked out. All right.
That's why they call them Semitics.
Right.
Because they didn't have no place of
semi-nomadic.
They wanderers. They wanderers.
They was wanderers.
Right.
Correct. And they wander. Shit, the biggest group to wander was Moses.
They went to Egypt and they kicked their ass out. They had to get up out of there. This motherfucker came up in there and started fucking shit up. That nigga said, "Oh, this is my sister." No, that's my sister. That's my wife. Oh,
how it take you 40 years in the wilderness to walk from Egypt to Canaan?
Right.
Now let's talk about Jericho. Where Joshua conquered Jericho. All right. And in the land of Canaan. This is Jerusalem and all of this today. This is the land of Canaan or whatever like that.
Yeah.
40 years to get there, walking.
Going through the same old bullshit.
That is wild work.
That's the same shit we dealing with. Dealing with these niggas with that old bullshit every fucking day.
Right.
If we gonna keep going around this goddamn mountain every fucking day.
And Captain Crunch.
Shit.
They are not us, bro.
I know. That's why I be like, man, we keep letting these motherfuckers in and shit. God said, just kill them. Kill all of them.
Now we got teachers. We got teachers that's out here teaching, and they got good evidence to say that we took that shit over there. Okay. They got good evidence to prove that. I'm just one that don't rock with that. I tell them, leave that shit for them. We nature beings over here. We believe in nature, things that's tangible. So therefore, that knocks out of the belief, that knocks the faith out of it, and now it's a knowing.
Right.
I know. I
Cause
don't need
it
no
even say
belief.
that. It even say that the people that you know they learn by the nature.
Facts. That's how we learn,
They see
bro.
me through nature. You
Let me
say
ask
that?
you this, bro. Let me ask you this question real quick. And it's not a convoluted question. It's not a staggered question. I just want to know, what do you think came first? Do you think an animal or us as humans came first?
I don't know. Hey,
Nah, it
because
ain't no right or wrong. It ain't no right or wrong question, Captain Crunch. You good?
I don't know because
Uh-huh.
it be
Go
you
ahead.
know
Go ahead. It about to
it be
make you
saying
think.
that there's some other creatures you know that was already up there.
All right, well, let's just say the dog. What came first, human or the dog? I'm gonna just use a
I
dog
say,
or a wolf. I'm gonna use a wolf or whatever species came first. Wolf came first or
I
whatever.
mean, cause I say I don't that's beyond my cause I'll be like, what are they for? Are they for us or are we for them?
Uh-huh. All right. So now the reason why I asked you that's the reason why I said it ain't no right or wrong question. I just
What?
wanted you to just answer so we can get into another dialogue. Which one you think? How about that? Which one you think comes first? I did ask you you should know, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
I don't know.
which
I
one you
don't
think?
know. That's a good one.
Man,
That's
just
a
give
good
it a guess. Just
one. I
give
have
it a
to cause that I ain't even thought I didn't think about that. I gotta think on that one. Yeah, that's a good one.
I'm saying. All right, what you
I'm
think?
gonna
Just
look at it like
shoot
I'm
off the
gonna
hip,
look at
bro.
it. I'm trying to look at it out of my not in my. I'm trying to look at it like why would God create man before the animal, or why would God create the animal before man? See what I'm saying? And I ain't even got a chance to think about that, like you
Mm-hmm.
know. But I say like if we go back, God create, He created the earth, and then he created man, and then he created the other stuff after that. So you gotta look into that too. Like he created stuff before he created the man.
All right then. So now, just say this dog is what he created first, correct?
Yeah, say he did.
All right. So now,
What is it?
and now we dealing with nature right now. All right.
Right.
Okay. Um, will we learn from this dog? And I'm just using the
Yeah.
dog as far as, you know what I mean, because you got
Yeah.
birds, you got all
Right.
kind of but I'm just using the dog.
Yeah.
Because
I
remember,
think you
dog is
could.
their best friend. Remember now,
Yeah, I
remember
think
that.
you could. I think you could if you was in the right mentality.
Okay, so will this dog teach you how to get food and hunt animals?
Well, you probably have to learn from another animal.
Depending on what you're hunting.
Right.
Correct. I agree with you with that. But yet we're still learning from this dog, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
What about sex, bro?
It's hey, it's similar. I
So
mean,
the reason why I'm asking you this is because it's a possibility that we learn more from nature than, I mean, it's not a possibility, it's the truth that we learn more from nature than any book, anybody teaching us anything, dog, besides our parents. You know what I mean? We
yeah.
learn more from nature and animals than we will learn from ourselves, bro.
I believe that. I believe that.
That's my theory. That's my theory. Now, I'm not saying it's scientific
No,
facts,
because I'm
you
like,
know, or truth,
they
or it's
okay, they
objective
wasn't
truth.
studying books, but
Mm.
they knew a lot of shit.
Right.
You
I'm
see what
just
I'm
saying
saying?
it
How
would
they knew.
only be common sense
Right.
that I don't know what I got this penis for. A woman don't know what she got a vagina for.
Yeah, but you see some
Until we
dogs over
see
there, they
until
like,
we
oh,
see
that's
that
what it
shit
is.
and be like, oh, this what you supposed to do. And when
Oh,
you
yeah.
do that, and when you do that, you reproduce.
He's like, oh, all right. All right.
Right. So these wolves that they depended on, you know, this is when they really became men best friend. These wolves who they raised, they started raising or whatever, or one or two might have came around with them, and you know, they shared food together or whatever like that.
Right.
When they saw a man and female wolf together and it created pups, they said, oh, this is what this is for. Now they
Right.
could have been looking at birds or whatever now, but I'm just saying though, they looked at that reproductive process from somewhere else.
Yeah. But then another thing, I was just watching this shit. This lady, she was sitting down, and then this car just like it just like crushed the building, and the dog started barking like, and she was like, oh, and then she hurried up and she jumped up quick enough before that car smashed her ass. And then the dog was warning her. I was like, see, I said, now what's up? What is that?
What is
Where
that?
they get that at?
Right.
Where they get that?
That's what you call instincts.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, certain
Right.
things are just in you.
Hey, Chief 18 Wheels done. Talk about first time I saw some titties, that thing stood up. He knew what he was meant for. But let me
Right.
ask you this. What if you didn't know what titties were or what they was for back then? See, everything has to be taught. Everything is alert behavior to where we get to the point of knowing. You feel me? So what if you don't know what titties are for? You didn't know these titties produce milk. You had to learn that from an animal too, because that animal pretty much breastfeed all of her pups.
I don't know, man. Some motherfuckers just start doing shit. Don't
Man,
nobody teach them. They just start doing it. I done did it.
bro, listen,
Didn't nobody teach me.
if somebody just had started doing shit, they wouldn't have this bullshit ass evolution story to say we came from some great ape ancestor.
Oh no. I believe that some shit is just in you.
That's not a belief. That's a no, because
Well,
that's the truth.
yeah,
Yeah, that's the truth. You don't
yeah,
believe that shit. You know
yeah,
that shit.
yeah.
But I don't believe nobody was born knowing what your penis was for, bro.
Yeah. Till you get older and shit. You know.
No woman knew what her
Right.
vagina was for.
Until they, because I said I didn't agree with they was teaching them kids about their sex education in elementary and shit.
That was helpful.
I'm
That was
like,
helpful.
but I'm
Teaching them
saying,
about the birds and bees in high school, dog. That was helpful. That was called health class. That was helpful. They taught us about hygiene, all kind of shit.
but they want to tell you about. I said, see, I say like suggestion, the power of suggestion.
Mm.
You know, you could be doing something and then somebody come in and suggest something, and then it'll stick in your brain, and then next thing you know, because that motherfucker said that, now you thinking about it. That's why I said I don't like that they want to, introduce that if they haven't even been exposed to that. Cause it's kind of like you turning them on to something. Let their ass be kids. They ain't thinking about no set. Y'all kind of forcing that on them. That's why I was like, nah, I don't agree with that shit.
You know why also I use the dog too? Because a dog has a menstrual cycle.
It's like
When a dog comes in the heat, she bleeds.
Right.
That's how you know she coming in the heat.
And we got similarities, but we different.
Jazz stupid. They clearly did.
Crazy.
YouTube people. I know who you talking about, Jazz, but I'm gonna use the YT as YouTube. They damn sure didn't teach the YouTube people hygiene. And listen though, in their religion, let me tell you something now. In their religion, they don't believe in like using soap and
I
stuff
know what
like
the
that.
fuck is that?
Word, they don't believe in that shit. They
This is
I
crazy.
found that out in Chicago, growing up in Chicago with the Polish people. They had a natural odor with themselves that just stick with them because they didn't use deodorant.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So everything is a learning experience.
Right.
Yeah, we
That's
had
right.
to teach them, Nikki, don't you know that when we saw these motherfuckers, we felt bad for them?
Right.
Like, boy, y'all teeth fucked up. Y'all stink
That's
as a
these
motherfucker.
dirty motherfuckers.
Damn, let me wash y'all off and
Boy, get
show
your
y'all
ass
how to
over here.
brush y'all teeth. Show y'all how to brush y'all teeth.
Yeah, let me tell you.
And give y'all some new clothes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Word. Thank you. That's
Yeah.
exactly what the fuck they said. Thank you. And they said, you know what? We got to learn all of this shit before we
Yeah,
figure
these
we gonna try
motherfuckers
to conquer
came
them.
over here, nigga. It was winter time and shit.
Word. And while they
Niggas
showing
was
us
freezing
this
like a
shit, we gonna give these niggas the Bible, the book. We gonna teach these niggas scrolls and scriptures and shit.
Yeah.
Word.
It's like Dylan Roof. Come on in.
I went to an all YouTube school and all black and mild school, and they didn't teach hygiene at the YouTube school or sex education. Exactly. So when they was teaching us sex education, they was teaching us about diseases, shit to
Right.
make us stop breathing.
Right.
You feel me? That's what they was doing to us.
They fucked me up.
Trying to get us to stop breathing. So they was like, oh, this sickness, and
Yeah,
that
they fucked
sickness,
me.
and all that. Knowing
I
all that
said,
shit came with them.
I was scared as fuck of that AIDS, nigga.
The fuck?
I said, nigga, I'm strapping up, nigga. I just had a whole pocket
Closest
full.
disease,
I'm putting on
or what
motherfucking.
they call a disease that we had that can correlate with any of their diseases would be what they call yellow fever or malaria. We live with that though.
I ain't never had none of that shit.
Because that shit was normal to us. They caught it when they came across here.
Hey. Only thing we nigga had, nigga was
Yeah,
fucking
right,
chicken.
Jazz. Right, Jazz. You said the right damn 2 letters. Venereal diseases. That's what they was teaching.
Yeah.
Transmitted diseases that can be
STDs
transmitted
and shit.
through fucking sexual contact.
Right.
That's what they started doing. But all the time, these motherfuckers had a kissing disease out called mono.
I said, man,
How many of y'all know about that mono? That
I don't
kissing.
know nothing about that.
You never heard that?
Nope. I don't be kissing no bitches like that.
No. So
But I
mono.
never heard of it.
So mono was a white person kissing disease, bro.
Damn.
They used to catch it.
I ain't never heard of that shit.
Yeah, bro. It's called mono. I think the word is longer than that. I'm just breaking it down in the mono. Yeah, it was like mono feces or some shit like that. But it was a kissing disease. They got it from kissing each other. So that's what scared us about being with white girls back in the day. Because if you kiss that bitch, boy, you gonna get mono.
Damn.
Yeah. Word, bruh. And I had people who was out. I had white partners who was out a couple of days out of school because they had mono.
Oh shit.
Right.
What?
Right. Engine number 9 talking about Mark Sanchez had mono. Damn. This crazy nigga got into an altercation, got stabbed, and got locked up.
Who?
Mark Sanchez, a quarterback for the NFL.
Nah.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Mark Sanchez came from Oregon.
Damn.
With Chip Kelly, them boy. But yeah. Yeah, they was getting that at my high school. Chief 18 wheels.
That's that
You
one
see the
Mexican
chat?
dude. That's
You
that
see the
Mexican
chat?
dude.
They know about that shit. Yeah. Mark Sanchez was he mixed. Yes.
He murdered some shit.
No, I think he was about to be on a podcast or something, and he got into something. And all I know is he got stabbed and he also got locked up.
Remember that one he was playing for the New England.
Mark Sanchez, yeah, he came in underneath
I think his name was
Jets. He even played for the Eagles too. He been at my Eagles too, because Chip Kelly was trying to get damn near the whole Oregon team to fucking the Eagles, but he couldn't get Mark Sanchez. I forgot what he had win at, man, but yeah, definitely.
cool. He used to fuck with the niggas. He was
to
fucking
USC.
niggas and shit.
Oh, Sanchez went to USC? I thought Sanchez went to Oregon, bro. Damn.
The same one? That might be a different one.
No, Chief 18 Wheels might be right. He said he went to USC.
Yeah, because he
went to
one I'm
Oregon.
talking about.
I thought he went to Oregon, bro, and underneath Chip Kelly. And then remember Chip Kelly came to the Eagles and started coaching pro. He tried to snatch up all them boys from Oregon. Yep, he went to USC. Okay. Mark Sanchez went to USC. And who was this Oregon quarterback we was trying to get? Damn. Because them people be doing oral sex young. Yeah. They even got motherfucking syphilis of the tongue or herpes of the tongue in Asia.
What?
Yeah, bro. Yeah. They got some kind of fucking venereal disease too in Asia, dog. That from eating Tunkie. Yeah, I talk about Tunkie like y'all know what that is. from eating coochie.
Hey,
My old country ass talking about Tunkie.
hey, I used to trip on them motherfucking white boys and shit. They had all them little bumps on their faces around their mouth. I'll be like,
Yep, that's
I'll be like,
mono.
what the fuck?
Yep, that's mono. See,
Yeah.
them boys was work. You know, them boys was doing way more than just the
Yeah.
split. They was
That was
doing the
more
split
than
and the circle.
what
Yeah,
they
yeah, they
shit.
was eating the split and the circle. Yeah, for real, for real.
What's that shit called? What the motherfucker be what's that shit called? The niggas be where they go through puberty and shit.
Yeah.
That ain't puberty, motherfucker. Nigga, that ain't puberty, nigga. Just stop lying.
Damn, it's almost 7.
No, god damn.
Damn, and the sun.
Flying like a motherfucker. Shit. I gotta go to work. I said, damn, man, that motherfucker time been flying like a motherfucker. Nigga, it's almost December, nigga. What the fuck? Nigga, we on Halloween coming up. These motherfuckers still fucking celebrate that bullshit.
Well, you know, Halloween is
bullshit.
Halloween is to purge.
Oh,
that's
shit.
what yeah, there you go. Engine number 9. It was Marcus Mariota. Yep, Mariota. Damn, I got it mixed up with Mark Sanchez. Yes, thank you, engine number 9. It was
Damn.
Mariota. He was trying to get that whole fucking Oregon team on the fucking Eagles. That fucking dismantle all our team. LaShawn McCoy, Deshaun Jackson, Vic. That motherfucker dismantle our team, bro.
He was what's his name? Marcus
Marcus Mariota.
Mariota. He was a coach.
No, he was a quarterback. I thought it was Mark Sanchez, but that was the quarterback from Oregon that I was thinking about.
And he was trying to get everybody to switch.
Yeah, them boys was leaving out. So he left out of college and end up becoming an NFL coach. That's your boy Chip Kelly. He became the Eagles coach. But what he did is he dismantled the team to try to draft damn near half of the fucking Oregon team.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's trying to do
that didn't work.
Yeah.
That didn't work. Yeah, that
that's
didn't
how
work.
far that's how far they'll go though, right?
Right. That's what they'll do. I mean, right now today, his method is what everybody is doing now. If they draft a college quarterback, they're going to try to get the wide receiver or either the running back that he played with because they already on the same pace.
Yeah, that's sweet. That's
right. Like it's a couple of teams in the NFL right now who got a college quarterback and they wide receiver or they running back came from the same college too. Just like us. You know what I mean? Devontae Smith, he played with Jalen.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
that's kind of like how they say conflict of interest.
Work out with him, you know. Look at Jacksonville with Trevor Lawrence and ETN. Both of them boys come from Clemson.
Right. That's kind of like saying, "Oh, the police beat me up."
Right.
But the police that was with him, he's the one that's he's gonna be the investigator.
Yeah, look at goddamn Burroughs and Jamar Chase. They was at LSU together. They at Cincinnati together now. Burroughs hurt right now, but they at Cincinnati together now. That's what everybody is doing now.
I know.
Wherever
That's
they draft
quit.
that quarterback
Quit
from,
watching
they gonna
sports.
try to draft some players from that same college who he done played with to make him feel comfortable.
I quit fucking with sports when I started seeing that shit. I remember back in the day, nigga, we motherfuckers stay on the team, nigga. Motherfucker, Jordan and shit. Motherfuckers be on that motherfucker for years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Now
and
these
then
niggas switching up every day. I'm gonna go to Miami. I'm gonna go to, man,
right,
what? Yeah,
right,
man,
right.
I said I thought they couldn't do that. Yeah, they
Yeah, they
can.
can do that now with this draft, with this
Yeah,
portal.
man, that's
This
some
portal stuff, they can do that because if you switch team a while back, dog, you had to sit out a whole year before you could play. They would
yeah,
consider that your red shirt year,
right.
even though you already done played a year or so. If you switch teams, you have
I
to sit
remember,
out a year.
I remember back when I was little, nigga, my dad and them, they be watching that shit. And I remember the motherfucker, same motherfucker be playing next year,
Yeah,
and the next year, and the next. I'm like, and then all of a sudden now these motherfuckers, oh, I'm going to this team. What? When they start doing this shit?
and
That's when I
I
said,
ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I respect that shit because now these boys can make money
yeah,
and all that shit, dog. Motherfuckers lost their Heisman
cause
and
them
lost
niggas
their
didn't get they
draft
should have got
credibility
them
because
niggas that should have got the money.
trying to sell jerseys so they could have had some money while they was in college, and they
Them,
got kicked out and shit like that, or it lowered their stocks.
back in the '80s and shit, them was the niggas that should have got all that money.
Facts. Your motherfucker played with broken fingers.
They was man,
Shit, since the fucking 50s, bro. They was playing
man,
fucked up, broke up.
the shoes
That's
was
what,
fucked up. They was
you know,
playing in these flat ass Chuck Taylors and shit.
facts. Shit, I played in Chuck Taylor's in the 90s at Homewood Prep.
Right.
It was a small fry league. Everybody was up underneath 5'2", and we played on 8.5-foot goals. And that was a big lead. So I was playing middle
And,
school ball. I was
and some
playing
shit.
8th grade team in the 7th grade. And I also was playing that shit. They recruited me from my school.
Didn't even know. You wasn't even tripping. Like,
I wasn't even tripping, man. They recruited me and they told my mama, like, yo, we'll pick him up every day for practice. And we got you. Here you go. I still to this day I don't know what the fuck they gave Mon Dukes, but you know.
yeah, I'll be like, man, I'll be thinking back about shit. I'll be like, damn, you know,
Yeah.
still got some shit. I'll be still like got some question marks. Like, what the fuck?
Sis, you done pass out? I see you had something in the back. You done pass out? Probably did.
Get my ass ready.
Yep.
I said, fuck it. I'm gonna do it all nighter and all dayer. Fuck it. Give me some
Yeah,
motherfucking coffee, nigga, and get busy.
that's what's up, man. Hey, y'all boys who don't got a channel, boy, or been out there dropping this information, even though y'all might have been coming on other panels and then dropping your information and don't have your own channels, let me tell y'all something. Y'all might want to be glad because, boy, once they start attacking you, you see a message every day off of YouTube, somebody attacking you. For real.
On your helmet, man. Like, damn, man.
But they attacking you from a distance. Just remember that. So just remember that. They attacking you from behind a keyboard and from a distance.
I say, nigga. I said, that nigga K be spitting some shit. Nah, that nigga be spitting that old Waski shit. I was like, man, cut the game, nigga.
Yeah. The crazy shit is, though, I spit whatever the level of or the environment I'm in.
Yeah.
No, you really want OTK to really go in? Put me in a circle with like-minded people.
And then they be silencio.
Shit.
Silencio.
I'm gonna learn from them, and I know I'm gonna drop some shit for them to learn too, because we don't know all, but that's the purpose of us having these platforms and shit. So therefore, you never know all in this lifetime. You feel me? But
right,
you know enough to where you can be well rounded, to where you can now teach your kids and teach your family them. That's where it need to start at. Like, I be on YouTube, but dog, my first start was like, yo, talking to my family members, them around here, like, yo, y'all got Indian in you? Yeah. And some I was waiting for to tell me no, so I could break down their family history. You feel me? So
that's how you do it, man. You start where you at.
Hell yeah. I'm a master student, bro. Word. I'm a master student. I'm learning too. I'm still learning right along with everybody else.
Real.
Jump in the short bus. Jump on the short bus with me.
Right. I know some shit, but I don't know shit.
I don't know shit. For real. For real. Jump on this short bus with me.
Right.
And we can be all right. You know what I'm talking about? Short bus shouting.
That nigga nearly full of shit. I'm still learning. And he knew some shit. But he still said that shit every time. I'm still learning. Every time he come on.
I'm still learning, bro. Yeah. So that's why I told my sis, man, we not teachers, sis. And motherfucker been calling me teacher and all this shit right here, man. Hey, if that's how you feel, I'm cool with that. You know what I mean? But I'm a master student. And the reason why I do that is to let you know, don't think I'm above you.
Right.
Just because I might know more than you, that don't mean nothing. We still men and women at the end of the day, equally.
I might know more about this than you. But you know more of that than I do.
You know more about that than me.
Right.
Correct. Like my sister Cherie, she be shocking me sometimes. With the shit she be finding and what she be bringing up and be talking about. I'd be like, ooh.
Hell yeah. I'll be like, man.
You know what I mean?
Let me listen to this shit.
Let me listen to this shit right here, man. And that's when I also have to pat myself on the back, because if I wasn't giving my sister moral esteem and moral
Encouragement.
damn, what's the word I'm looking for?
Encouragement.
Yeah, moral encouragement and stuff like that, she would not be here right now
That's
on
what I be.
YouTube. She would not be here
Yeah, people need that, man.
for real. So,
That
you
shit
know,
motivate a nigga, man.
word. And you know, me being a Indian missionary, you know what I mean, and
Yeah, that's.
and,
I
and,
think. Yeah,
and
I would attribute more of that. You see what I'm
right.
saying?
And that's why I tell her we gotta just go back to our info. Motherfucker was listening, and the crazy shit is you might not know
Who you touching?
who you touch. You feel me? With the information you was kicking.
That's what I tell you. Keep going, man.
Yeah, I ain't stopping, bro. I just slowed down because you know, summertime my work pick up, but wintertime coming now, so I'm about to start back screaming heavy. But I also did say I might take a break when I was on Sharice's channel a couple of months ago. I said, you know what? I might just go ahead and take a break until my sis get 1,000 subscribers.
Yep.
And I mean, well,
Yeah,
I've
you got, you know how you feel. You know, you following your shit. You know what I mean? Can't
yeah.
nobody tell you, you know. I'm
And
like,
sis
let
is
them
well
do it.
equipped. She's
Yeah,
well equipped.
yeah.
She had done
Yeah,
grown. If y'all go back and look at some of the first Sharice to really shows, or maybe some of my shows when she first was coming through and with us and shit like that. If you go and look back at these shows and you look at Sharice today,
yeah.
y'all
You
will
can
say,
see the growth.
holy shit.
Yeah, that's what I
She
be telling
already
you.
she already had common sense and
Yeah,
shit like that. But it's a lot of shit she didn't know and she done learned to
yeah,
where sis can handle a conversation with no books. She don't have to pull up no source.
right.
You feel me?
Yeah,
She ain't got to pull up a source. That shit just come repeatedly. You know, but when you get my age now, you start forgetting some shit.
yeah.
You forget more than you remember when you study a lot.
That's how I am. But shit, hey, shit, I've been fucking with y'all niggas, for some years, couple years and shit. I've been in the back. I
Word.
just
I ain't
been
never
listening.
seen up on nobody panel.
Yeah, I just been listening. You know what I'm saying? Soaking up. And I finally, you know what I'm saying? I said, yeah, man, let me go up, man. I gotta quit, you know, holding back. Let me go up, you know, and I said, yeah, that's growth, nigga.
Growth
At
and
first
development.
I felt like I said, damn, man, these niggas know, these niggas will tear me up. They know too much, so I ain't even, you know, I ain't ready, you know. So I said, all right, man, let me try it. Fuck it. You know. Then I got to fucking figure out how to do the shit. You know what I mean? Cause I ain't, you know. Then the nigga let me up. Then I fucking hang myself up, push the wrong button and shit. You know. So yeah, nigga learn, grow, you know. Yeah, I'm like, let a nigga grow, man. Let a nigga grow. Let a nigga grow, man. But the niggas that be acting like they know and they you know what I'm saying, them is the niggas ain't doing it right. You gotta know where you at, man. Like, you know where you at, you know? You gotta pay homage, nigga. Niggas that was before you, you know what I'm saying? Shit. They was on that shit before me. They got me up, you know what I'm saying? So I'm always be like, yeah, them niggas put me up on, you know what I'm saying? But niggas don't, you know, they don't want to do that. They want to act like they always knew it. Always. No, you didn't, nigga. Yeah, before this shit, yeah, Sarah Susan Seti. I didn't fuck with Sarnetta too much. Yeah, I don't know, I was son. But yeah, I used to fuck with the niggas. Sarah Susan Seti, Polite, brother Polite, Pharaoh. Yeah, they shit popping. Then all of a sudden, what the fuck? Yep. So I said, I'm glad I ran into that cut. So I probably still been on that old weirdo shit. Well, hey, you up? Still up? Must have dozed out. Well, I guess that's all, folks. That's ready to work. Let's see what the chat, what the chat. Fuck around and hang myself up. The whole panel sleep. Big cheeks. Yep. Big cheeks. Yep. Why? Oh, yeah. Information. Going back. I started my first YouTube 11. Yep. Yep. Big cheek. Yep. Design. Peak. Yep. Spitting facts. OTK read. Yeah, I can't do it. I ain't super, nigga. That nigga super no, I can't do it. I try to do the chat, but let's see. The Jazz. I didn't see your shit. Yep. Acne be out of control. I'll be like, ugh. That shit be nasty than a mother. I think chip. That's football. Oh man, yeah. Oh, there she go. What's up, girl? OTK, wake your ass up, nigga. This nigga snoring like a mother. Shit. Who else live? We need a backup. Just in case somebody go to sleep, we gotta have backup. Nigga, don't start talking in your sleep, nigga. Oh Lord. That nigga got a Yamaha. Fuck it, man. I'm about to make me a beat or something. Shit. Fuck it up. I wake up Google or some shit. Mike TV. Yeah, I'll go check them out. All right, good night, everybody. Or good day. See y'all later. To someone else. To someone else come. Nobody over there. What the hell happened to Root? Shit. I got a strike. Talking about them small hats. Oh, all right, nigga. Yeah. Let me see. Why they put that damn big ass $sign in the way? I can't even read this shit. What the fuck is that? think they be on some sneak hater shit. Like they gonna put some shit right in the way where you can't read it until it go up, and then it take like 5 minutes for it to go up, and then you can read it. Oh, that's what you said. And it's too damn late. Get that shit out. Why can't you move that out? You know what is that? Then they got the one with the heart. It just be right no damn way. Like I'm gonna just push the heart. Like if I want to give a heart, do it in the comment. Why do you? Oh, we're gonna help you give. Man, okay. YouTube, you're stupid. I remember when they first started. I said, "What is this shit?" I didn't put that up there. Where did that come? They just putting shit on your shit. You can't do nothing about it. What can you? Can I move it? Nope. Maybe the nigga Bap pop up. Bap, get out them bushes, nigga. How can I do? Shit. Somebody, I don't know. Sharice got to do it. Like it's a graveyard manager. Yeah, it's the third shift right here. First and second shift, I said, man, I'm going home. See y'all niggas later. You'll be coming to work. I'll be leaving. I like the graveyard shit. It's more peaceful. Crypto. It niggas is out. Need to give me a couple beats in. I'm gonna see what's up with what's she said name? Mike TV. See what's up with Mike TV. I can't go to sleep, man. That hard work. This is my podcast. I can't make this shit up. Yeah. See what's up. I'm about to drop some shit. Watch. I got this one beat, man. This shit gonna go platinum. I'm gonna get Lil Durk on that shit. Lil Durk, Kendrick Lamar, one of them motherfuckers. Somebody gonna get on my shit. I get all them niggas on my shit. Ten rappers on one beat. That shit gonna be like a 20-minute beat. Hell yeah, that shit gonna be hard. Say, nigga, I want 3 million, nigga. Y'all niggas take this shit and do what the fuck y'all wanna do with it. That's your shit. There you go. Tell them niggas hit my cash app. Put it in my cash app and then I'll send it to you. Shit. She didn't let me do a morning music session or some shit. Should be cool. I got some fire.
If you're in the car, turn it up. If it's in your headphones, turn it up. You know what it is. DJ Doc, brand new Pink Iso. We're gonna take it back to where I was producing and shit, you know what I'm saying? My brother likes Dougie Fresh and Ice Cube, like some of my biggest inspirations. We used to be at the lunch table like this, I'm Dougie Fresh. I'ma need for y'all to be not that close. If your broad keep on looking, I'ma beatbox that hoe. Doc, I made it. Time flies, don't it? He's not that slow. Oh, you gon' press me? Nothing happen like a D5 that broke. I'm Dougie Fresh. I'ma need for y'all to be not that close. If your broad keep on looking, I'ma beatbox that hoe. Doc, I made it. Time flies, don't it? He's not that slow. Oh, you gon' press me? Nothing happen like a D5 that broke. Big 6 in the morning in my sports car, man. Shit.
On my way to drop this dick off, I'm door dashing. This bitch gon' kill me, call a Carol for a basket. Every time I drop a motherfucking coke classic. When I hit the gym, cause I got a program. Hanging on these niggas, that's the time I hawk jam. Bitches be like, damn, call me Johnny Claw, man. And this time I do more damage than the time I hawk man. Came a long way from baby mama public housing. Went on tour for 3 weeks and made 100,000. Fake homies, fake promoter, post nothing about it. But Scroll Stone made another play, we money counting. Bitch, watch that, I'm like up and green, got that smoke. It's the good thing, and I'm out of my business, and that's why I beat off that phone. These niggas, man, my name ringing like a leapfrog pad. You know what a they gon' stay soon as I defrost that zone of bloody fresh. I'ma need for y'all to be not that close. If your broad keep on looking, I'ma beatbox that hoe. Like I made it, time flies, don't it? He's not that slow. You gon' press me nothing. Acting like a G5 that broke a bloody fresh. I'ma need for y'all to be not that close. If your broad keep on looking, I'ma beatbox that hoe. Like I made it, time flies, don't it? He's not that slow. You gon' press me nothing. Acting like a G5 that broke. Bitch, 12 o'clock, just did a feature time for lunch. 2 bad bitches trying to take me out to brunch. Unread message from a hoe I pressed for months. Swaggity swag, then ignore him when I'm done. Baby mama trippin', she won't let me see my son. Mama don't like it either, so they get the ones. Got a screenshot of grown line face. In real life, might just have to take it away. Airplane mode, bitch, I'm hopping on the jet. Brand new bitch with me rocking to the death. Ran it up so much that I forgot to catch my breath. Jamie Foxx in the soloist, I'm rocking to the neck. Bitch, watch when I'm back up and you got that smoke. It's a good thing and I'm out of my business, and that's why I beat off that phone. These niggas mad, my name ringing like a leapfrog pads on. Oh, what a mess. They gon' say soon as I defrost that zone of bloody fresh. I'ma need for y'all to be not that close. If your broad keep on looking, I'ma beatbox that hoe. Like I made it, time flies, don't it? He's not that slow. You gon' press me, nothing. Acting like a G5 that broke a bloody press. I'ma need for y'all to be not that close. If your broad keep on looking, I'ma beatbox that hoe. Like I made it, time flies, don't it? He's not that slow. You gon' press me, nothing. Acting like a G5 that broke, bitch.
Man, it was old school shit, nigga. Fuck that.
I just it by myself. I'll be rocking on a solo mission and rocks real. This is with the dark skin and that be air plus the fresh out of chill bill. And it was fear plus I don't care. Fuck is the jump and watch the break and walk down the chunks. still dropping text that hits that makes us rip. So turn it up and have a trunk full of songs full clicks. See, some can't believe I'm still independent and making more money than your stingy white prince did. With major, hit me on my pager, cause they see me on Billboard getting paper. Should've known from the jump I can kick it, but now I ain't with it. They can say that half bill ticket and stick it when the sun don't shine. I'm a young black thug and I got to get mine. I've been down from the gates and then to the business, dropping hits like pot clockers. I use my spirits. I get spit like Brandon. Should've known fuck with me. I break I get the people like a praise and me myself. Look at your rap game. If you think you can get with me, nigga, please, I'm fucking up duster. Only part busters and the white man with a slum I never trusted her. Hand in my pocket, reptile around my pocket comes short. Then I cock the blast off like a rocket. Now they calling me George in this concrete jungle. Fight in prison with a chicken full rumble. Pelican Bay, Brooklyn, Mike, to catch a pain. Never thought I'd be in a 5x8 sale, 125 for the L. Plus got the fifty on my head, hand in my claws, back against the wall, in every yard call, ain't done but the hall you need. Breaking them off underground from the west to the east, face to face with the mic. I just break, and when I feel something, take the whole check, I break. For 30 years, there's still on your way up. Change now, scared of shit. Shackles up on the chain. Hard and notice both bottoms with them right arms gone. Get stuck and when they scream, man, damn, trying to get fucked. Cause ain't no love from the men on the tower. Thinking that you ain't so like he's a coward. And OGs that done did more than 10. Just like a Texas grind, roll it up in a big bag of those cold back.
Dope rolling up the window. Eyes rolling low. Thanksgiving Jack. Block in his face. Another 1-8.
crying in each other when the war going. My youngin' got killed. It started out, he got this phone. A cook back with a class edition about it. Young bastard throwing money way right here. I told him leave it alone. Yeah, on the strip. What the fuck you? When it comes to the streets, nigga, who supply you? See, killing money, let the Uber drive. Just hype and shit. I see niggas tougher than the dice, bitch. See the car, the lights, walk the yard, what is ice? DJ,
Mm-hmm.